Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and I'm on out. Going into Edborn, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
It kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So you kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Bonnie Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Unified live stream for some more MEC playoff action. Thank you guys so much for joining. My name's Mac Dewey. Joining me in the casting booth is the one, the only, my man Shivy. How are you doing tonight on this lovely Monday?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not the only Shibby in esports. There's one other guy used to compete in MLG way back in the day, so he actually just has my name, so I can never be Shibby. But other than that, I'm doing good. Is that a pocket on your sweater? Is that a front pocket?
Just in
That's
case.
kind of cool. That's
You never know.
Cool.
You never know when you might need it.
Oh, it's a shirt. Okay, it's a shirt. I thought it was a sweater because his hands are cut off. Oh, there we go. I've been duped. It's too warm in where you're at. But yeah, I'm excited for our doubleheader matchup. Do or die. Loser goes home and watches from his computer eating bulldog ramen or something like that on the stream. Winner gets another chance and another crack at either GVU or Ottawa.
And not only that, should be the winners punch their ticket to the championship land. So stakes are on the line for tonight. Unlike Friday, where the losers get redemption, it all comes down to this for these four teams. Ohio Northern versus Drury is our first matchup of the night, and Purdue Northwest Briarcliff is going to be on later, 8 Central projected start time for that. So as we mentioned before, Shippy, you said it, Ottawa, Grandview waiting, already got their tickets on lock. A rematch of the 2023 winners finals, Ottawa versus Grandview. Took the 2 series last Friday in 2-0 fashion. Ottawa and Levi having a pop-off performance to clinch their ticket in Grandview. They looked on point. I remember a dominant victory for them. So we'll see our top 2 seeds. Actually, Purdue Northwest, the 1 seed, Ohio Northern, the 2 seed. Are they going to come back here tonight, Shibby?
I don't know. It's rough, right? Because I'm guarantee you both of those teams expected to win their matchups, right? Obviously, Ohio Northern beating Grandview in the regular season. Purdue Northwest, dominant team all season, beating Ottawa and most of our teams in the regular season. But, you know, both of these teams getting quote-unquote upset, we'll call it. I think Grandview locked in halfway through the season. After that loss, they didn't drop a game. They just kept on steamrolling through. And Ottawa is always that X factor, right? I've always talked about them having the ability to be the best team in the MEC and also one of the worst teams, right? And they just kind of showed up, like you said, massive performance from Levi and the rest of Ottawa, just doing a good job cleaning up Purdue Northwest. I think he said in his winners interview, right? He was like, "Oh, when we drew Purdue, I told my team we're gonna win this. It's easy. I think they're frauds." And he exposed them. Upper finals, Ottawa Grandview, lower final or lower bracket here, Ohio Northern and Drury, like you mentioned, Purdue Northwest and Briarcliff. I think it'd be cool if either of those teams make it to that land stage, right? I think there's a very high possibility of either BCU or Drury, despite being the lower seeds, will potentially upset one of these guys.
Taking a look at the rosters for our first matchup of the night. Ohio Northern University, the 2 seed, finished 6-1 during the regular season, thanks in part to a lot of these guys. Aggression in the top lane, the king himself, Julian, in the jungle, the brothers Kato and Kai, the carries, the mid and bot laners, and Cuz in support.
Yeah, and on Drury's side, we've got Quick Slice in the top lane, Kaiser in the jungle, Orion in the mid lane, and Yuno and Fat Cat rounding out that bottom lane support duo. And I think the story of Drury has always been that they're winning almost up until they're losing at some points, right? Like they will garner some leads, we'll see Fat Cat roll onto the map, and then somehow, some way, one disastrous team fight happens, and they just kind of lose all footing, right? They start slipping through, they start falling down the mountain, and they don't really know how to stop it. So I think for them, realistically, obviously they have pretty solid matchups, right? I think like Aggression and Quick Slice, good top laners in their own right. Julian and Kaiser, very similar jungle play styles. I think the real mismatch for me would be Kato into Orion, just because Kato's been having such a good season in the mid lane. He's regular season wise, been one of the hard carries, plays a Kali, play stylist, has a very high assassin damage carries in the mid lane. And I don't know how Orion can really stack up to that. Bottom lane, you could argue Kai and Kuz have been having a better season, but Fat Cat is always that X factor. Bard, right? Braum, he's got Thresh, Maokai. He just plays like everything in the support role. So I'm underestimating, I think, Drury could be the downfall for ONU, especially with Fat Cat's massive champion pool.
Yeah. On the side of ONU, a lot of veteran presence, and this is a team we unfortunately missed out on watching in the 2023 playoffs due to some kind of uncontrollable circumstances on their side. And so a little bit of a redemption for this squad, and double so after getting bumped down into the losers bracket. I'm sure they want to be able to make it to the LAN this time. They put up a really solid regular season showing, and excited for them to potentially show us what we got. But for the side of the Drury Panthers, it's a team on the younger side. We've got Orion in the mid lane vying for a Rookie of the Year title for our regular season awards. And overall, Quick Slice in the top lane as well has been really exciting to watch for the Panthers. So I feel like last season we saw a struggle a little bit for some carry identity. Fat Cat couldn't do it all in the bot lane despite all the roaming. I feel like he's continued that into this season and has found more success behind Quick Slice and Orion having some pop-off games specifically. I mean, I feel like for me, Orion was the first one to break out Hui and show us really how massive of a mid lane mage threat he can be on a pick like that. So we'll see as we get into the first draft here of our best of 3 series. Drury starting on the blue side, ONU on the red. We've been kind of going back and forth on which side is stronger. Overall, I feel like blue has been kind of favored, but I don't know if our match spread actually sort of dictates that. That's just kind of the analysis at the elite pro level. But I am noticing a little bit through these first few bans, a lot of blue power picks. Varus, Karma, we've seen blue 1 prioritization from these champions pretty much consistently throughout the season, especially Varus from our matches from Monday and Friday.
Yeah, I think if you have a strong B1 that you want to like contest against red side, it's very strong. I feel like red side strategy, you almost always have 1 to 2 permaban champions that are just super OP. Used to be Smolder. Now it's still Karma to some extent, right? Depending on the team you're facing. Varus was a very big ban most of the time. Ashe as well. But ONU are looking to take out some comfort for Fat Cat specifically. The Bard being removed like we talked about. I think one of Fat Cat's best champions, one of their most exciting, and removing the Xin Zhao from Julian's champion pool specifically. Julian's one of those junglers that really likes to get active and get things going early into the game, right? And if he can't do that, it feels like ONU can't really find the footing to take leads, can't really find the footing to kind of close games out. If you take a look at that GVU game, Castle almost always had full control, and that was granted because Julian was double picking Sejuani. I don't know if they're going to go back to that, right? If they're going to give him something a little bit more aggressive, something that can fight more. Was a bit of a different style, I would think, for ONU. Let's see if Kaiser and Drew are willing to take that away, or if they want to kind of give them something a little bit more powerful. The Volley Bear is still up. Ari on the board as well. You can lock in a nice Ari Vi combo. But the Nocturne being taken away is interesting because now you can't really do like the Nocturne Ori or the Nico Ori compositions, which I think ONU is probably really good at with Julian Kato and their synergy.
I have through the MEC season wound up in playing a few ARAMs in games with Fat Cat. So I'm getting notifications from the Discord on this side. I'm going to try and not spoil anything a little bit. We'll see what he says if that holds up true. But into the Ari matchup, we see one of the signature Kato champions, Akali, gets locked in to go against the Ari mage here. So I don't think we've actually seen any or much Ari from Orion, but I think it's a pick kind of coming up in popularity with the mage items being pretty strong. And for the jungle, this mid-jungle duo for ONU, we talk about a lot of mid-jungle duos in the MEC just because of their ability to roam around all the map. I feel like top laners usually stay in top, bot lane usually stays in bot. It's the mid-jungle duo that kind of roam around, target some of these side lanes, and make plays on the map. And ONU was kind of lacking that in their series against GVU, and this duo, the Akali Lee Sin, is something to be a little bit nervous about if you're in the side lanes. I remember Kato against GVU started off one of the games, I think 4-1, off of his roams down into the bot lane.
Yeah, I just couldn't get it done later on, and we are in the latest patch, so we'll be surprised if this Diana actually gets locked in. I think she's actually very strong right now in this latest patch, just because of her clear speed, her attack speed growth going up, the Kaisa being locked in for Yuno here. I don't know if this Volley Bear is going to go top lane or in the jungle. I would have liked it to see it top lane because you can still lock in that Ari Vi combo. Very good at the dive, right? You have a lot of lockdown potential with that composition, and layering that on top with the Kaisa could just prove very, very good to just pick apart ONU, right? Like, oh, this champion right here, I'm going to Vi ult, I'm going to Kaisa ult, I'm going to Ari ult, and we're just going to kill that person and start steamrolling the fight instantly. So Drury still has that option. Let's see if ONU respects it, or if they just 100% are guaranteeing that Kaiser is going to play this Volley Bear in the jungle here. The Nautilus being removed or taken away, let's say, from Fat Cat, so they can't go that Kaisa Nautilus composition. One thing is, I think right now, a really cool build you can go, especially with all these low range kind of champions on ONU side, is that LS Kaisa build, the long range, Ludens, Crypt Bloom, Manamune. That can just do wonders, right? You can just play this like poke mage Kaisa, and eventually when they get low enough, you go in with your Ari, you go in with your Volley Bear. But because of these lock-ins, Drury are going to remove some popular AD carry pairings with the Nautilus, right? Varus has already taken off the board. Jinx, you could expect something potentially like the Misfortune, Tristana, a lot of other things on the menu. Callista could be banned away here. Callista not pretty good. Those ADs are typically where you start getting some of those bans thrown out. Everything under that is kind of your specialist, right? If you're an Ezreal player, if you're a Jhin player, that kind of stuff. Ashe, right? That's where you start getting into the, well, do they really play this, or is it just kind of their own champion?
We've seen Kai, I think, have one of the larger champion pools of bot laners. Last season, I feel like his classic pick was the Caitlyn that's being hovered right now, and
I don't love that.
It was really lame dominant. Kaisa's pretty short range, but
it's better, I think.
Early on, and based on where the kind of meta is, Caitlyn not really in the best spot. So we'll see the Zeri. It's locked in. Something that I think we'll be able to scale later on, right? It's not a super strong early game champion, and Kaisa, I wonder. Oh my god!
Oh!
Is
that what I think it is?
It's Nasus support.
Is it?
Yeah,
Fat Cat has been playing this. He has been playing this. They've
Get
been
outta
experimenting.
here.
Look,
That's so
if they
funny.
locked the Callista, if ONU locked Callista Nautilus, this was a game over. It's not as bad as the Zeri player, but it still sucks because the W, you don't max Q at all, right? You go WE, you just back and forth between it. Frozen Heart's still really good. I think that's still the rush on NASA's support right now. You could also go for the Knight's Vow rush if you're feeling a little bit less on the gold side. But Drury, what a nice pick composition, right? Like the moment somebody gets withered, they're dead. Like they're just dead. It's a 99% slow at max rank. At level 9, he looks at you, he touches you with the wither. You're not getting away from the Varus. You're not getting away from the Ahri. Like, it is almost guaranteed CC setup.
Yeah.
The issue is getting it out of lane, right? Getting it into those situations. You can poke with the E. You do have the MR and armor shred. You also have the Comet build that you can go. But it is rough. It's not, doesn't do a whole lot, right? Not a lot of CC, not a lot of lockdown. Fat Cat probably knows how to pilot. I'm sure he's been playing it in his games in solo queue, and I'm sure he's been having some success with it. I'm excited for this. This is how you win a game, right? This is how you win a game against a better team. You bust something out like this that they've never probably played before. I doubt Kai and Cuz know what to do against this.
It was Fat Cat's message all in caps. I was like, no way that's real on the side. So I got a little bit of a spoiler. I've muted it now. So no more spoilers for MEC for the rest of the series. We'll have to see. It'll be a surprise how this game unfolds. An interesting draft on our hands, and should be one of the things I'm going to be looking for is Kato and Julian to pressure this Kaisa Nasus bot lane to make sure it doesn't get going. You know, this feels like something where it's a tough snowball to stop once it gets rolling, and it'll be fun. Drury also have a really lethal mid-jungle roam potential. Volibear does end up going into the jungle. Kaiser, we saw, had a fantastic Volibear game. Was super comfortable on it, ganking early. I think got an aggressive gank off early into the bot lane. So we'll see if they can make that happen. The Volibear early gank potential really on point. And we get ready to hop in for game number 1. Summoners, welcome onto the Rift. It's the Drury Panthers taking on Ohio Northern University. The losers bracket semifinals. Best of 3 series begins now with game number 1. The winner moves on and punches their ticket to the championship LAN at the Illinois Gaming Fan Fest. The loser gets sent home, has to watch from the couch, and Shibby, they're going to be having ramen with the two of us.
Yeah, pretty much. The spicy ramen. But 5-point defense coming out here. You would think maybe Ohio Northern would try to chance and invade. I love this from Kaiser starting on the top side, right? I think it's very smart playing towards your Nasus Kaisa lane. I don't know what version or variant of Kaisa it's going to be. Lethal Tempo kind of screams to me that it's going to be more the dive variant, but we could still potentially see. Ooh, that hook almost hits. They are invading just for vision, trying to see where Kaiser's going to start. But Fat Cat's going to have an issue, right? If Cuz gets hooked in, it could be rough. Or sorry, if Cuz hooks in and gets Fat Cat, it could be rough. A lot of damage can come out, and you can't really return that much as the Kaisa and the Nautilus, as the Kaisa and the Nasus here. The cleanse, very important for Kai later on, right? It feels kind of sad to waste cleanse on Wither, but there are also other couple cleansable abilities, like the Volibear Q, the Ahri charm, so I think it's very smart. We'll give him that extra life in some of these mid-game team fights. Right now, bottom lane is where my eyes are at.
Fat Cat, the junior veteran presence for the Drury Panthers, one of the players that I think really helped organize this roster, and what was a champion for the program in organizing this team, putting themselves in a more competitive place than I think they were just a year ago. I think finishing 7th last year and now up to 5th place this year, playing for a spot at the championship LAN. I know the program, in fact, excited to be here, excited to be competing. And something I wanted to point out, Kaiser, Shippy, you mentioned, wanted to see him start on the top side of the map. He does end up starting red on the bot side, spotted by the Trinket Ward, doing a kind of full clear. Might be looking to punish aggression without teleport, who's pushing in the lane quite aggressively early on. But again, based on the timings and based on the information, Ohio Northern should be able to play around it. Aggression probably going to back off here shortly as Kaiser's zooming through his first clear.
Yeah, Kaiser on this volley bear, one of the faster clears, even with the nerfs, right? As long as you can keep that passive going, your clear speed is pretty much unmatched unless you're going against like an Udyr or a Lilia or something like that, one of those full clear junglers. The surprising thing is, Mac, that Aggression didn't have his Darius banned out, right? Like usually that's a champion that's taken off the pool, then he's got to move on to stuff like the Udyr, the Ornn, that kind of stuff. We saw GVU put a lot of respect onto it. Let's see as Orion.
Okay, Kato dashes back
Kato
in. The
dead.
flash from Kaiser, and it's first blood as the Panthers strike in the mid lane.
Ooh, Kaiser, nice little window there. Instead of just automatically pathing to the Scuttle Crab, Orion throws the charm out, and even though Kato gets hit by it, he takes that as the signal to like, okay, you can't really return any damage. You can't really do much anymore. I'm just going to take this E back into you, the Shuriken. And once that happened, Kaiser flash Q, and the upfront damage, the burst from Volley Bear is unmatched in the early game. I mean, Lee Sin, probably one of the only champions that can really go toe-to-toe with it. Just instant kill onto Kato. Very good. I like that.
And that means a big cash in early on for Kaiser. Hits the Rift with the Caulfield's Warhammer. Big first item completion. A bit of damage on the Drury bot lane. Kaiser no flash. Might try to make a yank happen, but is spotted out by the Ward's Cousin Kai. Gonna back off. And nice early start for the Panthers. We get a quick check-in on the lane. Slight CS leads across the board for ONU. Who've been having an okay time during lane. The gold lead only about 100 as Orion's been on point with these charms. The Panther fans hoping that continues as we make our way into the first spawning of the neutral objectives, Shibby. 5-minute mark means Void Grubs is on the map. Julian and Aggression are ready to go.
My favorite objectives, arguably, on the map. I think they're so cool. One of the best additions. I was not a fan of like the double herald. It was just kind of lame. Second herald never got used.
Yeah.
I think grubs are something to fight for. It gives you pushing power. It allows your side laners to do a little bit more work when they do get those leads, specifically Aggression and Kato.
Oh, no
But
way.
now a fight's gonna break out.
Big stun, and Aggression gets taken down, who is Fat Cat roaming up all the way from the bot lane. And we've talked about it all season long. He's been on point with his timings, making a bit of an impact there, and it's 2 kills for the Drury jungler.
Yeah, him and Plux are probably our best like roam supports, right? Or the ones that really get the most value out of their roams. It's not that I know nobody else in the MEC does that. I just feel like Fat Cat and Plux get the most value out of it, right? They always know where to be, when they need to be, and they're always in positions where the other team doesn't expect them to be. And although the grubs do go down, a kill goes into the favor of Kaiser, another one as well. We'll be, building towards that sundered sky, and having that super early just allows him to fight for skirmishes and objectives and bring that power onto the map a lot sooner, right? Especially into the Lee Sin, who wants to skirmish early. Being behind an item deficit, as Quick Slice is just giving the business to Aggression, is going to help them secure the dragons, secure these skirmishes, is going to deter Julian from doing anything, who right now, 0-0-0 scoreline, has been getting the objectives, but we talked about how important it is for him to get things done onto the early game, and if he is neutralized, if he's not allowed to be onto the map, he's not allowed to affect the lanes, it kind of feels like ONU just kind of loses slowly but surely, right?
Yeah.
GVU did a very good job, specifically Castle, controlling the early game and just outpacing him last week in their match.
Yeah, on the bright side for ONU, they did get all 3 Void Grubs there, so they are in prime position to answer back and go to the Void Grubs again once they respawn, and potentially go for that magic perfect 6 mark, where you get, if you get 6 stacks, if you kill all 6 Void Grubs, you get to spawn 2 Void Mites. If you get 5, you only spawn 1. You get 4 or 3, you don't get any. So ONU hoping to capitalize off of that early play. And something to note, Drury Panthers, they make the decision. They didn't quite know the timing on the Void Grubs. I think ONU actually got there like super early and were really quick about it. And the Panthers only able to respond with 1 kill of their own. A lot of times we see teams try to trade on the opposite side of the map and just pick up Dragon. So Dragon's actually still available here, and it's Julian who's around the area, might be able to secure both neutral objectives, and the ONU squad trying to get a little bit as much as they can, despite being down a little bit in gold. These neutral objectives may end up helping them in the long run if they can continue to, I think, kind of extend the game. It's a bit of a balancing act, right? With Void Grubs, you potentially get more gold off of plating, and with Dragons, you're able to stack up and try to work towards the Dragon Soul after you get 4 Dragons.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised because usually Kaiser's pretty on top of his jungle pathing and where he's going. I think because he used his timer to kind of make those plays in the top side or those ganks that we talked about, that he's a little behind on the clearing and just taking advantage of those objective timings. Like you said, very good from Julian. But I think, you know, the gold influx that Kaiser has, right? The Sundered Sky rush that he's most likely going for is going to give him so much immediate power. But yeah, I'm very surprised at this ONU team composition, where you've got a Zeri, you've got a Nautilus, you've got a lot of champions that go in, and you've got Zeri that kind of sticks out into the back. I think they did a really good job on Drury's side to try to counter some of those big buttons, those big all-in kind of champions. The Wither is going to be very devastating. The E armor shred specifically, you're going to have to get out of that circle. You can't fight in it because it'll do damage, it'll shred your resistances, and it'll make you that much easier to kill. But Mac, I think unfortunately we do have some technical difficulties, so we'll get back into the game very shortly. You know, figure some stuff out, look at the back end, don't go anywhere. Or you can, you know, get some food, get some water, maybe get some rice and eat some food there. But we'll try to fix that out. We're going to go to a very short break.
Gabe Morawski. My gamer tag is Gabe16. I play for Ashland University Rocket League.
I'm Landon Sapp. My gamer tag's Slippy. I play Rocket League and I'm from Ashland University.
I'm Daniel McInnes. Silent Wolf. Play Rocket League and I go to Ashland University.
You're on the dev team at Rocket League, okay? And you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in first?
Oh, that's a hard one.
Me personally, I'm always just a huge fan. So
yeah, let's do it. Yeah, all right. So what are we bringing?
JJK, Demon Slayer. I mean, it'd be kind of fun to have some Plants vs. Zombies stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know, like
interesting.
A little shooter head on
yeah.
I definitely want some with like new game modes. I feel like a sports company would maybe be able to do that. Like, I don't know, reimagine hoops or volleyball or something. Just something to really bring a new element.
Yeah.
Go Explosion.
Okay. Oh, true. I haven't even thought of that. You could go kind of crazy to like sunflower wheels.
Yeah.
You know, you get the boost trail is like the like suns that come out.
Yeah,
you know, kind of
be
thing.
really cool.
Yeah. Wait, that kind of writes itself, honestly.
Yeah.
Like Mario Kart or just something like Nintendo. We don't really have a lot of Nintendo stuff.
Oh, I mean, there's probably good reason that you're like, nah.
Yeah,
we're good.
True,
like,
true,
nah, you're not getting any of ours. Yeah. Everybody's been coming over with like cars and like decals and stuff like that. The explosion is like, that's the first explosion answer we got. That's a good call.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
I think there's two answers here.
I would say Julian.
Not league related necessarily, but like
Can't say myself.
You cannot say yourself, obviously.
Julian.
Who's popping up on your For You page?
Julian. And for the worst.
He gets like, there's like some incident where like a bird like ends up causing a crash, and then Julian gets hit, but like he's fine.
Yeah.
But then he's like suing the bird.
But I might be in the background somewhere, so I can't,
You're behind the camera.
Yeah, I'm recording him.
I think my mid laner Kato might go viral if he says the wrong thing and the catch him for saying the wrong thing.
Kato is like the go-to. Yeah, it literally split.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a plethora of things for him. Like, you can say good or bad.
I think it's probably Kato. For making probably.
I think my ADC, Kai, will probably go viral for just being a really handsome gamer.
I feel like he'd be on the news for just something outrageous at some point. Like, whether it's at work
because of him, or he's just at a crazy like event.
I could see both happening on top of each other.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
You're on the dev team, okay? And you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in first?
I'm bringing in a character that just gets rid of Karthus.
Game and Watch from Smash Bros. Where there's
Just
like
bring in Game and Watch.
Julian from Madagascar. It's gotta be
The lemur.
the lemur.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Get
yeah.
Sasha Baron Cohen to do the voice again.
No.
I think we do like Abe Lincoln, but
Whoa.
but
Okay.
but not like the real Abe Lincoln.
Yeah.
Like, the statue one.
Poe, like Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Jack
Like-
Black voicing. It's
Yeah,
gonna
everything.
happen, Yeah.
you walk up to them and it's like, oh, you're like full items and then you do no damage, or like you walk up to them, you're like one item and you just like one
You
hit
just
them.
get 9.
Yeah.
My name's after, so I have to do that one.
Okay, so what's the old? What's the
What's the
defining
olds?
part of the kit?
He sends out Maurice, like Annie, you know? Like Maurice comes,
Another
messes
summon?
him up. Yep,
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. But he has Mort and Maurice, so it's like 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You alter. Wait, isn't this the Undertaker? Isn't this York?
Sure, but York doesn't do anything against Scarlett, bro. Like,
It's body check like as much as possible.
How do we distinguish Poe from Gragas in gameplay then?
I mean, he's just a little more nimble, I think.
Okay. Inside on the
He
kit.
like takes his top hat off and
Yeah.
then he just like throws it.
It's a projectile.
Exactly. And it comes back to him.
Abe Lincoln with range.
Yeah, and then he just turns into a stone and he's like 10,000 HP.
I don't
know how it's gonna be balanced.
Yeah, it won't be. It won't be.
I hate that champ. Get that champ out of here.
You just want to watch the world burn. At that point, like everybody would hate that character.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
What are the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event like this?
Kind of like a fun vacation away from my school too, where I get to travel with my teammates, like some of my best friends.
I just love traveling. I think traveling is a lot of fun.
The fact that I'm coming to land to play with people, and just being able to see them,
Yeah.
from you, or if there's in the same vicinity, you just adds another aspect to it.
Being in the environment is way different than like being in our rooms back at school.
Other than that, obviously playing in person, I prefer compared to playing online. It feels a little more intimate.
Yeah,
a little more intimate. Absolutely.
sure.
I think it's really awesome being able to see the other athletes from other schools and like their performances and their excitement.
You're just
Nice.
seeing everyone and just being able to put like, just a face to the name.
Yeah, for
See
sure.
who they are.
For sure.
Having your opponent right across from you
Yeah.
and then winning, and then looking them in the eye and just be like, yeah, good game.
Yeah. Do you think you play better?
I mean, obviously, the trash talking that too.
No, I think I got the lane buff. I got the
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like, yeah, you wanted me so bad, and look where it got you.
Jack Fiore Roberts. I'm a Rocket League player from Miami University of Ohio.
My name is Jack Risky Afrazis. I play Rocket League for Miami.
I'm Bryce Thompson, OWAM in the game. I play Rocket League for Miami University.
And what are the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event like this?
I like seeing the people I play, and for better or worse. If they beat me, I like to know who beat me. If I lose, I like to see who I played. It adds a real life factor to the game.
Yeah. The social aspect of it.
Yeah, I suppose just being in person with my teammates and just having fun playing Rocket League. That's at the end of the day, what we all here to do is just play Rocket League. So
yeah,
the teams who are a little bit more vocal are less vocal this time, so it's just across the way.
Yeah, it was a really long day yesterday though, so I don't see a bit too much Rocket League. I don't know how much I'll be playing it in the next week. But.
Would you say there's a little more pressure maybe than
the first few stages, no, but like once you get to where there's actually something on the line, absolutely. Like a playoff bracket on LAN versus a playoff bracket online, there's a lot more online.
Are y'all a bit more vocal, on the more vocal side, or do you let the gameplay kind of speak?
I don't think we definitely are a little bit destructive on the field, but other than that,
My name is Carson Comstock. My gamer tag's Carson. I play for Cleveland State and the Rocket League team.
Hi, my name is Super K. I represent Cleveland State University and I play Rocket League.
Hey, my name is Max. I play Rocket League. My in-game name is Space. I play for Cleveland State University.
You're on the dev team at Rocket League. Okay. and you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in first?
I mean, I guess like a Tesla or something like.
Oh, okay, do a little, yeah, get a little.
Because I know the new Cybertruck came out. They brought the Cybertruck.
Oh, Cybertruck would be like instant, yeah, instant transition.
I wouldn't really bring content in. I would just want to make the game better, like better servers. Like I would want more, like make the game better.
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer.
Hell yeah. Number 6 on the side. Just
Yeah.
going crazy. What kind of hitbox are we working with on that?
Because for the longest time, servers have just been terrible, and yeah. So I just think a little bit of maintenance on the actual game itself could go.
Sure. I mean, that's like instant dominance hitbox, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Mainly for dominance.
Yeah, too flat, too wide.
It wouldn't be good for an Octane because it's too
No,
long.
it's too long.
I'd probably
Yeah,
just say
I was
like
thinking-
hybrid or just something, or maybe dominance.
Dominus is
Yeah,
what I thought, yeah. This is pretty long, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back onto the Rift. We're continuing our Game 1 coverage of the losers semifinals matchup here in the MEC Playoffs 2024 season. Mac, Dewey, and Shibby still with you. We're hopping right back into the game where we left off. Drury Panthers up 2 kills, but Ohio Northern, Shibby, they're prioritizing these neutral objectives. They got the first 3 Void Grubs, and they're getting the first Dragon as well, it looks like.
Yep, Ohio Northern has been on top of the objective timing. They've been moving their laners appropriately. That's kind of what they can do, right? When you have this mid-jungle duo in the Lee Sin, in the Akali, you have a lot of pressure around these skirmishes. And like we said, this NASA support, not the best skirmisher, right? It's good at setting up ganks. It's good at neutralizing the Zeri in these mid-game team fights, or even kind of setting up ganks for the Volibear, right? Volibear, a champion that doesn't really have any dashes, gets a ton of move speed when he queues in. Making that easier for him, making that Q move speed easier for him is much better. As the hook goes in, they should be able to potentially kill Cuz. No, never mind.
So it does look like there is some red vision. I think they know Kaiser's in the area, but the Wither is slowing down Cuz a little bit. He's going to take the dredge line on out of there. Kaiser is level 6. Does have his ultimate available, but I think, as you kind of mentioned before, the NASA support Fat Cat not playing like I feel like they need Orion to come down if there's any sort of dive threat there on the bot lane. The three of those Drury Panther players not going to be quite enough, I think, to handle the dive, especially as Kai gets level 6. So Kaiser's just going to back on off, head to the top side of the map, and Julian, who's actually hit level 6 first, is getting some counter jungling in as aggression roams down.
Yeah, they saw Kaiser on that ward in the tri-bush, so they're just like, you know what, let's take a camp, let's back out. No blue buff for Kaiser, and they also know where he is because I think they saw him on the way out. So no threat to aggression. Should be no threat to Kato as well, as they should be playing pretty safely or defensively, knowing that Kaiser is on this top quadrant of the map here. But so far, despite those 2 kills, Ohio Northern have been keeping the gold dead even, just off mechanical prowess, right? Gold or CS lead in the top lane, in the mid lane, a camp lead for Julian as well, and even in the bottom lane. Typically, Zaries fall down in CS. They don't actually have a strong laning phase, is up on Uno at the moment. So across the board, Ohio Northern just doing a good job farming up, keeping the gold even, and not giving too much after the kills. Is Quick Slice might look for a solo kill?
He's got the mechanics, but Aggression's going to try to turn on it. Ultimate being used. Quick Slice realizes he's a little bit in trouble. Aggression's looking for the dunk time. A lot of damage, but a lot of healing. The bleed, not going to finish Quick Slice quite off. I think he barely survives. Aggression toe-to-toe with Kaiser, who doesn't want to use the ultimate, but I fear he might have to use it. There it is to avoid the Q slam, but meanwhile, ONU turn their attention. Fat Cat with the roam can't quite help. Buzz is there as well. And it looks like all 6 Void Grubs are going to get secured by the Polar Bears as they continue to get neutral objectives all over the map. Yuno and Kai also here. The ADCs making their presence known on the top part of the map. Cuz getting low. Kaiser tried to take down Kai, who survives. Yuno into the back line with the ultimate. That killer instinct gets him a double kill. But the Polar Bears answer back with some kills of their own. Overall, a 2 for 2 as Kaiser getting a kill on the top lane. Makes it a 3 for 2 overall. Kata with some fancy moves. Gets him a kill onto Fat Cat. What a maneuver there. Popping off with that perfect execution.
Fat Cat was just down there to throw a Wither, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the Akali. Wither does nothing, right? No auto attacks. The slow doesn't matter. She's able to zip zoop around and kind of just go crazy. Unfortunate kill donated to Kato, right? A double kill for Yuno is good. Using that lethal tempo, this is going to be that dive-centric Kaisa that we've seen. Kraken Slayer, just a ton of upfront burst to go along with that passive for the Kaisa. So not that LS build that we're sometimes used to seeing. I think it's good here. You've got the Volibear, you've got the Ahri, you have the Aatrox, you want to be able to dive in. But unfortunately, Fat Cat couldn't really contribute too much in that fight. Wasn't level 6. Had 1 Wither, used it onto the Zeri, and that was kind of it. Luckily, there was enough damage to come out from both Kaiser and Yuno to get things going. Black Cleaver Rush for Julian is very interesting for the Lee Sin, just trying to shred whatever armor is being built, specifically on Fat Cat and Kaiser. Sundered Sky, though, going to be a lot more powerful of an item, especially in those skirmishes when he can proc it multiple times. The Q plus Sundered Sky is just so much burst.
Yeah, I think it's been what kind of has taken over for Volibear and made him so strong, but we got some skirmishing around the mid jungle. It's the 2v2. Let's see who comes out on top. Shibby, it's action across the rift as we got 2v2s going on. The mid jungle escape, but are roaming down into the bot lane. Fat Cat and Yuno in trouble. Fat Cat trying to keep his ADC alive. Kai hangs on and gets a kill, and it's a 2 for 0 as the Panthers bot lane goes down.
Yeah, not a ton of skirmishing power for this Nasus, and Julian's going in.
The charm connects off of the stun, and it's a shutdown for the rookie sensation. Orion gets a much-needed kill. Needed that gold, I think, to compete, because Kato's got 2 of his own.
Greedy guy here. The Malignance for Orion, most likely gonna be the first item for themselves, as Kato's probably building towards that Liandry's. Much better item now. Doesn't give mana, just gives health and AP. As Fat Cat, you did this once before, buddy. I don't know if you want this.
Kato looking for the kill, but the stun comes through. He does go on a killing spree, but the rest of the Panthers finish off the kill. And Shibby, is that going to lead into a dragon? The gold lead dead even between these two teams. Yuno and Kaiser start up the objective.
Julian is here. The rest of the gang is on their way. It's a 2v3. TP comes in.
Dragon secured. Now here comes the fight. Julian tries to escape. Quick Slice teleporting in. He brings the world to an end when he comes in with the teleport. A good cleanse from Kai to escape, but Julian meets a cruel fate. Quick Slice taking him down with the sword. Orion getting another kill as the solo laners make good moves. Aggression, no TP on the Darius. Is just going to have to try and earn back some gold, but with 6 Void Grubs, should be the turrets are in danger for the Panthers.
Yeah, he's going to get like 3 solo plates for himself. An investment coming out from Quick Slice. I like that from Orion, though. using his own TP to stop the rest of the push here. That's how you play with your TP advantage, right? You've got double TP to the singular of Ohio Northerns. Yes, Darius does get some alone time with those turrets, but that quick slice TP completely turned that play and fight around, right? They were able to TP in. Orion's able to come in as well. Makes it a 4v3 man advantage. Quick slice from the right, Ari from the left, and you have both Yuno and Fat Cat coming straight down the middle. They were enclosed on all sides as Cuz goes in with the hook.
Kaiser uses his ultimate as well. It's a 3-on-3. Kaiser W misses. Cuz goes down. The ADC is trying to get into this fight as aggression ghosts in and hooks in too. It's a big kick on top from Julian. And that's going to lead into a kill onto Kaiser. The aggression train doesn't stop there. He's running around with the ghost, but doesn't want to extend too far. The pushing power with Void Grubs on full display. With Kaiser going down, the Panthers lose their jungler, and that means Ohio Northern going for the objective. Rift Herald available. Kato with the assassination. Orion trying to escape, but you got to be careful. Kato doesn't use that final dash, but meanwhile, the Polar Bears picking up another neutral objective.
Yeah, they've gotten the Mountain Dragon earlier on. The first one, they got all 6 scrubs. They take the Herald as well, and I'm failing to see what this NASA support can really do. Like, yeah, you're getting the W on Zeri, but she's not really the problem. Kai is not the issue. It's Kato. It's aggression. It's Julian. As aggression just goes down, Quick Slice dunks him into the Earth's core.
Who's the problem? I think we just saw a bit of a problem there. Quick Slice level 11 on the Aatrox 204. Kaiser looking for more ganks. He just doesn't know when to stop when he's on the volley bear, and he can't help it. Almost 100% kill participation. Gonna try to survive the fight as Orion dashes in and deals so much damage. That's that first item. Malignant's doing work as Orion helps clean up a kill in the mid lane.
And this is Drury, slowly but surely trying to get a lead here. And we talked about that one devastating team fight that always kind of breaks Drury's back. Quick Slice going to get some alone time with this turret. With that kill onto aggression, no TP on the Darius allows him to pick that up. Not the first turret of the game, but still a nice little chunk of change. How does Drury navigate these team fights, right?
Yeah.
What can Fat Cat do? Who can he W, right? Who is he going to put on? Is it aggression? Who's going to be most likely ghosting in, running at your team, or is it going to be Zeri, who you can potentially burn the cleanse off of? I think playing around that wither timer for Drury is very important, right? Because realistically, in a singular team fight, Fat Cat's only going to get 1 rotation of spells off. He does have that Frozen Heart Rush going, so he will have extended cooldown duration, but that wither, I don't know if you can get more than 1 or 2 off in a fight, and by that time, usually it's determined, right? Whether Ohio Northern or Drury are winning it. So that very first proc and playing around it, I think Drury are not used to just yet.
And something kind of interesting to consider here, because Fat Cat with that veteran presence, we always got our eyes on him, but now the early lane phase is over. He's going to be moving around the map, but those early lanes are what we kind of stand out for him. And for these team fights we talked about for a lot of the season, Drury Panthers can't seem to find their footing in those kinds of moments. And for me, it's going to be interesting who kind of steps up, because it needs to be Yuno, Orion, and Quick Slice. One of these guys have to take over these team fights later on in the game. They're the damage dealers. They got to come through. There's Fat Cat with the W, not maxing it. I think Kai would be moving a lot slower if it was maxed. So it'll be interesting to see. Might have maxed the E for the armor shred as Kaiser looks for another little pick here with his stun. Not going to use the ultimate. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yeah, he might just be alternating between the two, right? WE, WE, WE. Bit of a different flavor of NASA support. That Wither still provides a lot of utility. Dragging up in 10 seconds, but look at Ohio Northern playing for mid-wave, right? Overloading it and saying, you know what? Yeah, you have to play for this or you lose your tier 2 and potentially more. Fat Cat's going to get hooked.
The potential pick. Julian tries to dash back. Fat Cat gets dunked. And now it's the aggression show. Ghost in, full stacks, trying to find more. A big Q. Quick Slice is in danger. Not very tanky, this Aatrox, just yet. And I think the pressure from aggression is enough for the Panthers to not want to go for this fight. They're forced to give up the objective. And ONU don't even use Rift Herald there. They still got it in their back pocket to use a later moment for more pressure.
And Drury just unable to find the team fight they need, right? Like the dream scenario for them is that maybe Fat Cat gets a wither down, or Kaiser gets a flash Q, and that kind of starts the fight. Orion hits a nice charm, right? There's not a real definitive big, like, kind of hook that Ohio Northern have on the side of Drury, where they can be like, yeah, go in now. I've got this guy CC'd forever. It's really Kaiser, like, kind of getting a flank, and if he's queuing into the whole team, he could easily just get, focused down and killed very, very quickly. It's not this tanky, super tanky Volibear, right, that we saw in the top lane. It's Sundered Sky. It's now a Spirit Visage, right? So the AD coming out from the Darius, from the Lee Sin, from the Zeri, that physical damage is going to burn through him pretty quickly. He's got a lot of health, but realistically, it's difficult for Drury to find those 5v5 team fights. While for Cuz, he's got to hook in, and the rest of the team just has to follow up pretty easily. You saw what happened to Fat Cat. Even when he ulted, he got kind of melted pretty quickly.
And key here for the carries on the side of ONU, the brothers Kato and Kai getting close or past that 2-item mark. Kai, a relatively, I'll say budget build or econ build, the Phantom Dancer Shiv, one of the, cheaper items in the game. And so he gets to that 2-item spike a little bit quicker. I know he's looking for maybe more 3-item spike, as Keegan's going to get caught here. Has to use the cleanse. Quick Slice going underneath. Rift Herald has been used as well.
Watch the TP.
The big kick from Julian is going to take Yuno out of the fight as Kato has found his target and he dashes in. Yuno goes down. ONU take over as the Panthers thought they had a catch, and it goes completely against them. Turned around. ONU had the cavalry ready.
And there's the one backbreaking team fight that just kind of stops Drury's momentum, right? They over-aggress, they get a little too hasty, they try to force something, and it just goes completely in the wrong direction. Ohio Northern doing a good job turning that around. I think once Kai burns the flash cleanse, you just kind of have to back off, right? You have to peel immediately. Taking that fight even further with Quick Slice entering into the World Ender, right? And then trying to look for that play even more. I think you take those sums, you leave, you play maybe for this next dragon, right? That's coming up in 3 minutes. You have the timer on Kai's flash, and that's probably the best you could go for. Fortunately, Drury over-aggress. And what was once an even game up until around like 17, 18 minutes, the 21-minute mark, Mac, it is nearly a 5,500 gold lead for Ohio Northern. And fortunately, Drury do not have the scaling options here, right? They're going against a Zeri. They're going against an Akali. Maybe Aatrox 6 items can start doing work. Potentially Kaisa. But I feel like Zeri and Akali are just going to go around and really just destroy Drury's backline.
Yeah. And from that fight, shout out Julian, who hit a nasty kick. I think taking down Yuno to half health, who had to try and flash to get out. And by the time Kato TP'd in, it was kind of easy work for the Akali to take over the rest of the fight. So shout out him for popping off in that big moment. Let's see, the Panthers down, but certainly not out. Orion still 3-0-3, and I think he was kind of notably absent out of that fight. As you kind of mentioned, they saw their opportunity trying to get their sums on Kai, and unfortunately just kept on going. Quick Slice not tanky on the Aatrox, has to be careful. Kato does miss the Shuriken mark, and Quick Slice going to try to make him pay in the side lane. It's one-on-one here. Kato actually used to force his ultimate out of there, as the Panthers continue to try and limit the Baron power play here. No way. The flash in. Quick Slice getting styled on. Does get the second Q. Can't get the third, though. Kato goes on a killing spree.
That's just being lazy, right? Like, that's just your autopilot. Like, you can't check out of the game like that. You just walk back a little bit more. You get to the turret. That kill doesn't happen. Like, I know Kato ulted out, but he's still 6-2-1, 5-2-1 before that kill. He can still kill you with his regular basic abilities. Unfortunate. I feel like Drury right now are kind of in that mode where they're not really trying to get back into the game. Not that I'm saying they're not trying, but it kind of feels like it's slipping through their fingers and they know it. And so they're just, trying to take what they can get, and it's not working.
And we got another dragon coming up here shortly as the Baron power play winds down. ONU ends up extending their gold lead to just about 8,000. And we're going to see those third item power spikes. Kai getting the Navori quick blades. Kato, super tanky as well. He's got a lot of health in this build and makes for a lot of value with the Crypt Bloom. Kaiser, after a strong early game, is now down kind of a level. Experience-wise, the game isn't too crazy, but the brothers, Kato and Kai, having big CS leads, having big games, big parts of the success here so far. Kai finding a way to escape some of those dives early on. He's got a big CS lead and is ready to take this next fight.
Yeah, and this Kai'Sa build's pretty interesting. Kraken Terminus now for themselves, right? Just trying to whittle through the armor and MR, whatever is existent on Ohio Northern side. Lucky for Jury, they got that one dragon, so technically it's not like a lost game, right? Ocean Soul is going to be available in 5 minutes, or around the 29.5-minute mark is when ONU will be threatening that soul point, or soul, as they get onto soul point here. Like I said, the scaling is not in their favor. Kai has already picked up the Navori. I don't know if you saw, there's a big debate recently on Twitter about like Navori versus IE. I'm in the Navori camp. I personally think it allows for more mobility, and in theory allows for more DPS, because you can survive, especially under the threat of Kaiser, of Orion, and Fat Cat.
Yeah.
Having those extra E cooldowns is that much more important.
You got to be able to dance around and try to escape them from diving on, especially Ian's still E after getting withered, so cooldown becomes even more important considering what Fat Cat's trying to do. Oh, and you just trying to siege even without Baron buff. A lot of threat on their side. Julian, flash kick available. I know, looking for a pick. Probably his prime target. Orion in Quick Slice trying to hold on for dear life in the side lanes. Is facing their kind of solo lane counterpart. Quick Slice trying to handle Kato. Orion trying to handle aggression. Range advantage, and I think lane advantage. Orion is in the matchup he wants to, trying to stay far away from Darius, and Quick Slice hoping he can survive more from Kato, but here's Orion potentially getting caught out.
He's dead.
This is what I thought, Orion. I thought you wanted it, but aggression is ready with the smoke. Kato going in, gets stunned up, is actually going to be taken down. It's Fat Cat with the shutdown, but huge flash kick. There's the Dragon's Rage from Julian. Somehow stays alive, but not for long as Kai tries to clean things up. But here comes Quick Slice, dealing a whole lot of damage. Aggression is here as well, though, trying to hang on. Quick Slice dashing back in. Quick Slice having a huge fight, gets the shutdown, but Julian underneath the turret's going to be taking more damage. The Panthers trying to defend their base at all costs. Lose an inhibitor. Don't lose anything in the bot lane. Kills going back and forth between the two teams.
Nice kick from Julian, right? A 4-man Dragon's Rage, I believe, is what he ended up getting there. CCing everybody, and Kato going down early is what kind of stops this Ohio Northern push. Also, Quick Slice just pumping out massive amounts of damage on this like lethality Aatrox. Very good from Drury to kind of hold on there, despite losing Orion in the bottom lane. And Quick Slice just pumping out as much damage as possible. And it's kind of rough for Ohio Northern, because they don't have the best ways to hit the turret, right? Their siege isn't amazing. They've got triple melee, top, mid, and jungle here. Realistically, Kai can go up, but every time he walks up, he's probably got to burn E to reposition out. So there are moments and there are opportunities for Drury to punish these oversteps, let's call him, as Kaiser is on the flank here. Let's see if they know. They don't actually spot him out.
Kai, no flash, but does have cleanse. Kaiser still looking for this pick, though. Can follow up, I believe, off of the stun, but it's a whole lot of damage out of Kai. Aggression and Kato trying to find flanks in this fight. Orion and I know we're kind of scared at this moment. Aggression, look at this. He's gone all the way behind. Orion's not ready. It's a scary Darius in the back line. Kato's there as well. Orion runs for the hills, but still alive, but not for long. The dunk comes through, and you are taking over the fight. Aggression,
oh my God,
picking up quills all over the pace. Kato finishes with a triple. Quick Slice tries to hang on there. So much healing from the Aatrox, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. Super minions in the base. Death timer significant. Kaiser's going to try and defend the base, but Chippy, I think this might be it for game number 1. Down goes the bear. It's an ace for Ohio Northern to finish off game number 1. After the bear and power play, they powered to victory and come out with the victory.
And such a solid early game from Jury, right? Like, Kaiser was getting ganks off, a double kill put into the pockets of right? Like, there was components and elements there, but slowly but surely it just started to unravel, and that's just kind of been the story of the Panthers this season, I think, right? And in a lot of their games, they can hang with some of the best in that early game, but come the mid-game decision-making, come trying to use that gold lead to your advantage and start pushing it towards an end, that's when they start to unravel. And ONU did a very good job just holding on, very resilient, and just punishing the oversteps and misplays from Drury here. Kato having a massive game on the Akali. And I think as well, Kai kind of showing up on the Zeri quietly, right? Obviously didn't have the flashiest of games, but solid CS lead, was pumping out more damage, was always a threat. And unfortunately, the NASA support not able to put in the work that I thought it would in these mid-game team fights. He felt kind of just like bait or hook fodder, and that was it, right? Like you'd get hooked, I'm ulting, I throw one wither, and I throw my E and I'm dead, right? That's all that would happen. Unfortunately, not enough for Drury. They go down 0-1, backs against the wall. ONU just need to win one more game to punch themselves a ticket into the LAN. And if Drury lose here, they've got to watch from their computers like me and you, Mac.
Yep. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should come to watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest at Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. ONU, one game away from punching their ticket there. If you want to see the brothers in action, Kato and Kai, they're putting on a show right now through the start of this series. Use command !Spring Championship in the chat and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. We certainly hope to see you there, and we hope to see you after the break. Shibby, we got Game 2 coming up in just a few minutes.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
I think there's two answers here.
I would say Julian.
Not league related necessarily, but like
can't say myself.
You cannot say yourself, obviously.
Julian.
Yeah. Who's popping up on your For You page?
Julian. And for the worst.
He gets like, there's like some incident where like a bird like ends up causing a crash, and then Julian gets hit, but like he's fine.
Yeah.
But then he's like suing the bird.
But I might be in the background somewhere, so I can't,
You're behind the camera.
Yeah, I'm recording him.
I think my mid laner Kato might go viral if he says the wrong thing and the catch him for saying the wrong thing.
Kato is like the go-to. Yeah, it literally split.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a plethora of things for him. Like, you can say good or bad.
I think it's probably Kato. For making probably.
I think my ADC, Kai, will probably go viral for just being a really handsome gamer.
I feel like he'd be on the news for just something outrageous at some point. Like, whether it's at work
because of him, or he's just at a crazy like event.
I could see both happening on top of each other.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
You're on the dev team, okay? And you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in for this team?
I'm bringing in a character that just gets rid of Karthus.
Game & Watch from Smash Bros. Where there's
Just bring in Game & Watch.
Julian from Madagascar. It's gotta be.
The lemur?
The lemur?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Get Sasha Baron Cohen to do the voice again.
No.
I think we do like Abe Lincoln, but but not like the real Abe Lincoln.
Yeah.
Like, the statue one.
Poe, like Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, okay. Jack Black voicing.
Everything.
Yeah.
you walk up to them, and it's like, oh, you're like full items, and then you do no damage, or like you walk up to them, you're like one item, and you just like one
You
hit
just
them.
get 9.
Yeah.
My name's after, so I have to do that one.
Okay, so what's the old? What's the
What's the
defining
olds?
part of the kit?
He sends out Maurice, like Annie, you know? Like Maurice comes,
Another
messes
summon?
him up. Yep,
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. But he has Mort and Maurice, so it's like 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you alter. Wait, isn't this the Undertaker? Isn't this York?
Sure, but York doesn't do anything against Karthus, bro. Like,
It's body check like as much as possible.
How do we distinguish Poe from Gragas in gameplay then?
I mean, he's just a little more nimble, I think.
Okay. Inside on the
He like takes his top hat off and
Yeah.
then he just like throws it.
It's a projectile.
Exactly. And it comes back to him.
Abe Lincoln with range.
Yeah, and then he just turns into a stone and he's like 10,000 HP.
I don't know how it's gonna be balanced.
Yeah, it won't be. It won't be.
I hate that champ. Get that champ out of here.
You just want to watch the world burn. At that point, like everybody would hate that character.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
What are the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event like this?
Kind of like a fun vacation away from my school too, where I get to travel with my teammates, like some of my best friends.
I just love traveling. I think traveling is a lot of fun.
The fact that I'm coming to land to play with people, and just be able to see them, or if there's in the same vicinity, you just adds another aspect to it.
Being in the environment is way different than like being in our rooms back at school.
Other than that, obviously playing in person, I prefer compared to playing online. It feels a little more intimate.
Yeah,
a little more intimate. Absolutely.
Sure.
I think it's really awesome being able to see the other athletes from other schools and like their performances, their excitement.
You've just seen everyone just be able to put just a face to the name.
Yeah, for sure.
They are.
For sure.
Having your opponent right across from you,
Yeah.
and then winning, and then looking them in the eye and just be like, yeah, good game.
Yeah. Do you think you play better?
I mean, obviously the trash talking that too.
No, I think I got the lane buff. I got the
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like, yeah, you wanted me so bad, and look where it got you.
My name's Josh. My gamer tag is Vibe7. I play for the Rocket League team here at Illinois College.
My name is Glenn. I play Rocket League. My gamer tag is GG801.
I'm from Illinois College. I play Rocket League. My name's Dwight, and my gamer tag is Ron.
My name's Austin Schaefer Snyder. My ID is Austin316.
Nova. My nickname or game name is Celius. I play Valorant.
All right. I'm David Stern, the head coach for Illinois College.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
I have a pretty clear answer.
Oh yeah.
No, I got it. Dwight right there.
Dwight.
Okay.
Boone.
Dwight.
And Dwight. Yeah, I mean.
I definitely think Dwight would be the one that would go viral. That's probably a popular answer so far.
Maybe we omit Dwight from the realm of possibility.
I think I gotta say Dwight. He's just
somebody get this man off social media. And for whatever reason, it can be yourself, which you were a very popular answer for the rest of the team.
Yeah, he will 100% go viral for something stupid that he says. 100%.
Oh, I think it go viral for literally anything.
Okay.
He is the most loose cannon of our entire program.
Oh, Dwight is an interesting character. He would either go viral for doing something really great, like something wholesome, or he would go viral for like, I don't know, just doing something really stupid.
You're just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's almost like y'all scripted this because it's so cohesively uniform in the answer.
Sometimes when we're playing Val together and sometimes I don't get the headshot off, I know he can.
Oh,
So, you know what I mean? He's always there for me.
Another wholesome response.
For sure.
Yeah, not too bad. Dwight, that might have been your most raving review yet.
Glenn.
Glenn, okay.
He's so quiet.
Okay.
But I just feel like at any point, he's going to say one comment out of pocket and just get us.
Just get caught?
Just got caught. And we're all going to be like, what? I don't trust him. A little bit too silent.
welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC 2024 CLUL playoffs. My name's Mac Dewey. Thank you guys so much for joining us as we are headed into game number 2 of our first series of the Monday night doubleheader. We got 4 teams should be trying to punch their tickets to the MEC Championship LAN, and ONU take that first step forward, taking game number 1 over Drury.
Yep. Pretty convincing fashion come the mid game, right? I think Drury held their own in the early game. It's kind of been the story of this team. Solid 15-minute gameplay. Like they're, a top 4 team if the game was only 15 minutes long. But unfortunately, League of Legends, it's not just early game. Mid-game shot calling, very important. They did lack in the objective control, but I could see why, considering, they were trying to get lanes going. They wanted solid gold leads before they wanted to fight. I get the idea. But you saw that come later on in the game when Ohio Northern was just grouping. Not a lot Drury could do, especially when their comp was kind of designed to pick one person out. They kind of kept targeting the Zeri, who had the flash, who had the cleanse, almost always available for those pick potentials. And so you couldn't really do anything after you've blown your summoner spells, you've blown your cooldowns. And the team comp kind of falls apart for Drury there. This Nasus not having the effect I thought it would in some of these team fights with the Wither, with the E and Armor Shred and MR Shred. And so this composition kind of falls apart. While you look on the Ohio Northern side, Kali was ahead. Julian was finding a lot of good picks with the Lee Sin. Aggression got his Darius, and he was allowed to really kind of go off in some of these team fights, right? The Flash Ghost into the Apprehend was getting 2 people consistently, and kicking the fights off that way. Yeah, kicking the fights off that way, much easier, right? Especially if you have the Nautilus in tow as well. It's a very simple, quick go button, while on the side of Drury, it's a lot more complicated, and it's a lot harder to follow up on a flash volley Q or a stun or a charm that lands, right? It's a lot different.
Yeah, and I think kind of in that same vein, the Panthers kind of struggling with the shot calling aspect a little bit. I think particularly we kind of saw some desync. Fat Cat on the Nasus, when Kaiser's going in, stunning people up, there isn't as much follow-up from the Nasus support as you might hope. When you're trying to burst out these targets, people like I are able to flash out and survive through the fight, despite being slowed down by things like the Wither. Nasus, not a lot of burst damage, not a lot of burst CC, can't follow up with the Volley Bear super effectively. So Panthers kind of falling a bit behind in that mid game once the Polar Bears started rolling, getting those fights. Julian popping off, having a great game, and Aggression as well, really transforming those team fights. I think for a lot of the Dariuses, sometimes we see them not have great impact in the team fights, be in the side lanes, not really worry about things, but overall I thought Aggression was doing a really good job of grouping with the team, using the Ghost at really valuable times. When you see a Darius going in, getting 2 with the Apprehend, and he just starts dunking all over the place, it's really, really fun to watch for us here in the booth, as well as for the ONU fans at home, because these are exactly the kinds of performances they were hoping for to see from the squad as they try to punch that championship LAN ticket. Julian on the Lee Sin instead of the Sejuani, looking phenomenal. They're going to be hoping to build on that success as we get geared up and ready to go for game number 2. My first thought really is Shivy. Drury picking Ari first for Orion did pretty solid in surviving the lane, staying ahead. He was keeping pace with Kato up until about that 20-minute mark. And so I wonder if they're going to switch things in the mid lane, and especially not only in the mid lane, but I'm thinking about the support as well. What's Fat Cat going to be picking in game 2?
Yeah, as Bard got banned out, they kind of pinched his champion pool a little bit. Got a little wacky, got a little wild, brought out the NASA support. I don't know if they're going to try to reel Drury back in here, or do or die situation, loser goes home. Might as well bring out all the strategies, I think, for Drury, right? Like if Fat Cat's got another crazy support pick, why not? If your mid lane's got something cooking, if your top lane, like I think if I'm Drury, I'd rather not go home with like some picks in my back pocket or some stuff that I could have brought out in these kinds of situations. For ONU, I think they understand their game. They know how to play it. If Darius gets opened up again, Aggression's going to take that. If you leave the Akali open, you better have like a good option against it if you're Drury. I feel like ONU haven't really been tested so far, even in the other couple drafts, even in the GVU game. I feel like they got some of their stuff. They just kind of misexecuted. In this case, I feel like ONU hasn't really had to dig deep into their pockets for draft for, champions that they need to pull out here. They kind of just play what they want, and it kind of works together cohesively. Julian and Kato working hand in hand together to kind of get that Akali ahead was very smart. And Kai is just a very self-sufficient AD carry, a bit of a different tune than kind of last year where he was gathering all the resources, being a dominant force. It feels like he's kind of taken a step back in that carry role and has just been more of a consistent DPS threat, which is still very good, right? Creating your own leads, being able to hold your own is very valuable in some of these games, especially when you've got such a dominant top side with aggression, with Kato, with Julian on like these very heavy gold income kind of champions.
Yeah, and not only that, for ONU, they were controlling the early objectives, all the Void Grubs going their way, a lot of the early Dragons going their way. And for Game 2, Shibby, we do see the sides have been swapped. ONU on the blue side, Drury now with that red 5 counter pick. Might try to hope and cook up something, but I feel like this draft doesn't change too much of what the two teams are trying to do. ONU, I think, going to continue trying to limit Fat Cat's impact, banning away the Karma, banning away the Bard. Don't want him on those comfort options. Panthers, meanwhile, they banned a lot of strong blue 1 picks already. The Varus before, I think we'll see that come up again.
Yeah, Varus is probably going to be banned away. Like you mentioned, Drury, I don't know if they necessarily need to switch their bans up. If they want to give Quick Slice kind of a better matchup into that top lane. He did fine in the Darius. Like, he was getting solo kills. He was pretty strong as the Aatrox independently. But maybe they want to just remove that from ONU's hands. That wouldn't be a bad choice from them. ONU doesn't really need to change, right? Like, if it's not broke, you don't got to fix it. Remove the Bard. Remove potentially the Karma if you don't want to play it yourselves. Like, take away the power picks for Drury. And just kind of force them to pick stuff a little bit unorthodox and just play your game. I think ONU have very strong B1s, right? If they want to go it, right? Like you said, if it was Varus would be opened up here. Drury banned that away. You've got the Akali. You've got the Darius for aggression. Udyr as well. Julian can pick up things like Xin Zhao, right? That was banned away by Drury. Lee Sin again, right? I think for Kai as well, their strong AD carries opened up if he doesn't get banned out in the second rotation. Jinx, Aphelios. There's a lot of B1able stuff for ONU. And I think if you're that kind of team, blue side is just really good for you.
On top of that, Shibby, I think the Volley Bear might come up as a contested pick because the Panthers might not want to ban it because of how good Kaiser's been performing on it. But ONU might go ahead and just take their mascot with the first pick in the draft because it's pretty strong and it's also flexible, as Aggression or Julian could opt for it into the jungle or the top lane. A lot of times, those flexible champions, nice to pick early on in the draft as you get to keep your options open, as you get to see what the rest of your opponent puts together. Another support ban, Karma, taken away from Fat Cat, and now I think comes a critical decision for Drury. What else do you want to take away from ONU? I think, as you kind of mentioned before, ONU didn't have to go deep in their bag. A lot of what they picked in game number 1 was comfort. It was their classics. There's peanut butter and jelly for a good reason. You take it, you pack it to school every day for lunch, and Drury Panthers got to seek to try to put ONU out their comfort zone. Aggression's Gnar, really popular. I think pretty much save bans for them from game 1, right?
Yeah, was not really a big PB and J guy myself.
No
growing up, actually. Yeah, I didn't like peanut butter until I got older. Oddly enough, as the Hecarim is being hovered here, Gnar being removed from Aggression's champion pool. Do they just lock this thing in? Is this a for fun game for ONU? It is the Hecarim locked in. Julian bringing out something new. I have not seen him in a while. I've missed him so. I think the last time we saw a lot of Hecarim was prevalent during that Udyr Hecarim meta, right? It was the full clear Titans themselves.
Yeah.
Other than that, which I really loved, I know a lot of people hated it, but I thought it was really cool that Hecarim and Udyr were the two best champions in the jungle. But I like it, right? If you don't feel threatened by Drury's early game, if you can manage it, just farming up on the Hecarim, just getting to that point where you can start one-shotting 80 carries. Onslaught of Shadows is a very good tool, especially against deathball compositions or even catching people out. Just being able to move onto the map quicker and sooner than any other jungler virtually is a very, very strong tool, especially for somebody like Julian who wants to get things going, who wants to get things done early onto the map. But Drury are going to lock that Nautilus for themselves. Fat Cat is back in Nautilus jail. He's back in Nautilus jail. No more wacky picks for you.
What were you thinking? NASA support, get on back in there. Get back in the super suit. You gotta get that dredgeline hook going for us. So, Drury, though, I think this is, I think in game number 1, I wonder if they really had hoped to get the Nautilus with the Kaisa. Probably so. So, you in game number 1 probably did some draft stealing a little bit. Nautilus a support power pick. Able to get that one away from the Panthers. Talking about comfort zone, though, Akali not banned away, and Kato and Orion are going to go toe-to-toe once again in the mirror matchup from game number 1. Kato back on Akali, Orion back on Ari. I wonder, in terms of draft prep, I wonder, Orion, this is the champion I want to go into Kato. It's what I feel most comfortable on. You get a lot of dashes, and we get ONU picking a solid counter-engage tool. Nautilus often used in dive compositions for his heavy engage, and Alistar with the headbutt says, nope, get on out of there, we don't want you anywhere near us, but can also facilitate awesome engages as well. He's really flexible.
Yeah, typically when the Nautilus gets locked early, you'll see a Braum rotated, because the moment Nautilus hooks in, Braum can just throw the Winter's Bite, get the concussive blasts going, and kind of just, or concussive blows, sorry, and just kind of punish the Nautilus the moment he hooks in. Although the Wukong Ari, spicy composition, a lot of team fight potential. I like Wukong in the jungle. He got some buffs recently. His passive takes half as long to stack up. He loses them one by one now, the armor and MR. A lot of people thought it was kind of excessive. I think he's in a fine spot here, and I think with Wukong, with Ari, this mid-jungle duo, you could argue stronger in the mid to late game, right? I think Wukong with the Cyclone shreds armor is very, very good. Don't know if he's going to be able to outfarm the Hecarim, unfortunately. He's not going to be that fast. So he's going to have to look for ganks. He's going to have to look for plays here as top lane is being pinched by Drury, right? So Gnar was taken away in the first rotation. Darius removed for aggression here. Looks like ONU are going to ban away Yuno's Twisted Fate. I was not a fan of it, the 80 carry Twisted Fate. I guess they know something I don't. Maybe it rocked them in scrims, or maybe they just don't want to deal with a champion like that. Yuno's been putting a ton of time into that Twisted Fate. Fat Cat was trying to sell it to me a while ago, a couple weeks ago. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. It's a snake oil salesman. I don't believe in Twisted Fate 80 carry. I like it top lane. I like it mid lane. I just don't believe in the 80 carry Twisted Fate.
Well, Shibi, it did. Quick Slice had a game on it as well in the top lane for Drury, so I wonder if it's a top lane ban, mostly focused on Quick Slice, as I do kind of see it, though, with the Nautilus stun card into Dredgeline. Come on, Chibi. It's pretty good. It's a value sale. Only $13.99 plus shipping and handling, plus any upcharge taxes. Aatrox, another top lane ban, I guess we'll assume, for these second phase bans for ONU. Going to be trying to limit Quick Slice's impact. He had a few really fun moments on the Aatrox there in game number 1. So close to taking over some of those fights, but the healing not quite enough. I think they're going to save the Red 5 counter pick for Quick Slice, so probably a bot laner coming in Red 4 here for the Drury Panthers.
Could be the Kaisa if they want to lock it in. They're actually going to opt in to take the Zarya away. So they're just going to yoink ONU's bot lane from game 1. I like that. I like that. Let me just steal that here. And so what does ONU have to offer, right? With this Alistar, you've got to, like you said, a lot of counter engage or peel potential. They're going to lock the Gragas in. The great neutralizer in the top lane kind of just pairs up and matches well into anything, really, in the top side. It's really hard to move him. He's a melee champion disguised, right? He's a range champion disguised as a melee champion. Realistically, barrels can hit you from a mile away. He easy. He gets phase rush. He dips on out. They're gonna go Kai'Sa Alistar here. I like that. It's gonna be that dive centric Kai'Sa most likely. In with the Onslaught of Shadows. In with the Pulverized Headbutt. In with the perfect execution from the Akali. That's fine here. I love that. And the Gragas as well into the Wukong, into the Ahri, splits that team composition up. And the R5 is just Udyr. I mean, like, I get it, but if that's what we're really saving it for, I'm not the biggest fan.
Especially, I feel like a lot of times top lane matchups can be maybe the most volatile, but as you said, Gragas is the great neutralizer. What do you pick into him to counter him? You band away the Darius, which I feel like arguably would not be too bad. The Gnar as well, taken off of the board. Quick Slice loses his Aatrox, loses the Twisted Fate, and so he's got to go into the back a little bit, Shibby, and feels some change. Is that a nickel? Is that a penny? It's Udyr into the top lane. We get to round out the compositions. Kai, as you mentioned, some yoinking going around, some champions playing on opposite sides of the rift this time around. Kai piloting the Kai'Sa, on the Zeri. Should make for an interesting match, Shibby, as we're going to hop into a quick break before we get loaded onto the rift. Don't click out of that browser. Game 2 is coming right up. Hello everyone and welcome onto the Rift for our second match of this first series of the Monday night doubleheader Ohio Northern trying to punch their ticket to the MEC Spring Championship land with one more victory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, the Drury Panthers, they're back up against the wall with one more loss, Shibby. They're sent to the couch for the rest of the season. It's the losers bracket semifinal matchup of our double elimination tourney. It all comes down to this as the Panthers are on the prowl in the jungle as 5. They do hunt best in pack. They are looking for an early pick. Maybe Kai's going to get caught out here. Fat Cat ready with the hook. He's going to check out the bush. He dives in. Kai sees it coming. Is able to get on out of there. Trinket Ward placed down. And on the top side of the map, I think we're going to see the rest of ONU try to get some early vision down. But right now, Julian and Aggression aren't moving a bit.
Yeah, I don't think they know who's actually all there. They only saw the Nautilus hook in. I don't know if they expect like full 5, or maybe there's some people still hanging around the top side. So they don't actually get the counter vision, like you mentioned, onto the red side of Drury here. And so we're going to see mirrored starts for them, both starting on the same side. Top side for them, but pathing down. Why not? Why wouldn't you path to your Alistar or your Nautilus, right? Why would you path to Gragas and Udyr? That's a snooze fest. I'm sorry, Mac. When I see that, I'm just like, yeah, I'm never going top. If I'm a jungler, unless they're egregiously overpushed or something like that, as Udyr can get lane control early on. That's the good thing about him, is that on levels like 1, 2, he can really start to wrestle lane control, but then Gragas will start getting it back, level 3 and so on and so forth, right? Because of the healing, because of his ability to interrupt the dashing and the ability to poke from far away. He just becomes this trading monster. He's just got to weather the storm against Udyr early on.
Meanwhile, the Drury bot lane know they have lost the fight for level 2 and have to play it safe as a hook comes through. W connects from Kai, and some solid trading from the bot laners. Fat Cat, forced to play it safe on the Zeri Nautilus. That empowered Phoenix stance, meanwhile, for Quick Slice, in the top lane. Doing a whole lot of damage to Aggression's early game, but as you mentioned, Rockets got solid sustain. So far, the junglers both heading to the bottom side of the map. Both of them full clearing, getting all those minions up. And Julian on the Hecarim pick, only a sophomore from Sacramento, California. He's got that marketing major, Shibby. Making the most of it, making ONU look so darn good from the jungle.
Love how his last name's Lay Forest Tier as well, and he's a jungle main. I mean, he's just kind of built.
He's built for it. Yeah,
he's built for it. Yeah, he was born for it, really. And not a lot to be done. I think the interesting note is that Cuz actually ended up opting for Glacial Augment instead of the Aftershock on the Alistar. So he's just looking to do as much CC as possible, right? Because the idea is that you get the WQ down. If you hit it into a big team fight, you can get multiple members. The slows Drury down, and it also reduces their damage. I get the idea, but it makes you less tanky. So if he goes in, he doesn't have ultimate available, or if they try to focus him down, he's not going to be as tanky as he normally would be, which on Fat Cat's side, with the Aftershock, kind of allows him to hook in and not get punished too much, right? We see it all the time. Hooks in, it's like, oh, he's going to die. Aftershock is popped, W's popped, he just dredge lines back out, and it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Super tanky supports taking over the meta.
Julian does get an early recall, and once again, ONU, I think, timing pretty well around these big objectives as the bot lanes are going to once again try and go fighting with each other. Is actually looking for more, but he got the worst part of that trade. Meanwhile, Kaiser trying to use his lack of recalling as an opportunity to get this early gank off. They're trying to dodge around the barrel. Kaiser blocking the body slam, a flash away from Aggression is going to be forced to be used to get on out of there, and I think a good use of Kaiser's time getting some priority in that top lane to maybe look for grubs here.
Yeah, Quick Slice using that Udyr. This is the luxury that you get when you have an Udyr on your side of the team in the top side. You can pretty much get all objectives up there, right? Because Aggression, and pretty much any laner, it's really hard to go toe-to-toe with the Udyr. Because of how much damage you can do, the innate sustainability. I mean, I don't know. I still think you're shocked sometimes at how big the W shield is right on point, Mac. They're going to get those grubs. Yeah, I mean, I hated the Udyr in the terms of like saving it for R5, but I can't deny that it's a fundamentally very good top laner.
You can't ignore greatness, Shibby. You can't help it. Just keeps coming up time and time again, and it has been this funny way of Udyr showing up for when we cast MEC again and again. Because we got to be careful. Can't go dive in the Udyr deep lores. We got 2 members of ONU in the bot lane lurking. They don't go through with the dive. Orion roams from the mid lane. Nobody's level 6 yet. It's a less than ideal time as a hook connects there onto Cuz, who's got to be careful. Fat Cat, not a whole lot of mana to keep the trade going. Kaiser, meanwhile, on the top side of the map, he's just farming camps. But, Chibi, I feel like every time the MEC rolls around, somehow, some way, Season 13, Season 14, Udyr is back, baby. Felt like these past few years, it's been a while since Udyr's felt this good.
Yeah, there was a dark period where like he just was
dark times.
Where he just like was like not good at all. Your itemization was bad. You didn't really know when to pick him. Like there were better options. But I kind of like even prior to his rework. Yeah, there was the chem tank era where he would just everyone would build chem tank and go crazy. I think prior to his rework, it was kind of cool with like the Hecarim Udyr meta, like clearing super fast and just because jungle was so unhealthy at the time in regards to like clearing that those two were the only characters that could survive it and come out relatively high on HP. Yeah, I've been enjoying the Udyr love, especially with the new rework and how fun he's been to play. I think he's one of those champions that I think should always have a solid spot. Maybe not meta necessarily, but should always be decently good because of how fair he feels sometimes. Like, I think he's pretty fair relative to the other champions in League of Legends.
It's one of those, I feel like some champions get the 200 years classification, where not only it's how long it takes for you to read their abilities, but also the amount of gameplay they have. For Julian, meanwhile, he's going to look for a top lane gank. Quick Slice does not have the empowered W. Julian, though not yet level 6. Once again, the ultimate not there when he needs it. Kaiser, meanwhile, has the Cyclone ready. He's going to use it. Fat Cat roaming up into the top lane as well. The flash from Kaiser. He's looking for the solo kill. He's going deep for it. Aggression. No explosive cask to knock him back in. Kaiser can go as far as he wants. He did use the flash, though, trying to pick up that kill. He comes up a little short somehow, some way. We are 8 minutes into a MEC game, and can't speak too soon. Just before that 8-minute mark, first blood comes through. I was like, how has there not been a kill yet?
Greedy lad, Julian. Greedy guy. Was like, oh, they burned everything. They're not going to come for me. I'm going to just go back to my top side of the jungle. I don't think they saw Fat Cat on the roam. So realistically, he's like, well, Kaiser, is he just going to walk in by himself? Probably not. Although Fat Cat spots him out, gets the hook, and Kaiser's able to pick up a kill. He's able to pick up the blue buff. A ton of gold going into his pockets right now. And once again, Drury with the decent, if not solid early game. You have to wonder, after 15 minutes, this team just kind of turns into nothing, right? They don't really feel that threatening anymore.
The one downside with that top of the map play is that gets left out to dry in the bot lane. Kai, so much CS already. He's got 85 at the 9-minute mark, almost 10 CS per minute. His elite numbers. Will really help him potentially become a late game carry threat. I think we're seeing a similar build from not seeing the LS strats weave into the MEC just yet. They're going for that DPS Kraken Slayer Kaisa build, which would be more helpful, I think, with taking down the likes of Fat Cat. But we got a duel here around the second set of Void Grubs. No support, Shibby. It is 3-on-3 as Kato and Julian pick up the first one. Kaiser waiting for the ultimate. Cyclone not yet ready. Onslaught of Shadows. It looks like it's on cooldown. And the Drury Panthers with Cuz roaming up here are unfortunately going to miss out on the Void Grubs. They're traded 3 for 3, so not the worst case scenario, but Drury didn't quite go as planned. I think they were hoping for that 6 grub mark, but at least this time for them, their early kind of forethought with the objectives does kind of pay off. Make sure at least ONU doesn't doesn't stack up all those grubs. And we actually see Kai turn out relatively okay compared to how pressured Yuno was when playing around the top side of the map. So I think that's pretty big.
Yeah, that nice chunky CS lead that Kai has allows Cuz to roam. And oh my god, they found him under vision.
Fat Cat forced to flash away and take the dredge line out, but he uses the ultimate as well, and that's a lot of big cooldowns just to escape.
Yeah, he was backing on vision, and Cuz wasn't pathing toward him, so Fat Cat didn't suspect anything. And he has to burn the flash. Has to burn the ultimate as well, right, to stop the damage coming out from Kai. They can look for a regank. They can look for some plays here, knowing that the health is low, doesn't have the ultimate available, doesn't have flash. They can potentially look for a kill opportunity as Kai is going for the Kraken Rush. So should have the evolved Q, I believe.
Oh boy, that's always
ready.
fun.
Yeah, level 7, 11 minutes in.
Sheesh.
That's rough. 26 minutes, 26 seconds, sorry, until this dragon comes up here. You have to believe Ohio Northern are going to be able to get this, right? They've got the priority in the bot side. Kato's been doing a really good job laning into Orion. And even with that top priority, it's sad that Jury could not, start stacking those grubs. I feel like Quickslice is doing a damn good job right now in this Udyr, just limiting the amount of impact aggression has. And realistically, it is a Gragas. You're not really going to wait. You're not really going to do anything until mid-game, but stifling him, keeping his item breakpoints a little bit longer, right? The tier, Roa, those kind of things. Once that gets built, aggression just can start mowing through Drury with these abilities. He's gonna hurt, man.
Shibby, we got an interesting macro movement going on here as the teams figure out how to try and position around this objective. Just like game number 1, the Panthers are trying to not shy away from these early fights. Kaiser's got his first item online. Fat Cat's got a hook there as Orion dives in. They're looking for Kai, who almost goes down, but somehow escapes. Cuz, meanwhile, his will's unbreakable. Julian is taken down as Cuz falls, and it's 2 kills for the Panthers around this objective. Everybody came on down for the fight, and it pays off.
Fat Cat doing a really good job getting that hook. I don't know if they knew Quickslice was already there, right? Like he kind of was on the roam timer before aggression. He was like 5-6 seconds ahead of him. That hook onto Kai forces the flash out, and they're just able to kind of clean up, right? Cuz being the sacrificial cow in this case, not the lamb, gives his life over so the rest of his team can stay alive here. And that's kind of the unfortunate duty if you are the Alistar. It's like, all right, we got engaged on. I'm just going to burn my cooldowns, burn my ult, and like if we can turn, we can turn. If we can't, just leave me to die. And we're probably going to see a lot more of that as the game kind of progresses and continues. I like Quickslice's build here, going for the Leandries. A lot of Udyrs will just go full tank and be kind of useless. The big thing about him, and you've heard me talk about it so many times, is that the Leandries plus Empowered R will just burn through some of these teams, right? Especially this like quadruple melee team that Ohio Northern has. You can't really chunk together and group up because of the damage you'll take.
What do you think, Shibby? Is it the microwave or is it the air fryer? Kind of like air fryers, it's like Phoenix with wings. It kind of works a little bit. Aggression, meanwhile, trying to get a plate. Gonna use the explosive cast. Yuno might be in trouble. A beautiful body slam away from turret, but Yuno's got a lot of damage. Flashing the additional move speed, I think, from the Infernal Feathers is gonna be enough for aggression to escape, but he's forced to flash. Yuno also used his his summoner spells as looking at the objective on the map. Julian starting up Rift Herald. We got another fight on the opposite side of the map. A flash in from Kaiser to knock up Kai as he's getting low. Another Cyclone Storm comes in. He may be feared, but the storm don't stop as he finishes off the ONU ADC. And it's 4 members going down as the Panthers pop off and take the fight.
What a beautiful flash cyclone from Kaiser, right? Just to get into the fight, get onto Kai, get onto Kato. It looked a little rough for Jury after that, right? I was like, wait a minute, they got CC'd up, but they had more than enough damage to come in, and a really nice play. Fat Cat has been finding the hooks onto Kai, and I feel bad because each one has either resulted in a flash or a kill in this case, and it's been a damn good job getting the hooks onto the priority targets here and setting up Drury to kind of win these fights. 7-0 kill score. 3,000 gold only separates these two teams. But Mac, 15 minutes have rung, and now I start fearing for Drury. This is where I start losing faith in this team ever so slowly.
Well, they've got a 3,000 gold lead, a lot more than they were able to muster up in game number 1, and 7 kills to 0. Fat Cat, we talked about, I mean, we've been focusing, we harped on the NASA support, not because it was troll, not because we don't care about this top lane fight, because Fat Cat is a playmaker. And in this one, he's got 100% kill participation, and it's just like last Monday. The veterans for the Drury Panthers are stepping up and making a lot of plays. Let's see if they can keep it rolling, as the next dragon going to spawn in just over 90 seconds, about 110 mark here, as Kaiser does have the Rift Herald. And ONU, we got to see how well they played around having the Rift Herald and with Dragon being up. Let's see how the Panthers manage this situation. It's really key for them because they've got the pieces, right? It's like chess, right? You got the bishop here. It's putting pressure on the pin piece a little bit. Let's see what they can do here with these objectives and with their lead.
Much more of a tic-tac-toe guy myself, Mac. No, I get what you're saying, though, right? Like, for Drury, they're setting up, they're doing the right things, they're in the right positions, but I just fear that they're going to try to over-aggress, they're going to overstep, and it's that one dreaded team fight that breaks Drury's back. That's been the story for them. That's been kind of their big weakness, is that just cannot get it done. They push and push and push, and sometimes they push for a little too much here. So they're not going to actually ride the Herald in, surprisingly. Just going to let it crash here, and 45 seconds before the Dragon. I feel like there was a better opportunity to use it, but mid lane turret down to pretty much 10% of its HP here. Ohio Northern just do have to kind of scale up a little bit, right? They do have aggression on that double scaling build with the Roa, with the Tear of the Goddess. Also look on the side of Kai and Kata. Once they hit 2 items, it'll be really rough for Yuno to kind of participate in some of these fights, right? If he gets caught out on this area, which is very easy against the Alistar, the WQ headbutt pulve combination, a lot of follow-up is there, and I feel like we just haven't seen a proper 5v5 from Ohio Northern just yet.
Let's see, Quick Slice is in trouble. Is going to use the CC immune to try to escape, but that means he doesn't have the shield, but the ghost move speed is enough. In ONU, we've been thinking about the moves that these teams might make on the map. Ohio Northern realize they're probably not going to win that dragon fight, so guys, let's just avoid it. Go into the top lane, get Kai some turret gold, give our Kaisa ADC some room to work with, and give over the second dragon. They don't have to fight over it, right? And they're not worrying about soul point. They've already gotten 1 dragon for themselves. They're trying to scale up into this one, but now it's Kai all alone against Quick Slice, and there's the air fryer cooking as Kai gets sent back to Vase. Quick Slice with a solo kill.
Yeah, I said Udyr felt kind of fair. I think a lot of people would disagree because he can just kind of get out of gags. He's really strong. He's got the W empowered shield, the CC immunity. But still, I think it's normal. If a tank is allowed to get into melee range of an AD carry, I do think AD carries should just die. Kai, unfortunately, not willing to expend the flash there against Quick Slice. I think that's smart. They'll probably need it for a more important team fight, potentially this Baron that Drury may want to rip. 3,000 gold ahead. It hasn't really budged since the 15-minute mark here, which isn't a bad thing, right, for Drury. Keeping it consistent. Plays on the map, picking up objectives, especially Infernal Dragon and Infernal Soul, will be important for them. But Ohio Northern doesn't feel like they're too pressured, right? It doesn't feel like they're kind of scrambling to do things. Yeah. I think they're just waiting on power spikes for certain champions here, and realistically, we haven't seen them 5v5 yet, and that's my big thing for them, right? Let me see a 5v5, let me see aggression, let me see Julian participate in some of these fights where they're allowed to use their abilities. Let me see the actual win condition for Ohio Northern be executed and see if Drury can handle it. Not that I'm saying Drury's been doing a bad job necessarily, right? They've been taking numbers advantage fights, they've been taking 4v4s, but eventually you're gonna have to 5v5 them, and how you navigate that is gonna be the determining factor for me, because right now, They're 8-0. They look in a very dominant position, but I feel like we've seen them in these kinds of spots before and seemingly throwing the game away.
Kaiser's got to be careful. Julian does got his backup. Kind cuz have slotted to the mid lane. Kind of mirroring, I feel like it's the standard, bot lane duo. You want to stay safe for your ADCs, don't want to stay in the side lane, so just stay mid, farm up, and try to be there for those objective fights. And the one thing I think going for Ohio Northern is that gold lead hasn't grown a crazy amount in these past 5 minutes. Still sticking at about 3,000. And for Drury, you have to pick a very precise time. And honestly, based on the CS advantage for ONU, this window of opportunity might not be there. I'm thinking about a 2-item power spike, maybe a 3-item power spike that you maybe get there before ONU because of your gold lead. But Ohio Northern, for the most part, they're keeping up in experience. Quick Slice and Orion just at level 14. Kato and Aggression level 13. That's not too bad. Kai and Yuno at the same level. Julian and Kaiser at the same level. So a lot of the big members, a lot of the big fights, you're pretty close in experience. Julian actually got to level 12 first before Kaiser. So I feel like this is still a winnable game for Ohio Northern if they continue to kind of showcase, hey, this is why we got the 2nd seed during the regular season. Hey, we finished 6-1. This is what we're made of. We're going to see what both of these teams are made of as we continue into the mid-game, about 22 minutes in.
Yeah, relatively quiet from ONU side. Drury just picking up objectives as they spawn, and both teams content on kind of just ping-ponging waves back and forth. Nothing really to fight for. Drury maybe playing a little safe here, right? We talked about how they like overstep and they like to kind of force plays and get a little too hasty. Maybe finally learning their lesson. They're like, hey guys, we had a lead last game. We got a little aggressive. We overforced and we got punished. The delicate balance, right, Mac, of like overforcing versus being too passive, not doing anything, and allowing the game to get into a state where ONU can kind of get back into it just through farm and experience, like you mentioned. Mm-hmm. It's always the delicate balancing game, and that's where like mid-game shot calling and having a good IGL kind of tips the favors in your scale, or tips the scales in your favor. That leader for Drury, most likely Fat Cat there. Probably like Kaiser, a Quick Slice on the other end, just relaying information. Let's see if they end up actually pressuring Baron after this dragon. Should be Drury's, right? 30 seconds until it spawns. They've got the vision down. You see them slowly but methodically clearing out vision and moving their vision line. Importantly, they've got to get this ward out from this bush here. They know it's there, but they don't have the ability to clear it. So pretty snasty TP angles for both Kato and Aggression potentially, if a 5v5 team fight actually ends up breaking out.
Aggression did just use his ultimate, might be trying to keep Orion in the top lane, but Orion's going to try to get a recall off here. Aggression able to interrupt it, takes back some return damage. It's a 4v4 in the mid lane as Fat Cat tries to look for another engage, but this time it's not Kai getting caught out. The dragon objective spawns here, Shibby. It's Kato and Aggression. You mentioned it before. They're utilizing the TP ward here to get a great position, and Aggression goes in. Remember, no ultimate. Kaiser trying to dash onto Kato. Got to be careful. Kai's still alive at the back of the fight. Orion is once again late. He's trying to get in there, dashing in. Kaiser staying alive as well. It's Quick Slice with the first kill of the fight. Orion dashing in and coming up with a huge play. He's got 3 kills in this one. He's looking to make it 4. Can he do it? The explosive cast just sends Quick Slice into the waiting arms, and the Drury Panthers come up with a huge ace against Ohio Northern, and they're looking for Baron.
1-13 score line. Drury Panthers here. 42,000 actually in the lead now. 4,000 gold for themselves. And they're going to turn towards the Baron. They said, screw the dragon. I don't want it. I don't need it right now. Let's take this off the map. Let's use it to push our advantages here. What a beautiful team fight from ONU. Even though Orion was late, not having the ultimate on Aggression's side really is what tipped the scales for Drury there, right? Because they're allowed to group up. They're allowed to bunch together. They're allowed to get all of their CC off, and they're allowed to just roll through Ohio Northern. I like ONU trying to take this off the map. Drury used their move to take the Baron, so they've got to wait. It's not their turn, and Ohio Northern getting a consolation prize at best. Beautiful team fight from Drury. I loved how they played that. They used the ultimate advantage for themselves and were able to pick off kills. I don't think Kai was actually even allowed to participate in that fight. He really was zoned out of everything, and that's a big thing considering you're the auto-attacking variant of Kaisa, as Kato is going to look for a solo kill.
A shutdown in the bot lane. He kills his lane opponent as the Polar Bears trying to turn this game on its head. They've got 2 surprise kills onto Kaiser, onto Orion, trying to swing things back into their favor. Quick Slice going to try to take the moment of opportunity to push down in the top lane, but big plays there, big catches. Ohio Northern catching the Drury Panthers off guard.
I mean, you get that tier 2 big $700 paycheck for Quick Slice there, but you lose a lot of the momentum that you would have had with Drury, right? A lot of key members going down with Baron, Orion, Kaiser, right? People that you need for sieging, and you look at Drury's composition, they're not the best, right? They have Ari, they've got Zeri, but realistically, it's kind of rough, and they can get cut out at any moment, especially because quick on the trigger with that Pulve combo there, headbutt Pulve combo. Drury, this Baron power play, if we had the gold or whatever, we had that little thing, it wouldn't be too high for them, right? They got that top lane tier 2, but other than that, haven't been able to push down to the inhibitors, haven't been able to really get a good crack at the base, and realistically, that Baron was just there to kind of take it off the board, if anything.
And looking down at the bot lane, Orion's got to be careful. Once again, the Shuriken finds its mark, but the charm connects this time. Orion tries to stay ready, but Kato dashing in, and the flash doesn't matter. Orion goes down once more as a 4-man pulverize connects. Here comes Julian. A big ultimate as things are getting shaken up, but Yuno is actually staying alive in the back line, trying to fire back. Quick Slice goes down once more.
Guys?
The ADCs are going toe-to-toe. It's the damage carries in this one. Kai's fully stacked up with lethal tempo as Ohio Northern continue to get pick after pick. The Panthers going down one by one.
Guys, Drury, I know I said it's past 15 minutes. I didn't literally mean you have to throw here. It's happening again, Mac. It's happening again.
Say it ain't so. I'm not ready. They still got a gold lead. Come on, they're still in it.
100%. But with that play from Ohio Northern, completely stuffing out what was supposed to be a Baron-empowered push for Drury. And I think Kato, 2 times in a row, finding Orion in the side lane is really what allows them to kick off some of these fights, because they know they'll have the numbers advantage for about 30 to 40 seconds. ONU using the time of these CCs, of Cuz, of Julian, to get Kai stacking on the lethal tempo. And once you see him hitting, right, this is on hit, like, this is AD on hit Kaisa, right? So once he gets the lethal tempo stack, permanent stacks going, the Wit's End, Kraken Slayer, he'll start shredding through whoever he focuses down, plus the plasma stacks. It becomes really tough to fight into this Kaisa, especially if you're trying to look for a front to back. You saw Yuno firing away, but realistically, he's got static, he's got Runas, he got Immortal Shield Bow. This is not a hard carry Zeri build. This is like a, I need to survive and I need to do as much damage as I can to as many targets as possible. But realistically, you're not nuking anybody. You're not, you know, getting them down to 25% HP with this fight. You're just trying to hit as many targets as possible with the ultimate and Runans, and it's just not enough. Julian's tanky, Aggression's tanky, and Cuz has an ultimate that literally reduces like 60% of damage done to him.
Yeah, in Shivy here at the 30-minute mark, we find ourselves pretty much dead even. About this point in the game, 1,000 gold, not a whole lot. Only main place I think we see that advantage show up for the Drury Panthers is in the mid lane, actually. Orion's got 3 items complete. Most importantly, I'll say Rabadon's death cap. The RE damage is there. I think he's had the Rabadons for the past few minutes, but Eidos kept shutting him down in the side lanes. We'll have to see both mid laners with teleport available, but Orion on the opposite side of the map. The Panthers trying to push in this mid wave.
Drury slowly but surely altering at the seams right now. They kind of feel lost because they're like, wait, we got Baron. How did we lose the fight? What are we doing, guys? And now you tab at the items. You can kind of do the math mentally. 3 items on aggression, 2.5 on Julian, and 3 items on Kai. Uh-oh, another fight.
Orion finds the charm there onto Kai, who's so low and gets shut down. The Panthers find the pick they needed to pop off in the fight once more. It's a double kill for Quick Slice, and Cuz is pretty much all that's left to take on the rest of the team. Kato on a control ward. Aggression's gonna sniff him out. Or sorry, excuse me, Quick Slice, not Aggression. 6, 1, and 10 on the Udyr. 3 items, and Chibi, that's gonna be Baron into the Dragon this time around for the Drury Panthers. They're having a merry-go-round. This is what it's like to play Udyr sometimes. You just try to chase, but you get slowed down. Then you try to chase some more, and he's going to keep on going till, probably till the sun sets, till we're out of this game, potentially. But we'll see. Kato going to try and dash around, play some fancy moves. Quick Slice, though. Too tanky, too much move speed, I think. Oh, he keeps getting slowed down. Shoot, come on. Oh my gosh, the Seeker's arm guard's actually used, and there's finally the shutdown. This actually offsets his death by a huge amount. I wonder if the Panthers are going to be able to get out of the map. It's like a DMEC diva.
Yeah. It's a stagger. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Huge stagger coming out from Drury there. And there is a 35 to 30 second window of a huge numbers advantage for Drury. And this time around, that second Baron, can they actually utilize it to its full potential? Because realistically, Quick Slice got the turret in the top lane, the tier 2. He got the turret in the bottom lane, the tier 1. But other than that, when Drury tried to push down mid lane, they lost the team fight, and that was off of Kato getting that side lane pick, and then the rest just rejoining. Feels a little tough, right? Kai is the centerpiece for Ohio Northern right now. He's got to revert into 2023 Kai form. He cannot be 2024. His aggression just kind of throws a couple bottles around and doesn't really do too much there.
He's had a little bit to drink this match, okay? It's wine, I think, for this Gragas, and
yeah, Esquire.
and it's different. That it's like 12-15%. It's not the same as the seltzers, man. I'll tell you. Meanwhile, we see ONU. They're once again playing the defense game, I think, really well. And as we talked about before, it's hard for this Panthers comp to siege with Baron. But they do have Quick Slice in the side lane trying to push in. And at this point, Orion's scared about going in the side lane himself. So they're just going to go for the 4-1, hoping that it works out better than last time.
Yeah, Quick Slice's doing a solid job. 4 items, pressing on 5 pretty soon. He's a full tank Udyr. Well, 90% tank Udyr with the Leandries. Is rough to kind of match him. Aggression can't really do it. Like I said, he's that neutralizer in the top side. Doesn't really die, but can't really match anybody in the side lane. Unfortunately, 3.5 items is just not going to be able to do anything. This guy's just going to barrel down your turrets. Eventually, you're going to have to send 2 towards him, right? Ohio, like that's what Drury is banking on to kind of break open and start this siege. The numbers advantage should be in there, but Quick Slice is just going to go on to Cuz here.
Not the priority target. They got to be careful about extending this fight as Kaiser's going into the back line, and it doesn't pay off. Kai stays alive. It's a support for jungle trade. It's not the worst in the world, but feels a little bit misvalued because the sacrificial cow once more. Ohio Northern trying to keep their base alive, praying to the cow gods that it is enough, but once again, Chibi Quick Slice doing some work in the side lane. He takes down the inhibitor turret. And that's what they were hoping for with the 4v4 matchup. They get the mid as well. They're pulling the strings as puppet masters. They've got the macro figured out here. Part 2 of the Baron power plays working out for the Panthers.
Yeah, I think the only critique there is you'd love to see them sync their waves up a little bit more, right? So that they're able to kind of push bot and mid simultaneously. But Quick Slice gets the job done, breaks that bottom lane tier 3 open. Mid lane gets broken open because if they send people over. So overall, double inhib, a very rough spot for Ohio Northern to play out of. Double inhib is really, really good for Drury, especially with this dragon coming up. Ohio Northern are going to have to make the tough choice. Do we leave our base exposed, get these waves shoving in the mid and bottom lane, and contest this dragon? Because it should just be game over if Drury pick up the Infernal Soul, right? Like we're struggling a little bit to kind of get the kills onto ONU, but with Infernal Soul, it should just give them that extra bump in damage to really start capitalizing on these picks onto Kai, onto Kato here. Someone's got to push that bottom lane down because QuickSlice is doing a really good job right now in the top side, threatening a triple inhib double supers. Ohio Northern are put in a very precarious spot. They either have to force an engage or answer QuickSlice with 2 members.
That's going to be aggression in Kato. Thinking about it, Kato, I think, is going to complete the teleport. QuickSlice with a potion of sorcery. I believe that blue potion dealing additional damage to the turret. He's got the special new MR tank item as well. I'm forgetting the name, but he's got that MR shield, and there's not a lot Kato can do into it. QuickSlice is just slicing through the base. He's got an inhibitor. He's going to head down into the bot wave as well. All of this, well, as you mentioned, Shibby, Cuz looking for the flank. He's found, a huge explosive cast as QuickSlice tries to teleport in. Kaiser trying to stay alive. Kai is focused with the CC, a big fear. Knocked away. Kai tried to buy time for the team, but he can't. Orion has finished him off, and it's somehow the Drury Panthers coming through with another clean fight, and another ace comes through. A 10,000 gold lead, and with the base wide open, Shibby, I think this could be it. The Drury Panthers with their backs up against the wall, the season on the line. They rise to the occasion, and we're going on into game number 3.
They have conquered their demons. They have gotten over the hump that is the post 15-minute Drury Panthers here. They're able to end the game after a bit of back and forth. You wonder how it got to 36 minutes, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you got there. It's just how it ended. Drury Panthers tie it up 1-1 apiece, reminiscent of their regular season match against Drury, where it did go 2-1 in the favor of Ohio Northern. Looking like Drury are trying to turn a different page and create a different tale for these playoffs. ONU, if they lose here, what a historic collapse, right? For them, like, insane, the drop in quality, potentially.
A tense game number 3 comes up as the stakes have gotten ever so higher. The Drury Panthers, they play and survive through one game on I'll say elimination notice or match point, as it is in tennis and other games, I guess. Non-esport game. No. Anyway, Ohio Northern now have to face the same fate with their backs up against the wall. Can they come up with a win? Both teams vying to punch their ticket to the championship land coming soon. If you want to see, and potentially, Shibby, we can also go. Do you want to compete like the players here at the MEC? Then join us in Jacksonville, Illinois on April 6th and 7th for the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College. Use code !Spring Championship in the chat to go to the event page and reserve your tickets. Meet the players at the MEC, enter into tournaments, and have fun watching everybody compete. We hope to see you there, and we hope to see you after the break as we're going to get geared up and ready to go for game number 3.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Teckington. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot laner for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
I think there's two answers here.
I would say Julian.
Not league related necessarily, but like
Can't say myself.
You cannot say yourself, obviously.
Julian.
Who's popping up on your For You page?
Julian. And for the worst.
He gets like, there's like some incident where like a bird like ends up causing a crash, and then Julian gets hit, but like he's fine.
Yeah.
But then he's like suing the bird.
But I might be in the background somewhere, so I can't,
You're behind the camera.
Yeah, I'm recording him.
I think my mid laner Kato might go viral if he says the wrong thing and we catch him for saying the wrong thing.
Kato is like the go-to.
Yeah, it literally split.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a plethora of things for him. Like, you can say good or bad.
I think it's probably Kato.
Yeah.
For making. Probably.
I think my ADC, Kai, will probably go viral for just being a really handsome gamer.
I feel like he'd be on the news for just something outrageous at some point. Like, whether it's at work
because
or
of
just in
him,
public.
or he's just at a crazy like event.
I could see both happening on top of each other.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name's Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Boosinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting like from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, little League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Probably Ines, my top laner. You know, it's a miracle that, you know, someone from Quebec is able to be, you know, decent at League of Legends.
And it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
I think, like, once people realize that, like, we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. Like, I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC 2024 playoffs. My name's Mac Dewey. Not drinking tea, was that water? Is my lovely co-caster Chivy. After game number 2, the Drury Panthers stay alive, and we're headed into the final decider match of our first series of the Monday night doubleheader. The Drury Panthers force a game 3.
Yeah, I scarfed down some water as I just had an Oreo. And right now, both Drury and Ohio Northern are playing for match point, are playing for LAN, right? They're playing for the opportunity to compete on a big stage in front of a crowd, to meet all your friends, right? To meet all the cool people that end up going to a LAN here. Drury with this Udyr, I had my reservations. I had my doubts. But Quickside said,
Yeah.
hold up, wait a minute, let me cook a little, and absolutely was the MVP of that game, in my opinion. Just tier 2 in the top lane. Tier 2, tier 3, tier 1, 2, and 3 in the bottom lane. Got the full inhib for himself. Ended up pushing the top side for himself, right? He got like 9 objectives by himself, right? Math, you can't even do the math. It's impossible. It's insane. Quick Slice on this Udyr just showing why he needed that R5 counter pick and just executed on it to a T. Although I will say, ONU, a little bit of wacky composition here. Gragas, Hecarim, Kai'Sa, Alice, a couple champions you don't really see in the meta too frequently. Maybe they were feeling themselves a little bit. Maybe they'll buckle down here. ONU, though, with this loss, do get side select and may end up choosing red side for themselves. We talked about blue side being really powerful if you have really good B1s. We talked about it a little bit offline. You mentioned Nautilus to B1. Are we really going to B1 Nautilus in the MEC? Is it
pretty good?
The most important. 100% win ratio, right? 100% win rate. Has not lost a game in either of these two, so you could be onto something, Mac. But realistically, very well played from Quick Slice. I don't think he gets the Udyr again because it also is blindable, right? You don't have to have the counter pick, mostly because you're going to ban out aggression stuff. The Gnar, the Darius will be removed, and I don't think aggression plays Olaf, or he plays it at a level that'll counter the Udyr that we typically see at the higher levels of play.
Makes things very, very tricky for both teams trying to figure out what composition's going to bring him home. What composition's going to punch that ticket, and what picks are they going to prioritize? Shout out the veterans of the Drury Panthers, Kaiser and Fat Cat, alongside their new carries in the solo lanes, Quick Slice and Orion doing a lot of work. I don't think actually died at all on the Zeri, so shout out as well. The Drury Panthers really putting together a complete game to keep their season alive. Keep on playing some C-Lol here in the MEC, and they're going to have to leave it all out there on the Rift for their next match in game number 3, ONU with side selection. We're getting word from production, 7 towers from the Udyr. I think that might include one of the inhibitor towers. So I don't think he got any of the mid lane turrets. That's just my thought. But
the Nexus,
I think entirely he got all of top and he got all of bot. He dominated the side lanes. They were Quick Slice's to do with as he pleased. He was the king of the side lanes in this one. And the Queen, Kato, got a few solo kills, but unfortunately couldn't add up with that consistently enough. Orion ended up, I think, having a few really solid team fights. I think in one of those last ones at the end, he landed a charm onto Kai that kind of deleted him out of a fight. So, I mean, Drury's, I think, clearly kind of got their comfort zone in this series. Orion back-to-back games on the Ahri. Playing it. I have no idea what Yuno's going to pick next game, actually. I'm not even going to try and spit. So Yuno's been all over the place. I'm curious what he'll kind of lock in there. But Fat Cat on the Nautilus looked fantastic. I hope they can get him something like that again here in game 3.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to default to the Ahri again. Orion has been having a pretty solid series on it. I don't think it's something you need to push him off of necessarily. But if you are looking for a little bit of more of an edge in that mid lane, I feel like the Sakali Kato has just not been hitting quite right. It got those kills in the side lane like you mentioned, but then Orion just kind of learned his lesson. It was like, you know what? I don't have to side lane. I've got Quick Slice on Udyr. Like he can just do it himself. It's fine. He was able to take down turrets. It's really hard as well to match somebody like Udyr in the side lane because eventually you just get outvalued if you're the Gragas, right? Because you Gragas are typically building double AP, you're going Roa, you're going Seraphs, you're potentially going like Cosmic Drive or whatever. Udyr is just going to build Leandries into full tank, and you're not going to be able to stop him. Like, you just won't do enough. You just won't do enough damage to him. And if you try to kill him, right? Let's say you send 2 or 3 people, he's going to ghost, he's going to empowered ram stance, and he's going to negate all CC and get on out of there. And then he's just going to rinse repeat it in the next 30 seconds, right? He's going to be fine. He's going to have his ultimate charge back up again, or empowered ability back up again. And so a bit of a conundrum for ONU. Do they expend one of their early bans against Udyr here? And do they say, like, put some respect on Quick Slice? Because you saw his TF, like you mentioned, got removed. His Aatrox got removed. Are they willing to expend another top lane ban and potentially leave support open or an AD carry or mid laner wide open for Drury? Right now, I feel like Drury kind of has the advantage or the draft edge because I feel like ONU don't really know where they should put their advantage towards within the bans. They're kind of just doing the shotgun method of taking a little bit out of everything, but Drury is deep enough in their champion pool where they can pull out picks that will warp the game.
Yeah. The big question mark for me here is this jungle matchup, because the Hecarim was a little bit interesting. I thought the Lee Sin from Julian looked fantastic. I wonder if you go back to something similar like that. ONU, I believe it was their first pick on blue side, talking about the teams not really having the strongest blue one picks, kind of a lot of safety from them. The Hecarim, something that you're likely going to be able to farm on, likely going to be able to gank, and had pretty good team fights, but man, Kaiser was just playing on another level with that Wukong. He was popping off in those team fights. But it's been a while since we've seen the Cyclones like that, taking names, taking lives, catching people off guard. So we'll see. Game 3, here we go, the deciding match. ONU season, the second seed coming in to the playoffs. They lose to GVU. They're now one match away after missing the playoffs last season. Are they going to get sent home once again before the championship land?
Backs against the wall. Drury is known to falter past the 15-minute mark in these games, but if anything, the last one showed that they are consistent. Maybe some people would have gripes with how long the game ended up going and it should have ended 10 minutes sooner. Whatever. Win's a win. Drury played safe, I guess, in that regard, and they were just really consistent on grabbing objectives on the map, waiting until ONU is forced to make a decision, and just allowing Quick Slice into that top side as the Wukong is going to be removed. ONU taking some stuff out that they lost to. Drury can ban away the Varus, can ban away the Xin Zhao. What does ONU take away? The Udyr is still on the table for now. They have been banning stuff like the Bard away from Fat Cat. So if that's open, does Drury just B1 it and be like, you know what? You've got to deal with this one way or another. Or does something more powerful get left open? Does aggression have something? As ONU targeting Kaiser right now, this Nocturne has been banned every single game. They don't want to give Nocturne Nico / Nocturne Orianna, and I don't disagree.
You don't blame him?
I don't blame him. I hate that. That combo is so bread and butter. It's so money. It's boom, boom, you're dead. Like, it's 2 buttons.
It is almost like the first time you get Amazon speedy delivery and you're like, no way it's going to be overnight. You know, I remember growing up, Mr. Pandaria WoW Collector's Edition. 2 months I waited. No idea where it was. Now we get it 2 days. It's like the new comps, you know. Shit, quick, efficient, simple. You get it when you need it. And for ONU, they don't want to deal with it, so they're going to ban it away. Interesting. I don't blame them for maybe leaving the Bard open. Fat Cat, if you want to pop off on Bard, they ban it away. Okay, they are clearly afraid of the Bard. Karma is the one shift in ban here, and we've seen it. It's probably our biggest blue one pick of the season. I've got the tally still here next to me, Shivy. I haven't been adding in a while, though, but a lot of these teams feeling confident enough to play into the Karma. Let's see, does Drury send us back a few weeks to the start of the MEC season? No, it is the Nautilus Blue one, the priority pick. But keep in mind, Karma's available to potentially go into this.
What a call out. What a call out there. Oh my God. Wait, you got the overnight crystal ball delivery or what? I mean, it is.
I'm telling you, dude, Amazon's crazy. They're same day.
Same day, overnight. the Karma being left open. They're not going to take it. They're going to put Julian on the Sejuani. Wow.
Hold up.
I don't agree with this at all. I feel like Julian on the Sejuani 0-2 as of last week onto it. I would love if Drury Kaiser just slam the Trundle right now. Make him pay for it. GVU did a similar thing last series, right? They put the Trundle in. I was super happy to see it. Was very good into that double tank composition that ONU ran. We might see the Ornn for aggression. ONU might be looking to run that composition back. Zaya for Kai, added safety, the ultimate available to Featherstorm. You can counter the depth charge there, right? Just allows you to kind of, hey, you know what? Ult for ult. Now we team fight like gentlemen. Let's see what Drury are going to end up opting in for themselves. I like this Ari early pick. We've been in a season where you can kind of just blind mid and be fine about it. And it's kind of nice because there's so many mid laners on the table at the moment that are really good, right? There's nothing that's like overtly dominant at the moment, like with the Karma nerfs being tapped in and everything like that. A lot of mid laners are very good. I think they're a lot more reliant on what jungle is being picked, which is fun for me because you get all these wacky combos, Ari Vi, Ari Viego, that kind of stuff, where it's like this reset city kind of a composition that Jury can have. And Jarvan it's okay. I get it. You pick it into the Zaya, you trap him with the Cataclysm, sure. I get why you pick it, but if you don't end up getting stuff done early, like the Sejuani is just going to out-tank you, is going to be this big meatball for Julian on this Zaya here. So a lot of work has to be done on Kaiser's end. Really would have preferred the Trundle, I think. Like, I really would have loved the Trundle. Maybe there's an option for it in the top lane for Quick Slice.
Whoa!
Yona.
T.
Instead of the Zaya, pick potential once again, right? Glacial Prison on top of the Radiant Dawn, just able to kind of come in and lock somebody down. Drury has to pick something. They have to go cleanse, unfortunately, but also they have to pick something that's a little bit more mobile, right? Ezreal on the table. You could opt in for the Zeri. You know, you could go something like super long range or uninteractive like the Jhin, although I haven't been really liking the Jhin here. Oh, and you're going to ban the Gwen away. This already hints to me that they want to go like a tank in the top lane, whether it be Ornn or Cassante. They want to run this double meatball top jungle so to give Julian Kato a ton of space. I think that's been the issue that they've identified. Like, hey, I don't have enough space to fight in these team fights. I don't have enough room. I've always got to be on my back foot. Can you guys just tank for me? Like, that's pretty much what Kai and Kato are probably telling ONU at the moment.
We'll see as the top lane champion pool is going to be whittled down just a little bit here. And ONU have not picked any of their solo laners. Kato and Aggression, still going to be interesting to see what they decide to lock in. And surprised not to see the ADC champion pool has pretty much been untouched outside of Varus. Currently, Yuno has a lot of options to go into Kai's Zaya. Camille is going to be the final ban for ONU. Limiting Quick Slice as much as they can. It's about 4 right now. 2 in the jungle, no, 3 in the jungle. And then 2 bot lane, 1 ADC, 1 support. We'll see how things finish up here with the final ban. But looking at the composition so far, a lot of engage for both squads, quite a bit of pick potential. Julian, I think, best positioned. Well, Julian right now, hovering for Kai, his Zaya. Right now is going to be the best option. I really like, actually, the Sylas ban. That was something I was thinking about to maybe go into the Ari. I feel like the Sylas enjoys the matchup, being able to steal the dashes. So something to limit Kato. What else? He can't go for the Azir. Azir is still taken away, and I feel like for ONU and PNW, it feels so bad because they've been the notable, I feel like, Azir enjoyers. And unfortunately for these pivotal series, the champion's not there, and he's going to go to the Veigar. Talking about mid lane mage carries, Kato goes for the burst boss man himself.
You mentioned shackles, you mentioned Silas being chained, but you can't dash out of a baby cage. And so Kato gonna throw the Veigar into the mid lane. One of those picks that, on paper, counters the Ari, right? All right, you want to hit level 6? You're not allowed to do anything. You are never allowed to participate in the team fights. More pick potential as well. You can layer that, right? If you're good enough with the Vigar, you can layer the cage at the edge of any CC, and you can really layer the CC on. We talked about picking these uninteractive long-range AD carries. Jin was on the table. Instead, they're going to go for something more hard carry. Reset City for Drury, right? Ari and Jinx here. Rockets are going to be very good into the ONU team composition, and they're going to lock a blind Jace. North America has picked up the Jace here. Quick slice, throwing down the gauntlet.
No way.
Daring aggression. Say, I want you to pick a tank. Please pick a tank. You will not have a fun time in this top lane. You are coming to the Thunderdome with me.
Wow. Unreal draft here from the Panthers. Cassante is going to be the choice for aggression. Up in the top lane. Pretty wild top jungle duos. Over Jace Jarvan. So much damage. Quite a bit of CC. Same on the side. Aggression Julian. Got the melee top laner to work with the Sedge. Interesting drafts here. I feel like both squads have been going in their bag a little bit. Trying to figure out,
Game 3?
Game 3. What do you got? Backs up against the wall. Both teams on match point. Both teams looking to punch their ticket to the spring championship. Very, very interesting here. Shibby, what's your lane to watch in this matchup here?
I mean, for Drury, right, the big thing is Quick Slice getting ahead, right? He's got to stay ahead of the meatball curve is what I'm going to call it. We're going to label it the meatball curve, right? If you are not ahead of the meatballs, you will not do any damage. Your shock blasts are not going to do anything. They're going to eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's going to be completely fine. The front line for ONU is very strong. And if the game goes late like the last one, 37, 38 minutes in, I don't think you really beat the Vigar Xayah scaling. Yeah, you have Jinx and very good champion, can reset, is very strong in the late game, but it's kind of rough to chew through 2.5 tanks, right? The Leona is also a tank. Realistically, it's a 2 DPS threat composition for ONU, and if Drury can't take out Kai or Kato before they move on to one of these tanks, they are just going to be allowed to rotate their spells, rotate auto attacks with free will, and really Drury's not going to be able to really handle it. They've got a lot of upfront damage, right? There's really only Fat Cat as the tank. Kaiser's most likely going to building that Bruiser, Sundered Sky into Sterax. He's not going to be building a lot of resistances. So your idea is we've got to blow somebody up and blow them up quick so that ONU aren't allowed to just kind of drag the fight on and allow themselves to kind of just whittle us down and eventually kill us, right, for Drury. Because once that burst rotation is done, realistically, your consistent DPS and is the only one going to be free firing. Tough task for Drury. They do really have to get ahead. 15, you have to play the best 15 minutes of Drury League of Legends we've ever seen, and then parlay that into a very, very quick victory, because ONU are just expecting Drury to struggle in this mid to late game.
They did it in game number 2, 7 kills to 0 for the first several minutes. For about that 15-minute mark, that's where they were at. Shibby, can the Panthers do it again? We're going to find out, but before we do, we're going to hop into just the smallest, teensiest break. We hope to see you guys on the other side. We'll be hopping onto the Rift shortly. Don't click away from that browser. Game number 3 between the Drury Panthers and ONU coming right up.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name's Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Bluesinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting like from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay,
he is-
little League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Probably a Nets, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that, you know, someone from Quebec is able to be, you know, decent at League of Legends.
And it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
I think, like, once people realize that, like, we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. Like, I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on to the Rift for our game-deciding match. The best-of-3 series comes down to this. Spring Championship LAN travel tickets on the line. Both of these teams looking to advance to meet everybody at Jacksonville, Illinois for the Spring Championship final. The Drury Panthers take on Ohio Northern University, and once again, Shibby, the Panthers are on the prowl as 5, invading once more. They've got Fat Cat's Nautilus, looking just for one little hook, one little lollipop. That's all they need to start off this game on the right note.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a polar bear? The world may never know. At least I won't, that's for sure. ONU successfully evade the invasion. They do get some vision down, though. Trading of vision, at least. ONU warding Drury's blue side and vice versa. So mirrored starts once again for these guys. Process of elimination will determine that Julian is starting on the top side, as Ohio Northern will have full vision of Jarvan here. And so that should allow both bot laners to play appropriately, although you've mentioned Mac multiple times. Jarvan, a threat at level 2, 3, and 4, right? Those ganks. As a top laner yourself, you've probably fallen for many level 2 Jarvan ganks.
Nah, never. Not one.
No.
You can't find the replay. I deleted it. You'll never find it.
It's gone. I deleted the account, and you'll never find it. As aggression getting a little aggressive in that top side. I don't know, man. Jace has 2 forms. He fundamentally just wins out early game because of the nature of his champion here. Taking a look at the summoner spells and runes. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Kato opting in for the Airy instead of the Comet. And Cuz on that Yona, not going for the Aftershock once again. Instead, opting in for Glacial Augment. Just looking to CC somebody and really reduce the amount of damage and their ability to move in some of these team fights. That Vigar cage, by the way, is going to be so crucial in these team fights specifically because how much interference it runs into Jarvan, into the Nautilus, and the Ahri. It stops a lot of dashes. You can kind of think of it as a in-place Poppy W, and that's kind of what it does. That's how it functions as. You just drop it down, and anyone that tries to dash into you is immediately dead. As Julian, oh my god, Sejuani's invading!
I thought Jarvan's the early game champion, but it's Ohio Northern who are starting game number 3 off extremely aggressive. Is Julian gonna pay for it? No, it's first blood for the star ADC. Kai gets the first kill of the game onto Fat Cat. They saw Julian, they had that Tribrush warded, Shivy. How did it come down to this? I wonder what the comms were for Drury as they try to navigate this situation.
Oh!
Kaiser gets the return kill. Julian has overstayed his welcome in the enemy jungle, but Cuz is able to answer back with a solo kill, and now forced to use both summoner spells under the turret. Cuz trying to stay alive. It's Kai with 2 kills. He's gonna go down underneath the turret, and welcome to March Madness.
Ryan?
Here at the MEC. 5 kills in the first 3.5 minutes. This is absurdity for game number 3. Make it 6 total, 3 for each team. Jimmy, what on earth did we just watch in the bot lane?
League of Legends bonanza. We saw a little bit of a clown fiesta in the bottom side. Aggression, though, once again, he might just die. Quick slice. Oh, one more auto!
Oh, he gets the solo kill in the top lane while Orion gets a kill with the help of Fat Cat. Courtesy of one of the best roaming supports, Fat Cat makes another mark, adds to the tally marks on his dredge line. That's another one for the books.
Served up on a silver platter. Orion. Double buffs in hand, 2-0 on the Ahri. Probably one of his best starts in the early laning phase that he's gotten so far this series. Has picked 3 games of Ahri and has performed pretty damn well on it. Julian's back in this bot side. Even though he ended up starting top, he's going to be down here. And since they know he started top, I don't know if Kaiser's going to opt in to take the Krugs here, or he's going to look for a timer, potentially on these grubs. Because right now, Sejuani is pathing top. You do have a window here. Orion backed as well, has boots upgraded, plus the Dark Seal. You've got priority in that top side. Quick Slice killed out Aggression. Yep, they are going to start those grubs up. Very good from Drury. I like this. Solid early game. I told you, Matt. They have to play the best 15 minutes of Drury League of Legends they have to this date if they want to succeed and they want to win on this composition. It cannot go past the 32 or 30-minute mark because Kato, Kai will just end up running these team fights because 2.5 big burly meatballs are going to be hurled in Drury's direction, and I don't think they can stomach it.
Oh, I see what you did there. I like that. ONU, I think for the first time, we've kind of seen them actually given the opportunity, but Orion's making a rare mid lane roam up into the top lane. Aggression goes all out. The charm goes wide and is able to ghost on out of there, survives the 1v2 situation. Well played for Aggression to get on out of there. Shibby, we've got 8 kills in the first 5 minutes of this one. We didn't get our first kill until the 8-minute mark last game. So polarizing matches. Orion stuck in timeout. Cataclysm not available for Kaiser, so no follow-up from there. Orion forced to use his ultimate quite early there in a bot lane dive. Julian's looking for blood as Cuz goes underneath the turret. It's going to be a teleport from Orion to try to save his bot lane. Cuz goes down. Again, Orion, no ultimate, only as flash. Looking for the charm. The dredge line is there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Julian goes down as Orion's on a killing spree. Kai gonna try to DPS, and there's the Blade Caller coming in clutch, but the knock-up flag and drag is there. As Drury clean house in the bot lane. I believe that was 3 kills in total. A 3-for-2 trade is certainly something they're glad to take.
I think the big thing, though, is that Ohio Northern, Kai has 4 of the 5 kills. Like, he's 4-2 on this Xayah. He's extremely accelerated right now. And granted, you could make the same argument for Orion. 3-0-1 lost chapter in hand. Kaiser's been getting stuff done early. We talked about how he needs to be active on the map, how eventually Julian's just going to be able to outvalue him in some of these team fights. So far, Kaiser's been doing a good job. There's a flashless mid laner, though, and I was surprised that Orion didn't want to burn the flash charm onto Kato in that mid lane little like gank that they went. But Kaiser still has the opportunity. He's got Cataclysm available. He's got Flash. There's a lot of windows, or there's a small window, sorry, to punish Kato right now on this Veigar and stop him from stacking as much and propel Orion further ahead here. Aggression also doesn't have Ghost, but the issue is he can just kind of ult Jarvan out of the Cataclysm if that happens, so it's not the best lane to gank. Instead, they're going to be this roaming 2v2 squad here to force Julian out of his jungle, who has not hit level 6, by the way. He's still down about half a level to Kaiser. And realistically, Sejuani can't really get too many things done until she gets that Glacial Prison available.
And here's that potential mid lane gank you were talking about, but Kato does get his Flash back online, making things quite a little bit more difficult for Drury Panthers to try to look for a play there. Instead, Kaiser's just going to roam down. Void Grubs are respawning soon, but both junglers on the bottom side of the map. It is once again top lane advantage for Quick Slice. And are the Panthers going to group around for this upcoming objective? Similar story as last game. They were able to get the first 3 grubs, no problem, but couldn't close out the latter half of it. Of course, still got the victory at the end of the day, but at this point, you're talking about, again, the cleanest Drury first 15 minutes as possible, and stacking that up, taking advantage of Quick Slice's early lead. Got to be careful, though. Potential all-out coming from Aggression.
Yeah, Quick Slice can return a ton of damage here. 6 abilities to his name. Should be able to return. Ooh, if that Shock Blast hits, it's probably a different story. But Aggression, Ghost available, all-out available. Cuz is going to go in. Brother Cuz!
No ultimate, but the dredge line is there, and Solar Flare helps with the shutdown. Kaiser traded for Cuz in a 1-for-1. Kai in the mid lane. Kato gets sent down bot. Very interesting macro from Ohio Northern. Works out for a 1-for-1 trade.
With the jungler down, Grubs is not a objective available onto the map here. Julian should just be able to start it, as Quickslice should be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to zone Aggression off as much CS as possible, but if he stays too long, may up paying the ultimate price here. Look at Kai. They know he's on vision.
Featherstorm comes through at the perfect time, but it's a huge double knock up with the depth charge. Kai gets CC'd up, and Orion's on a rampage. Kato has teleported in, and that's why you send him bot lane. They've got the 4v4 matchup. Aggression's trying to come in, but Orion's taking over the fight. The solo laners for the Drury Panthers are having themselves a game. Orion starts off 5-0-3, Quick Slice 2-0-2, and they're going to be cashing in on those grubs.
6 to their name, and you got to look at that bot side. Has had some quality tender loving alone time with that turret. I believe got 2 plates for themselves. Sitting on a fat stack of cash here. Probably is back with the static shiv and a couple more daggers here. Trying to do his best rogue cosplay. I'm about Rogue the class, not Rogue from X-Men. But doing a damn good job right now. 3,000 gold in the lead for Drury. Damn good 15 minutes from them so far. At least a damn good 11 and a half. Yeah, you give the dragon up because you used your move to take the grubs here, the 6 for yourselves, and that side lane pressure that Orion and Quick Slice can apply. Even the turret taking potential for right? One of the best tower shredding AD carries in the game alongside Tristana, because of the reset potential, makes those grubs that much more valuable. resiliency is the name of this team composition, right? Just stick it out. Don't bleed any more gold, and eventually you outvalue Drury. It doesn't seem like they're willing to kind of lessen the speed at which they're going.
Yeah, Julian's not shy to continue trying to look for plays on the bottom side of the map, but in fact, actually survive a visit from the ONU jungler without getting tower dove. Kaiser headed down to the bottom side of the map this time around. Not a lot of neutral objectives to play for at the moment. ONU gets some breathing room, and kind of similar to last game, Drury up just about 3,000 gold, but it was kind of a slow burn for that gold lead to really expand and grow, and ONU able to stick it out. But the CS department, the CS lead, not going as well as it has before, but look at Aggression, who's going all out. He's using the ultimate quick slice, getting the shield from the Eclipse, trying to burn through all the damage, but the knock-up CC is there, and it's a shutdown for Aggression. A solo kill onto the Jace. Doesn't matter if he's down a whole item, Shibby. He's able to pull out the outplay.
Can feel your heart hurt when you say that.
Yeah.
It's like Casante's at Tabby's and Chain Vest.
Nah,
that can kill an Eclipse Caulfield Hammer Jace. Like, that makes sense.
What's
Has
wrong
now picked
with
up-
that picture, right?
Probably the worst designed champion, the worst balanced champion ever, I think, in League of Legends, Casante. You can rework him 1,000 times. You can swap the numbers, change him. Guy will just inevitably come back and be really just good and solid. And now he's picked up the Frostborn Gauntlet. I fear that Quick Slice has lost the window to kill him now. Like, it wasn't there before, but now it's just like completely. The door is shut. The window's closed. It's all barred up like in COD Zombies, and you're not allowed to do anything anymore. You can't get in.
He's got the Carpenter power up, and ONU feeling the defenses come alive. They're looking for a fight around the Rift Herald. Some vision for Panthers to try to control the river, but there goes the control ward. ONU grouped up as 5. Uno's in the bot lane, taking the first turret. They're going to give over the Rift Herald objective. Don't fight over it. Don't go. Just back off. You don't got enough to go really for it. Rest of the squad just going to try to shove in the mid wave, and yeah, Uno's just going to keep on pushing. Julian with the pick. Baby finds Fat Cat. It's a whole lot of engage. Stuck in the cage. Fat Cat goes down. Kato gets a kill.
Yeah, in that scenario, you have to prep the Q on the side of Fat Cat there. You have to buffer it so that even if you do get hit by the Julian ultimate, right, the Glacial Prison, you're just allowed to kind of slide on out of there. I don't know if Fat Cat ended up using it earlier. That's why he can't get it. And we talked about that kill window. Quick Slice, brother, you cannot kill him, man. It's Casante.
Oh, dang. Quick Slice back-to-back solo deaths in the top lane. And that window... First, the Carpenter wooden boards to block it up. Now the Iron Gate comes in, and Aggression has taken complete control. Talking about the meatballs on the spaghetti.
Yeah.
And for ONU, it's been in the oven for quite a bit. The gold lead has shrunk down. Drury, they've got this dragon. They're placing a lot of focus on it because Ohio Northern have gotten the pass too. Quick Slice is coming in. We'll see. They've got the numbers advantage. Aggression is here for the fight first. Baby Cage comes on down. Trying to DPS from the backline. Kato and Kai are safe in this fight. They're not under threat. Kaiser has to try to back away. Orion dashes in. He's dominating, but he's stuck in the cage again, dashing around, trying to find the plays. Still firing away. It's a double kill for the young mid laner. Orion taking over 7-0-3. A pop-off performance for the young rookie.
Orion 7-0-3 on the Ahri right now. Malignance, and it's going to be building towards the Horizon focus most likely. That's going to give them control of this dragon here. Going to halt the dragon stacking from Ohio Northern. I think at least it should. Guys, start the dragon, end it. You guys can do it. It's the 3v4.
ARAM.
You've got the numbers advantage. What are we fighting for in mid lane, boys?
Pride, honor, the right to go to the championship land. Shibby, it's all on the line. They just want to fight in mid fort, but we got another team fight cooking for this dragon. Ohio Northern looking to try to get onto Soul Point. The Panthers just used a lot of major cooldowns. Orion doesn't have ultimate. Glacial Prison is there. All Out is there. So then, and you have all their ultimates. Let's see if the Drury Panthers can pull off this fight. Kaiser's in the Dragon Pit. Yuno's trying to fire away from the back line. Kato and Kai are hanging on in the back line, staying alive. It's a cage onto Orion. The burst damage comes through. He has to run from the fight, but it's Yuno taking things over. Firing one rocket after another. He ends up with a huge triple kill as the Drury Panthers finally secure the dragon.
You know, but you acting like you don't know. Drury coming in with a massive dragon objective fight win there. Yuno just popping off in the back line, and luckily Orion had the ultimate available. A huge rotation of spells to tear through Ohio Northern's front line. I said you got to stay ahead of the meatball curve, and right now Drury are doing a damn good job, and a lot of that is on the shoulders of Orion. It's on the shoulders of the AD carry for Drury. Yuno here, both of those guys coming up big in the Game 3 performance, and Ohio Northern, dare I say, they're quaking. They're choking, potentially.
The second seed is in danger officially. They've been put on notice in this chaotic game number 3. They're going to try to stabilize with the Rift Herald, opening up the mid lane. Orion is looking for a potential flank as the Drury Panthers have found a fight they want to look for. Orion's into the back line. He's found Kato, who goes down. Orion is legendary, trying to back on out. Can they navigate this tricky situation? Quick Slice coming to join the fray. It's a 4-on-5. ONU with their backs up against the wall. Who's going to come through with so much damage? The Drury Panthers! Oh my gosh, Quick Slice diving in. It's another dredge line, and it's another kill for Orion. And Ace comes through for the Panthers as they continue to dominate game number 3.
Fat Cat on this Nautilus. Maybe it was the key. The B1 Nautilus changing the outcome of this game right now. Huge hooks from them, and Orion with a massive flank like you mentioned. Got onto Kato, and that guy could not rotate any of his abilities before he was dead here. Kaiser and Orion doing a damn good job locking down one of the carries. I talked about what Drury had to do. They have to kill either Kato or Kai before they can start steamrolling the team fight. If one of them goes down, ONU just do not have the damage available to go through Drury, and they can just methodically work their way through the rest of the lineup. Drury playing the best damn 15 minutes of their life, playing the best damn 20 minutes of their life right now. I dare say the best damn game so far, as Kaiser and Quick Slice are looking to get some revenge on aggression.
Quick Slice, how's it feel? 2-on-1, let's see. Oh my gosh, so much damage. He's going all out. Quick Slice tried to dive back in, and despite it looking real close, the 2v1 goes the way of the Panthers. It is an 8,000 gold lead here at almost the 21-minute mark. Baron has spawned. Dragons still in the favor of ONU, but with 6 Void Grubs, the Panthers have so much pushing power. Quick Slice is staying quite low here to try and pick up the inner turret. 700 gold. He finishes it off. Kato gets that burst of move speed. Quick Slice sticking around. Knows he's got Kaiser in the wings. Panthers build on that gold lead. It's now 9,000.
Probably their biggest gold lead in this series that they've gotten at the 21-minute mark.
Way.
Oh, and another flash!
The Feather Storm is going to keep Kai alive, and there's no follow-up for the rest of the team. Kaiser, Orion gets stuck in the baby cage. The stun in the mid lane gets taken down. Shut down gold for Kato's Veigar. A 1-for-1 trade. Julian is the trade. The jungler for ONU goes down, and Drury, Shibby, they're going for Baron.
Kaiser on 25% HP in a dream. Realistically, Julian is down, so there's no threat of a steal. But does Ohio Northern just try to stop this? Try to remove some of the Barons in the hands of Drury? No, not possible. The Baron-taking power of Jace and Jinx, a 3-item Jinx at that, is more than enough. Lickety split, they get on out of there, and 22 minutes into the game, they are 10,000 gold nearly up onto Ohio Northern, and ONU may be watching Grand Finals and the LAN from their monitors.
We talk about playing with your back up against the wall. Quick Slice now quite literally up against a wall, stuck in the cage. It's a whole lot of damage. It's a 3-on-3 in the bot lane. Orion tries to find the charm, but it goes a little wide. Kai does not have a Featherstorm to get on out of there, and it's 12 kills for Orion on the Ori. His third game and third time is the charm. Ocean Drake now on the menu. As they've got Baron, they might just keep on pushing.
Baron in their hands. Dragon only needs to be taken by one. There's only 2 members on the side of ONU, and Julian has to flash out. He might die.
Or you get another pick, another kill. The Drury Panthers just keep on rolling. The Baron minions are crashing into the base as the death timers keep the defense limited. It's only 3 members to try and stop the onslaught.
Looking a little difficult here for ONU. Let's see if they can hold it here. They do have a move. Respawn timers are coming up, and they're going to go in. They're going to fancy a team fight.
Can they do it? Kato dropping down the baby cage. Fat Cat, there's no escape for you, my friend. Quick Slice getting low. It's now Yuno and Orion against ONU. They've still got Baron buff. They're going to back away. Risky business, but it's an 11,000 gold lead. Orion 12-1 in 13, 25 out of 31 kill participation. This is an unreal performance from one of the youngest players in the MEC. Have yourself a game, Orion. Welcome to the league.
He's awoken the mid lane of Drury, the individual stepping up at the most important of times. 12, 1, and 3, nearly 4 items on this Ahri. He had a solid game 1, a pretty good game 2, but this performance blows it all out the water. We questioned the 3 games of Ahri. I was a little suspicious about it. I said, you know what? I don't think it's worth batting out if you're ONU. Man, was I wrong, Mac. Drury making ONU pay for leaving this guy up, leaving his champion available. And 25 minutes into the game, ONU are staring down a 10,000 gold lead. And this build from Kato, Shirelia's, Archangels, like, it's not high damage. It's not the one-shot Vigar that you desperately need right now. All the chips, all the weight of responsibility to win this game is on Kai's shoulders.
Watch Julian. Watch Cuz. The engage needs to come through onto the carries. Orion has a lot of mobility. Yuno has, once he gets going, the hyper move speed makes him hard to catch. All summoner spells available for the Panthers as they try to siege without Baron buff. They've got to be careful, but they got super minions pushing into the bot lane slowly but surely. They try to spread the map thin as they continue getting vision control in Ohio Northern's jungle. In the map, the safe zone of Summoner's Rift continues to feel like it grows smaller and smaller for ONU.
Outer turrets all removed. Bottom lane inhibitor taken here. And now they're going to turn their attention towards the mid lane. 2 inhibitor towers still remain. 2 lanes still available to play from. And the siege wave clear from Ohio Northern is really good, but Drury should still be able to siege, right? They've got Quick Slice on the Jace. They've got Orion in the side lane right now. They're opting in for a 1-3-1 here. Quick Slice, an expert at putting pressure on the side lanes. Not on the Udyr, but still putting in work right now. And uh-oh. Cuz
my gosh.
unable to get that
I'm
Zenith
so
blade.
scared.
And the Drury Panthers playing with a little bit of swagger and confidence right now, backing directly in front of ONU. And realistically, Dragon up in a minute and a half. They'll probably pick that up. We've seen Drury play a little bit conservative or, how do I say, defensive when they do have a big gold lead, right? They aren't willing to really push the envelope, the delicate balance that we talked about. It's not the most exciting way to win a League of Legends game, but it is methodical. It is the least risky. And for Drury right now, with backs, like you said, against the wall in a do-or-die series here, one team goes home, one team goes to the LAN. They don't want to make any mistakes right now. The tension is there, and Ohio Northern are just looking, scraping for opportunities, and they just haven't been able to find one. Kaiser on this Jarvan has been finding all the hooks with Fat Cat.
Here comes another fight in the jungle. The carry safe in the back, but the frontline tanks are getting melted, and the Drury Panthers have 2 kills. Julian, the jungler, goes down. Gotta be careful, trying to look up, continue putting the foot on the gas pedal. Baron is up, Dragon spawning shortly, but the Panthers, they see their moment of opportunity, the bot lane pushing in, they want to keep going, they want to start another siege.
3v5 right now. You've got to deal with Quick Slice. You don't have enough members to deal with everything that's happening onto the map. Ohio Northern desperately watching as their base gets destroyed. Mac, is this the end?
One rocket after another. Oh, the big one goes wide. Barely. Aggression dodges out and survives. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. This would be one of the craziest upsets in MEC history. Drury Panthers on the brink. They've got the mid lane inhibitor. They don't get the bottom. Yuno's in trouble, though. The acceleration gate from Jace is going to try to speed him out, but Chibi, they are on the wrong side of the map. Hopefully not on the wrong side of history. They're going to try to recall, but this could be huge. Aggression is ghosting in. It's only Quick Slice and Yuno to try to hang on. Aggression is unstoppable. He's found his way onto the carry, and the Drury Panthers, they lose 2 critical members. It's a shutdown for Kai Zaya.
What are we doing, guys? We're recalling in the mid lane. Just push mid. Force something. I mean, yeah, they're dead and you can't really get to them, but realistically, you've got to try to shove something. You've got to pressure the map here. Drury, an uncharacteristic mistake in this game specifically. They are prone to some errors right now and huge death timers. Kaiser, Orion, and Fat Cat are looking to try to stop this Baron, stall it out. Quick Slice has TP available. Yuno can help with the rocket, but realistically, Ohio Northern are pulling the trigger. They said, we want Baron now!
It is going down so quickly thanks to Kai Zaya. The health bar getting lower and lower. Kaiser going to try to go in, looking on to Kai, but he doesn't have the follow-up. He doesn't have the damage. Baron's getting turned around. The rocket goes wide. Kai is going crazy mode on him. Dancing all around. The objective is secured. Quick Slice tries to dash in, but the damage is done. The Baron is taken, and Ohio Northern are clawing at the seams. It's another kill for Kato, as Orion finally shuts him down. But ONU, they were down just moments ago, over 10,000 gold. The game much closer, 7,000, but specifically Kai, think of the ADC. Zaya's on 4 items.
4.5 or 4.25 here is the Vamp Scepter is taken, and numbers advantage for ONU. Baron advantage for ONU. Kaiser's up in about 10 seconds. He should be able to regroup with his team, at least for the tier 3 mid lane turret. I don't know if this tier 2 stands much longer here in Drury. Vice grip of this game is slowly running through their fingers like sand at a beach right now. Just, ugh. Oh, my heart can't take it, Mac!
We're 31 minutes into this one, and I don't think it's ever felt closer. Ohio Northern 1 dragon away from Ocean Soul, and the Baron power play continues. The Drury Panthers, they're up in the gold. They've got the super minions hitting the base, but can they piece together a big fight? We were talking about the meatballs coming alive for Ohio Northern. The tanks, aggression, 3 items. Julian's getting there. Cuz is getting there. The defenses, they've survived a handful of zombie onslaughts. They continue building barriers. And now the Death Brush tries to get assembled. Yuno is stunned. He is not going to use Cleanse here. He's got to try to back away from the fight. Orion, they got to get on to Kai, who's in the back line just firing away. Yuno's trying to find his shot. Orion's trying to find his shot, but the baby cage zoning is keeping everybody safe. The jungler for support. Fat Cat tries to turn around. Julian goes down. Orion's dancing around the fight. Kai still has Featherstorm. Shibby, watch out for the big cooldowns. Orion tries to dash in. The Drury Panthers turn to start another siege. They're going to try to push in the base. Baron-empowered recalls come out. Ohio Northern are back to defend.
It's an open inhib. Orion's going to look to maybe TP in. He's got an item or he's sitting on something right now. Instead, he's going to cancel it. It's a 3v4. But like you mentioned, Kai has the Featherstorm available. They have ultimates to work with. And let's see, Fat Cat might just die. It's a 3v3. Drury are collapsing at the seams, Mac. They don't know what to do. They cannot close the game.
Here comes aggression ghosting in, and he's found Yuno caught out once again. The Drury Panthers are not on the same page. Baron buff is going to expire, but here come the Polar Bears charging down the mid lane. Quick Slice is going to recall to try and defend the base, but it's another pick with the baby cage. Kaiser's at 50% HP. The turret, similar health status. Orion stuck as well. He's going to try to buy time with the Seeker's Arm Guard, dodging out the damage, but here's Cuz with the surprise engage. Orion tries to go in, but Kai stays alive, and ONU are fighting for their spot at the championship LAN. Dragon in 45 seconds. Orion may have teleport, but the Ocean Soul is in their sight.
Clawing back, team fight after team fight. Drury, you've got to reset. You've got to chill out, or you're gonna lose this game.
Fat Cat trying to escape. Kaiser trying to do as well. Yuno
look at
trying
Quick Slice
to
in the
worry
top
about
side.
the waves, but look at his teammates. Quick Slice once again trying to pull off some solo carry heroics, but Shibby, is it all going to be in vain if the base is destroyed while he's trying to go on the offensive? Look at the siege, look at the minions, look at the meatballs. They're taking up everything. They're keeping everybody alive. Kai, the star, 13 kills in this one, trying to add to the total. Aggression taking care of business once more. Yuno trying to kill him. He's going hyper mode, but the Nexus turret, Shibby, Ohio Northern are trying to punch their ticket to Jacksonville. Kai, one auto after another, can't do it. It's a quadra kill for Yuno.
And the TP comes in, the channel, recall is channeled. Kato is the last man alive. They're going to get 2 inhibs. Orion's going to get out of dodge. Kato's going to put the chase onto him. Okay, the baby cage goes down. And in Drury's bleakest moments, when the Nexus is exposed, Yuno hits reset after reset after reset to breathe new life for Drury. 35 minutes in, and Mac, I can't tell you who's going to win.
What on earth is this match? The decider between Drury and Ohio Northern is coming down to the wire. 35 minutes into this one. In one of the best MEC games of the season, they go toe-to-toe, keep going back and forth. Oh my gosh, each of them sitting one more dragon away. I gotta rein myself in. We're talking about Drury trying to take a deep breath. I can't even take a deep breath, so we're gonna try to relax here. I'm getting too hypey.
Let's chill out.
Chill out. Drury's chilling out too. They've got the dragon. Baron though, Shibby, spawning in 15 seconds.
In that 10,000 gold lead earlier, be damned. We are 36 minutes into the game. Items abundant. Everybody's hitting the late game stage. Your carries are all but ready to fight. 20,000 gold. I talked about how Kai, the carry potential, but the fight breaks out.
Watch Kai in the background. Yuno as well. The carries are going toe-to-toe as Fat Cat's going low. Kaiser tries to go on the back line, but there's no follow-up. Kai's getting so low, but he stays alive somehow. Orion can't find his mark. Kai stayed. The rocket goes. Oh my god, the shutdown snipe from from Yuno, who's having the game of his life. The Drury Panthers keep on rolling. It's only Kato, the carry in the mid lane, but look at the minions. They're coming
They
in.
go for the
It's
end.
triple inhibitor for the Drury Panthers. Can they do it with the upset aggression as Respawn, the bane of Yuno's existence? They're trying to deal with the minions. They're trying to hang on to this one. Cuz is about to respawn as the turret gets oh so low, but they won't fire into it. Yuno, get that turret. Baby Cage comes out. There goes aggression.
Reset.
Yuno is godlike. The minions continue to pour in. Kato is somehow defending the base with all of his ability power, with all of his damage. The Rabadon's online. Ohio Northern somehow defend the base.
Drury, apprehensive, a little scared. Maybe they didn't feel like they could end the game there, and so Ohio Northern get one more opportunity to potentially close this game out. Mind you, it's an open nexus for the Drury Panthers, and although Baron goes down, the third one of this game, Drury have not found the window. It's triple inhibitor, double super minions pounding into Ohio Northern's base here. And with one last reset, with potentially one final team fight, I doubt these two teams are going to wait for the Ocean Soul. At this point, I doubt it makes a difference. Mac, off the back of Orion, off the back of Yuno, can Drury pull off arguably the biggest upset so far in the MEC season, or will Ohio Northern, with resiliency, with Kai, with Kato, with their second place regular season performance, one of our best teams before the playoffs, be able to squeak another one out?
They've caught Kaiser. He's going down immediately to start the fight. The engage. They don't hesitate. They go for the throat. They go for the kill. There's a hook onto Kai, who has the Feather Storm and is able to survive. Now Yuno goes down as well. He has the Guardian Angel. Orion trying to keep everybody alive, but Kato and Kai, those brotherly love is pulling through. It's a shutdown. Drury Panthers, they're trying to turn things. Orion dancing around, but aggression pulls it out. Oh my goodness. Ohio Northern defend the base once more.
And that was a good Zenith Blade from Kuz. Another turret went down. The Nexus both exposed. ONU are barreling down right now. It's just Orion versus the world. 15 seconds until Kaiser comes up. He has the Cataclysm available. No sums for Kai. No Featherstorm for Kai. Nothing but his hands, the keyboard, the mouse, and the champion he's piloting. Can Kai and the rest of Ohio Northern close this game out? They're gonna back off. Dragon up in 30 seconds. 3v3. Julian's coming up in 4 seconds, and Cuz as well. It's a 5v3 advantage. Quick Slice, no TP available. And so I assume Ocean Soul is going to go over into ONU's hand. Is that the edge? Is that what they need? Kai no sums. Nothing available. Can Orion find the pick? Can Fat Cat find the engage? Can Kaiser get off an ability before he gets CC'd to death? 40 minutes into this game. Nexus is exposed. Triple inhibitors almost respawned back for ONU, so no double supers available. Surely, Mac, Dewey, this fight is the one that decides it all.
Buckle up. We're getting on the roller coaster. We're going on up. I hear click after click with each champion movement, with each mouse click. We get closer to that roller coaster, going downhill, going all over the place, going crazy, because this next fight is going to be the decider. No Nexus turrets to keep you safe. Inhibitors slowly but surely respawning. The mid lane still open. Drury Panther's going to try to push down an Ocean Soul on the table. Ohio Northern have to fight, but it could be taken too quickly. They could instead opt to go for the Nexus, maybe, Shibby?
Uh-oh.
The base is open. Ocean Soul is secured. Drury Panthers, they're left with the conundrum. They have to try to defend the base. Here come the Polar Bears. They're looking for the end of the game. The recalls are coming out. Can they get back in time to defend the base? Kaiser's trying to go for the flank. Here we go. Ultimate base defense begins now. Orion trying to look for the flank. Kai staying alive. He goes on a rampage. Kato dishing out the damage. Aggression goes down. It's 4-on-4. Who's going to come out on top? Firing away. Kai still has the Feather Storm available. Cuz with the Solar Flare. Big Rocket is all that's left. Drury Panthers trying to hang on. Cleanse and Flash available for but Kai is unstoppable. Big ol' Rocket. Big ol' whiff. Can't connect. And somehow the game does not end. The trading continues. The base is completely respawned, but no towers stand to defend Ohio Northern.
And can't get the damage out. He just cannot. He's 6 items. The man's got no shoes. He sold everything for this victory, man. Unable to carry the team fight, not able to get the resets. I talked about Ocean Soul not making a difference. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point in the game. You've got to get a crucial kill on Kai, who's flashless only for another 20 seconds. And Kai's just been playing out of his mind, as well as and Orion have been doing. Kai has been single-handedly carrying these team fights, playing around his 2 tanks, saying, put the ball in my hands. I will carry this. Resetting onto the map. They've lost Ocean Dragon. They've lost Ocean Soul, but that's neither here nor there. They've got the mid lane inhibitor turret. Look at Quick Slice. Look at the Metal Gear Solid. Look at the sneak mission that he's going for. Solid Snake, is that you? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Recalls being channeled. He's really playing with us here a little bit. He's in his box. He's not there, right? He was spotted on a ward. They see this one coming. The recalls have been channeled. Aggression will answer, and it's a 4v4 in the mid lane. Quick Slice trying to go back to his heroics as the rest of the team try to go toe-to-toe in what might be the final fight. We keep on saying it, but now Quick Slice is out of position with teleport available. He might get caught out here. Does have flash as well. The rest of the Drury Panthers trying to push up, trying to keep their top laner safe. Quick Slice able to do-si-do around the cavalry, the hunt squad. They can't catch his scent. They can't track him down. In this game, grueling as ever. Baron has respawned, the 4th one. Is it going to be the final 4th Baron? Got to worry about the rest of the base. They're going to try to melt down the objective, and just like that, it's 6-item Jinx, baby. It doesn't stand a chance.
Literally melted. Itemization being taken. He's removed the static shiv. I don't need the wave clear. Give me more damage. Give me more move speed. He swapped it out for the Phantom Dancer. Kai, still holding on to his boots, understands that move speed is what's needed against the team comp of Drew. You need to be able to move on out. You need to be able to put the blue suede shoes on. But realistically, the tanks are getting to 6 items, and unfortunately, Quick Slice is just not hitting. He's not able to penetrate through this frontline. Aggression, Julian, and now Cuz. The supports are going to start hitting full items. I don't think we've had a game like that in the MEC, Mac. As now, we've said it time and time before. I think we've been saying it since the 35-minute mark. Surely this next team fight has to be the last one. Right? Surely. Surely.
I don't think the rest of the stream believes us at this point, Shibby.
Yeah,
I think we've been exposed.
We're snake oil salesmen.
Only $13.99 after shipping and handling. Oh,
Drury
goodness.
Panthers.
It's going to come down to this, right? This next fight? This is going to be the one?
I like how we're sure, right? And I can't imagine what the coaches are thinking for both Drury and Ohio, and anybody watching in the chat. They're probably ripping their hair out. They've probably gone bald by now because Drury was in such a dominant position. We're at 90,000 gold for both of these teams. These guys are cresting up against potentially 100,000 gold. And Quick Slice, he might be caught out. He flashes. Are they going to go for the base end? It's a 4v3 in the mid lane.
Cuz can't continue to extend the fight. Kaiser tries looking for the pick, but it's another Drury Panther caught out where they shouldn't be. Now it's left for the rest of them to figure it out. It's 5v3 split. The numbers advantage is there. A huge depth charge to try to limit aggression. It's 4-on-4 now, a 1-for-1 trade. They've got the split pushing top laner with Baron buff, with Ocean Soul. Drury continue trying to get their ticket to Jacksonville, signed, sealed, and delivered. It's another inhibitor that goes down, but Fat Cat 1W takes down half of his HP. Kai now going to handle business. It's another Drury Panther going down. Kai goes godlike. Look at the damage coming out of Kato. It's the late game Vagar. Orion has to flash just to try to survive. It's so much damage. And look at the death timers. Aggression has teleport. The Drury Panthers have to go back to their cave, their lair, their base to try and defend it. They can't risk the Baron-empowered recalls, and Chibi Elder Dragon spawns in 10 seconds. Is this going to be disaster for the Panthers? This is a huge objective for Ohio Northern to pick up.
TP available for Orion. Does he channel it into the base? Does he fancy himself a potential win? It's Elder Dragon going down.
Aggression's teleporting to the fight. It's mid laner on mid laner to secure the series, and Kato looks like he's winning. Kato goes on a rampage. Elder Dragon's getting secured. Yuno has to flash away. There comes the objective. Here come the bells. Yuno trying to dodge on out there, but he doesn't have flash. He can't survive any more fighting. Ohio Northern, it's one more teleport lash death effort. Kaiser trying to defend the base. Aggression goes back. He howls Elder Dragon. He's gonna be able to do it. He goes all out when his team needs him most. Quick Slice trying to do it, but the Nexus survives. It's an ace for Ohio Northern as they get their first gold lead in about the entire game. It comes up when they needed it most in Ohio Northern. We got some flights for you. You're headed to Jacksonville. Welcome to the championship land.
And in a battle between Drury and Ohio Northern, the Polar Bears, they gnaw, they claw, they bite, they will their way to the land, and they take down Drury in an absolute slugfest, Mac. 3-game series. Hang your heads high, Ohio Northern. Resiliency is the name of their game, and unfortunately, with that devastating loss, the Drury Panthers will be sent home. They will not be going to the LAN when you potentially get another crack at either GVU or Ottawa. Coming back with a vengeance. Mac.
I'm processing. That was a lot. That was a big game. That was a game 3. What a deciding match. Ohio Northern. How did they hang on? 12,000 gold down. The improbable comeback. The immaculate miracle. Ohio Northern. This time they're here for playoffs, Chibi. And they're going to make the most of it. They're moving on to the losers final to face the winner of our next series. Can you believe this is still a Monday night doubleheader? That was just our first series. We're going to be here for a while. We've got more League of Legends coming up. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should come to watch the MEC Spring Championship, to see action like this, to see esports at its finest at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. Use ! Spring Championship in the Twitch chat and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. We're going to hop into a quick break. We will be talking to one of the victorious ONU players to walk us through that absolutely insane, crazy, I can't think of the words anymore, a grueling 50-minute victory. We're going to see how they feel after that one. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We are talking to the king himself after a hard-earned victory. Ohio Northern has punched their ticket to Jacksonville. Your Majesty, the King Julian of the Jungle, talk to me through the emotions after this crazy series. What does it mean to the squad to make it to the championship land?
I don't know if I'm Your Majesty tonight. Tough performance for sure. I think we're all relieved, if anything, to get to the land. I think it was like kind of the expectation that we should win this series, and we shouldn't.
Mhm.
I mean, we did, but like not at all in this fashion. That was really tough. I mean, props to Drury. They performed a lot better than we were expecting, I think, and we played pretty bad too. But they had a really good series, so props to them.
And talk me through those final 10 minutes, right? Because, although you guys can't see gold leads, you definitely tab over. You definitely can see, like, oh, Jinx is on 4 items. Ari's on 4 items. Like, what is the idea there? Is it just stall as much as you can? Were you surprised at some points? Did you feel like Drury could have ended the game on you and they didn't? Were you, what is those comms at those final 10 minutes?
It's weird, right? Because I think there were definitely like certain points of the game where I think I said it, I think our support said it too, Ken, but like we were like, damn, we might not be going to land, Like there are definitely points where we were behind and I don't think we thought it was winnable. And then I think actually in the last 10 minutes it felt a lot more winnable. I think we slowly got control back. However, there were some mishaps, of course. It was just really close. If they could have ended the game, maybe we could have also ended the game at certain points. I think both teams were just very scared to lose, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's a lot on the line this series, and both teams are playing probably a lot more conservative than they would in like a regular season game, just because I think both teams really didn't want to lose.
Yeah, for sure. And for a squad that, unfortunately, thinking back to just last year, ONU, unfortunately absent from the playoffs, even considering that last year, what does it mean for everyone this year to be able to come together for big moments like this?
I think so far we're absent from playoffs this year too, to be honest. I think we still haven't fully attended yet. So, I mean, I think, I don't know. We're here. It is what it is, but I don't think we're super happy with our performance in playoffs so far. And I think there's a lot to work on. And I think we're hoping to have a really good series against whoever we play next. I think it's going to be like Purdue or whoever wins right between Purdue and Briarcliff. So probably Purdue. Probably Purdue. So I think we just want to have a good performance against them. I think we started our slump actually when we played against Purdue for the first time. I think we had a really tough series where we just individually played bad. Like we just had a really bad series, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
I think we want to turn it around. I don't think Purdue's they're really good, but I think they're beatable. I think between all top 4 teams, I think everyone's kind of on the same level at this point.
Yeah.
Final question from me, Julian. Talk to me about the potential opportunity to kind of rematch GVU. That has to be in the back of your head after the way you went out to them in the last playoff match. Is that something that you guys are looking forward to, right? Like, is that something that you guys are using as motivation? Because, I mean, they talked a lot of smack afterwards, that's for sure.
I think they care more than we do, to be honest. I think we're just seeing it as we kind of have to beat everybody. It's whatever. I see their support, talking a bunch. It is what it is. I don't really think anyone likes that guy. I think he doesn't have a lot of friends, so it is what it is. But he can be in here talking. He's got nothing better to do with his Monday night. It's whatever. I don't really care, though. I'm going to be real. They're just a team. And that's kind of how I feel about all the teams. They're just a team at this point. So they can keep talking. We don't really care. It's whatever.
Well, Julian, before we let you go, I see the squad there, a late night after some late games, but you guys are still grinding through. Before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out?
Yeah, shout out the team, shout out my friends in chat, shout out the family, shout out everybody for supporting us. Really appreciate it. I'm sure it's hard to support in times like these when we're taking games super long for no reason, and to 3 games instead of just a quick vote, but I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who's here.
Well, you sure guys keep it entertaining out there on the Rift. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. We hope to keep seeing you guys provide the action. I know you guys are looking for clean games. You guys get a little bit of a break before the next set of matches, so hope the practice goes well. Hope to see you guys at LAN and enjoy that moment.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, Shibby. First series of the night is over. Last Monday, we were done at this time. Today, we just finished up our first series. We've got the second series of our
It's
losers
dinner.
semifinals. And
I got dinner right now. I got soba noodles I'm trying to eat. Guys, come on. I got it. Look at this.
We're going to give Shibby some time to eat before our next series. We're going to hop into a quick break, but we have Purdue Northwest taking on the Briarcliff Chargers shortly. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a bit.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name is Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff.
I'm Raymond Bluesinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, more League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Probably a Nets, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that someone from Quebec is able to be decent at League of Legends,
and it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket,
and that's the funniest part. And he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time."
Yeah.
I think once people realize that we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone to the ball now. Going into A4, look at Socket. Laying in the middle.
Socket?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Socket Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
cool. That sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why, those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream. We continue our Monday night doubleheader. Somehow 4 hours in, we're just starting our second series of the night. Drury versus ONU went the distance all the way to a 50-minute Game 3 victory. ONU moves on to the LAN, and it's time for us to move on to the second series of the night. Purdue Northwest taking on Briarcliff University, the second half of our losers semi-final series. Here we go, Shibby. Two teams again, once again, same stakes, same situation on the line. You liked what we got going for you in the first series. I think you're going to like this one a lot as well. PNW and Briarcliff both fighting for a spot, trying to punch their ticket to the spring championship LAN.
And I'm wondering if we get another 3-game series from these two guys, Purdue Northwest and Briarcliff University. PNW falling to Ottawa earlier last week in what you would consider technically an upset because it was the 4 seed versus the 1 seed. I think a lot of people had Purdue Northwest taking that series just based off of how dominant they looked and obviously when they beat Ottawa in the regular season. But just a monster performance from Levi. Just absolutely hard carrying Ottawa, but also Riverside, Killian, like all of those guys, right? Prod as well, having a pretty solid performance in of itself. Pluck's really good on the roam. So I think Ottawa as a team really came together. And you haven't taken a peek at Levi's Twitter, I implore you to go see it. I can't say what it says on there because I'll get fired, but it is a very good. It takes a line from the recent Kendrick Lamar and Future stuff. So I'll get fined. Not fired. I'll get fined.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah. Anyways, I think with this series though, Purdue Northwest and Briarcliff University, BCU, have a lot of good components to try to pull off the upset, right? I think Oxy is a top laner that we've talked about, who's obviously playing for Briarcliff University, who gets the rosters. Mike in the jungle, the human highlight reel, as he called it himself. Cammer in the mid lane, and Zero and Raymond, who brought out a pretty interesting combination of a utility bot lane that we've seen kind of throughout the regular season, have swapped up, right? They went like Zyra, and they went like these carry AD carries. They put the team on their back a little bit, right? They had something other than the Senna Seraphine, which I think surprised both me and you. On Purdue Northwest side, though, we've got Prank in the top lane, the king of top lane himself. Doubtful and Klexel are best arguably one of our better mid-jungle duos, if not our best mid-jungle duo in the league. And we've got Wing King and Toponer rounding out that bot lane. And Wing King, first year competitive. I believe he's Challenger, AD carry. Has a lot of fans there. And Toponer, the only remaining player from last year's roster to make it onto this new year. Purdue Northwest built this roster to win MEC. They had a lot of talk about, practicing a couple months prior to the MEC season. They were competing together in multiple different collegiate tournaments and other stuff like that. So they've had a lot of time to marinate. But is it too much, Mac?
Can you over marinate? Is it scary dry rub territory if they put in if they've been aged too finely? We'll see. Is Pranked wise beyond his years? The old man of the top lane finally crumbling away. We'll have to see. This Briarcliff squad also, I feel like one of those teams kind of disappointed from last year's performance, wanting to retool, get things figured out, get some new players involved, and we've liked a lot of what we have seen from this team. Cammer, I feel like, has been a constant I'll say constant source of consistency. No, it's a little bit redundant, but he's been fantastic. Him and Mike working together. I'm actually really excited to see how they play into Doubtful and Klexo. That's kind of my marquee matchup of the night, but all of these lanes are super interesting. And Shibby, I love your point talking about Zero and Raymond. Raymond kind of stole the show. We didn't remember what Zero was playing because the Zyra looked so clean. Making a lot of plays happen on the map, specifically with Cameras to Leah. They were, oh gosh, Camera was just so nice with it, cutting people off, and then Stranglethorns came out while they were backs up against, we got a lot of backs up against the wall. People are, and we saw in that last series in game number 3, right? Ohio Northern and Drury scared to go home. There's no safety net here in Gulag, in MEC Gulag, in the losers bracket. It all comes down to this as we get going in draft number 1 of game 1 of our best of 3 series. The only best of 3. There's a reason you feel it when you lose that first game of rock, paper, scissors. You're thinking about which option you throw out second. And we see through the first phase of bans. Hammer getting targeted by PNW, his signature brand, taken off the board.
ECU and Purdue Northwest. Let's see if they end up playing their style, their way, or if one of them gets it the Aki way. Briarcliff University banning out the Volley Pair and the Oriana.
Don't forget the Bev.
Never. Don't forget the Bev. Purdue Northwest not forgetting the Lee Sin here. Brand Lee Sin taken out here. A lot of respect put onto Mike's name, rightfully so. The guy has shown that he'll go crazy. And so they believe that the key to BCU, the engine for Briarcliff is Mike. And I would arguably agree. I think if you can get that edge for Purdue Northwest in the doubtful Klexo mid-jungle duo, that it's just hard for me to think that Cameron and Mike can step up to the plate. They haven't been able to do it before against Purdue Northwest, but he might throw out something different. As the Kog'Maw does get banned away here, that's been rising in popularity, is a good pick into things like the Smolder, the Zeri, those high-scaling arms race kind of bot lanes.
I'm feeling a little grounded after still coming down from the previous series. I gotta kind of get back into it. It's a fresh start. Both teams, different mindsets coming in. Purdue, surprising loss after such a clean regular season. And now, I feel like, Frank, we did talk about, I think early on the precipice headed into playoffs, talking about what sage wisdom he has to pass down to the younger members of the team, right? And he told us at least on stream, maybe the message didn't get very clear to the rest of the squad, but he said, take every match seriously. People who you think you won't lose to might just be able to beat you come playoff time. And so their wake-up call happened against Ottawa. And see if they've woken up here against BCU. A classic karma pick. They're going back to the roots, Shivy. They're going back to a few weeks. Let's see what the Parmesan Zhao has there been. This has to be the most picked duo in MEC, man. Like, how this is a classic what we've seen so far. I feel like,
So good.
especially out of PNW.
I mean, it's so good, right? Zinzao loves it. When you've got enchanters, when he's allowed to skirmish, when he's allowed to get into the thick of it. And so Purdue Northwest picking up the tried true combo. This Karma can go into the support role for Toponer if he wants. Could also be a top lane. It's technically still a triflex, but I don't suspect Frank wants to pilot this as the Senna, Tom, Kench get locked in for Briarcliff. And Mac, I know Senna is one of your favorite champions. Can you tell me how this lane is now in Season 14? I've seen it a little bit across competitive. Is it still good? Is it still annoying? Is it still that safe as it used to be?
Oh yeah, big time. Never. Pretty much nothing's changed. Same Senna, Tom Kench as always, going to be doing their thing. And it's not something we actually saw from BCU, but this Zeri pick coming through, quite challenging. Senna will eventually kind of build up that range advantage, but Zeri has enough move speed and potentially enough DPS to outmaneuver the Senna, so we'll have to see. Very interesting for BCU. They didn't rely on it in their matchup against Cornell College, but here against PNW, both teams trying to stick to their comfort zone in the matches that mean the most. Solo laners hit the ban list, as that's going to be the major focus. Likely Oxy. Do we think Oxy? Clearly PNW doesn't. They're banning the Darius away. Where's this Gragas going? I feel like it's top, Shibby. Do you think I'm maybe wrong on this one? What are you thinking as you round out the second phase of bans?
Maybe it goes into Mike's hands. Maybe BCU have been flexing it around. Would even go to Camera if you're feeling a bit of a mid-Gragas play here. Is this pick would be insane, right? Because it completely denies the eat, in a sense of that if you eat Senna, right, you just deliver yourself a 2-for-1 combo. It's like getting an extra nugget. When you order the 20 piece, they give you 21. That's what pretty much happens, right? That's what happens.
Yeah.
Opponent on the Blitzcrank looking to counter out the Senna, Tom Kench. It's the bag for I produce. It's the bag of fries from Five Guys. They just, how many can we fit in there? I don't know. As much as we have. Like they're just dumping it in there. Wind King picking out as the Jax comes in, and Mike and Oxy. They have a little bit of a battle with the Jax, right? Mike believes he's the better Jax. He's like, my Jax is cleaner than yours, Oxy. Maybe they'll be swapping around. They can actually flex both of these champions, Gragas and Jax, in between themselves. So with the Cassante put in, I have to assume that Jax is going to go into the top side. And I'm going to say this. I called it. Shoot or shoot. Mike is playing the Gragas jungle. I'm going to say this, though. I don't really love the Jax into Cassante. I feel like Jax just gets steamrolled in this matchup every time I've seen it. Like, I don't ever see the Jax winning it in lane unless it's like a massive misplay from the Cassante. Granted, it is prank, and he does die randomly, so you never know. He may be banking on that. But the compositions have been set. Talia in the mid lane against the Karma. The roams will be very important. A lot of scaling opportunity and potential on the side of Briarcliff with the Talia, with the Jax, with obviously the Senna Tom Kench, but not to be outdone. Purdue Northwest have locked themselves a Zeri and a Cassante. A pretty solid front line for Wind King here, right? Prank, Doubtful, and Toponer all will get tanky enough, and layer that on top with the Mantra Ease, and you're cooking some solid team fight gumbo, baby.
Mix it all together. Adds a little seasoning, add a little flash hook in there, and you got yourselves a recipe. The compositions are set. We are ready to go for game number 1. The Briarcliff University Chargers taking on PNW. Which team's gonna punch their ticket to the championship land? Summoners, welcome onto the Rift as we continue our MEC Spring 2024 playoff action. Let's get into it.
Briarcliff and Purdue Northwest. A face off here. Will we see an invade from Purdue? Will Briarcliff stack against it potentially as we see some layering onto the top side for Purdue Northwest. They got 4 members up there. They're looking to get Vision down. I believe they actually ended up dropping a ward. I think Mike dropped it on his blue, and we're getting thrown back to 2018, 2019 potentially. That's a Predator Gragas. Predator sucks, man. Predator sucks as a rune, by the way, in my opinion. I quite literally think it's the worst rune in the game. I would have loved to see Phase Rush, potentially, Dark Harvest. But usually, typically, what junglers will do is that they'll clear one side back and immediately buy the boots. I don't know if Mike's going to end up doing that, if he's going to clear a quadrant back and get boots, or if he's going to go for the full clear into the boots buy. As the wards go down, and we didn't really see any counter wards placed from Briarcliff. Nothing on the red side, nothing on the blue side. We look at Purdue Northwest. They're trying to figure out where this Gragas is starting. They're afraid. They saw the Predator, and fear is put into their hearts.
Shibby, I will say, as an avid Senna player, the one champion that makes me quake in my boots a little, that I'm banning if I get the opportunity most of the time, it's gotta be Blitzcrank. You mentioned it before, especially in this Tom Kench matchup as well. I think he provides a lot of utility with that hook. After the Tom Kench gets his ultimate, can potentially pull 2 members right towards you. And for me, it mostly impacts the Senate. Look at where Raymond has to play right now. Yes, they just got level 2. That plays into it as well. But I feel like it's tough for the Senna to exert a lot of pressure on the lane with the threat of Blitzcrank hook. It's longer range than your auto attack, so it makes things really difficult. Like, ideally, Blitzcrank, hypothetically, as a melee support, Senna eats those, right? You just auto attack, you get stacks early, and you start scaling really quickly. But against the Blitzcrank, there's the auto Q. You'll be able to try and take those as often as you can get, but makes things a little challenging.
It forces Briarcliff to pretty much only play within the wave, right? They can't really exert pressure when there's no minions on the table or in the lane there. And so Blitzcrank, like you mentioned, just outranging, having complete and total bush control. It also doesn't allow the Tom Kench to play as aggressive, right? The big thing about this lane is that usually if you take the Senna Tom into like Leona or Nautilus or Braum or any of these other melee supports that are in the game, Thresh, even potentially Rakan, he's one of the best bullies, right? Like, Tom Kench can just really whack at you with the tongue, with the extended HP bar, right? With the gray health, with the shield, and he can really bully you out. But in this case, you can't really fight the blitz, because if you get hooked in, you get CC'd, you get knocked up, you get a ton of damage, and you're not really able to return some. So this Zeri, big brain pick, will never actually feel threatened in the bot lane here, as Doubtful is going to come in, and the opponent is just going to do Blitzcrank things.
Easy hook, trying to W on out of there, has the shield ready to go, but almost needed more HP. Zero barely escapes the gank. Doubtful, good use of his time. Gonna force the bot lane to reset a little bit. And now, Toponer gonna get down some vision. I wonder if he's gonna try to go for a roam. Hammer and Klexo going toe-to-toe. Hammer has no mana, dodges out on the Q, trying to throw those rocks. A big EQ flash, but he gets knocked back into the turret, and Prank with an outplay. One more turret shot's gonna be first blood as the veteran presence comes through. PNW, 2 kills across the map as Toponer trying to set up an additional one. Hook connects. Raymond may be forced to use his summoner spells here, trying to turn things around as the return damage. Here comes Zero. Raymond, one auto attack after another. Wind King with the flash. Wind King with the kill. Turret. Exhaust used. Zero. Go. He's not going to be able to finish him off. Wind King somehow escapes with his summoner spells. Rides on out of there.
Tragedy. No, Purdue Northwest with the skin of their teeth in every single lane. Get on out of there. And Prank might just fancy himself another kill. Says, why are you in my hood? Top lane, I own this. You didn't check in with me, Oxy.
I think I see why the Jax Cassante matchup doesn't go very well. Oh, you're gonna counter strike in? What if I'm just immune to CC? Unstoppable's pretty good. Good luck, Jax. Prank with that one kill. Oxy, he got the toughest thing is Oxy is making every other top laner jealous out here. He got jungle attention, and still Frank is
That's
coming
true.
out on top in this lane. Purdue Northwest snuck the 2 grubs. They're gonna leave a slight consolation prize for Mike, but so far it's a 2,000 gold lead for Purdue Northwest as they have come prepared here in MEC Gulag. They're not going down without a fight.
Briarcliff are able to snag a grub for themselves. The 2-1 trade, Purdue Northwest likely will just give up the rest. I think they don't really want to prioritize it seems like, which is fine. They want to skirmish. They want a team fight. They're a team fight composition, right, with the Karma. You don't really want a side lane here. Oxy's coming in for a roam.
Doubtful's here as well. The 2v2 goes to the top duo, we like to say, in MEC. Klexo and Doubtful putting in work here. Toponer just comes to see the show. It's the Doubtful double kill, and he starts the game. 3 kills, 0 deaths.
Toponer and Mike just like to watch as the mid jungle duo for Purdue Northwest, Doubtful and Klexo, just kind of buddying up. And I told you, Zinzao loves it when he has enchanters. It's even better when one's in the mid lane and could just beef up the Zinzao.
Top
right?
lane.
Prank is just making Oxy pay for the roam. A huge wave. 2 plates. And you look at the gold lead right now. Prank is up 700, but look at the jungle. Doubtful, 1,000 gold onto Mike here. Bottom lane as well. 1,200 for a Wind King. It is looking rough for Briarcliff.
Nah, you can't compare him to Zero. Come on, man. Zero support. At first, that got me too. I was like, man, Wind King's got a huge lead on Zero. Wait, he's on support duty for the time being. It's Ray. He's only up 600 gold, but still, Wind King, a huge early lead. Look at Doubtful. He's found another opportunity to hunt. Wind King is level 6. The Predator is now the prey. Zero, huge amount of shielding. He stays alive quite a long time in there, but Briarcliff, no. It's a losing fight in the bot lane. They're forced to back away.
And this Gragas just not... I mean, Gragas is, like, not the best jungler, in my opinion. He's much more suited for top lane and mid lane nowadays just because of how good he is at, like we said, neutralizing those lanes, being the great equalizer or neutralizer, however you want to say it. And in the jungle, if you don't have flash body slam available, Oxy is going to get shoved into the turret.
Oh my gosh, Prank, another solo kill as he continues his valiant stand. Chippy, what you say in the draft a little bit? That this guy likes to die in lane sometimes? He's doing more killing this time around. He's off to a 2-0 start.
Well, I did also say the Jackson Xante matchup sucks as now.
Maybe. Oh gosh, the bot lane gang. Doubtful is not left whatsoever. He's back for some more. Raymond gets 1 kill, but the hype on that is going to be short-lived. Zero trying to save up for a big old shield, but Klexo has roamed down as well.
Klexo's mantra.
He's level 9. 4 levels up. It's going to be 1 Q. No mantra Q. He's waiting for it. He's trying to give the gold to Wind King.
Got it.
Oh yeah, the Klexo just says, all right, I'll come in and cash in. We see Camera trying to respond in the mid lane, but Purdue Northwest continue to extend their gold.
Briarcliff, slowly but surely, just bleeding gold everywhere across the map. They can't get anything done. Mike is not even going to be able to get this red buff. He wants it. Yeah, like they're not even going to be able to get that in this Gragas jungle 0-1-0 with the Predator. They're trying to go for something spicy. They're trying to do something wacky, but unlike in Drury's game or series, just earlier on, the sauce, the what they're cooking is just not working right now. Purdue Northwest are playing a very classic composition, right? They're not really revealing anything. Like the Blitzcrank is a solid counter into the bot lane. Karma is a champion that's been played globally. Xin as well. Like, Cassante and Zeri are not new in this meta right now. And so Briarcliff kind of giving away a little bit of their strats while also not really knowing what Purdue Northwest is capable of. Is bottom lane turret is getting hammered away. And at the 11-minute mark, Purdue Northwest up 4,000 gold. And they're not like Drury. They will close out games.
And I think Purdue okay with the trade they've set up. Doubtful earlier on. We've talked about this before earlier on in the season, but the mind games with the Void Grubs, the strategy of not taking all of them sets up Purdue for this Dragon trade. They're okay with Briarcliff getting to 4 stacks of the Void Grubs. They don't have to worry about the Void Might spawning, and overall it's manageable. Frank continuing to handle business in the top lane. He's got his completed item online. Crossfire Gauntlet ready to go. Is Doubtful hovering in the mid lane, is doing some solid counter jungling. He's got his first completed item as well. Klexo looking to lock down Hammer. Doubtful's not around, but Klexo I don't think needs the help. Mike potentially hunting for a gank here. He's got the Predator proc. He's looking for Klexo, but he's got the flash. He's got the mantra ready to go. Meanwhile, bot lane hook connects, and that's why I fear the blitz to Poners, making it look oh so good as Winking gets a double kill. 5-0 for the PNW ADC.
In a late game, AD carry is 5-0-1 at the 12.5-minute mark.
Pretty good.
Static shift complete is pretty good. Not bad.
Not
Picked
bad
up the
at
BF
all.
sword. Picked up the BF sword. He's chilling right now. Winking having the performance that we expected out of him, right? At least in the Ottawa series, right? First team All-Pro AD carry, was somebody that was voted in, has had some solid hard carry performances before in the regular season, is demonstrating what he's supposed to be doing to teams that are ranked lower than him, right? Like Purdue Northwest is handling a team that they should be able to handle with relative ease right now. I feel like they've just been inside of Briarcliff's head. Anything BCU have wanted to do, there's always Purdue there, ready to strike with a numbers advantage, with a champion advantage, whether it's like 2 stronger champions just fundamentally. All right, with the Xin Zhao and Karma being there, like they counter the Oxy roam. Taponer's been, kind of getting off the map here and doing stuff and roaming, and it feels like BCU just cannot find a way in because you can never get a numbers advantage. You can never get a gank off without Purdue Northwest and co spoiling the party, let's say.
Yep. Oxy, meanwhile, just trying to get all the farm he can. Prank with his ultimate. I thought he was going to use it. I wonder what he's got cooking. Doubtful's coming up into the top lane as well. Oxy's life is in danger as he continues to get low. I think Doubtful's going to come in with a dive. It's Camera with the teleport to try and keep his top laner alive. Is going to dissuade Doubtful's gank, and he's going to be forced to back off. Rift Herald spawns on the top side of the map, and I think with the pressure PNW have got, the objective will surely be there. Doubtful continues to counter jungle, doing work across the map. Just nabbing all the resources. Shibby's got almost a 20 CS lead. I think that's the jungle camp goes in 4s, right? So he's got like a 4 or 5 camp lead, yeah.
You got it. 5 camp lead.
Yeah, more than a top laner. I know jungle things.
I know how it works. Is Wraith still there? No, it's grown.
What are these birds? Raptors? Back in my day, there were ghosts. Oh my gosh, there's Klexo almost getting the kill.
Yeah, and Briarcliff, 15 minutes into the game, they're down 7,000 gold. It's looking rough, and unless they can channel their inner ONU, Purdue Northwest should be looking to start grouping around, taking down turrets. Rift Herald is up. As I say that, Doubtful just yoinks it off the map. So that's gone. Another objective into the favor of Purdue Northwest, and Briarcliff just not being able to find anything. He's waiting for Oxy to go in.
Doubtful gonna dash in underneath the turret. Here comes Cammer, the Weaver's Wall, to try to go in onto Klexo. Can't find the seismic shove. Gonna try to push Doubtful back. Here comes Mike. Needs to get a big play. A snipe from Raymond comes through. Explosive cast misses. Doubtful goes back in. It's Pranked who's going to be joining the fight. Level 12 and a huge threat. 2 items. Wind King is dominating. The bot lane for PNW come out, and overall, that fight that started out as what looked like a numbers advantage for Briarcliff, it's, oh, how the turntables have turned. 3 kills for 1. PNW continue to stack up. They're up 8,000 gold here at the 16-minute mark.
Turntables, just like a DJ. Wiki, 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 wiki.
What?
16 minutes in, Briarcliff looking for a play, but they just couldn't do anything, and another hook lands! Oh my god! Does he have a magnet? Does he have a magnet inside Raymond right now? It's just like, meow, meow. Toponer's been hitting every single hook here, and Mountain Dragon being taken. Purdue Northwest, 16 and a half minutes in, have a nice, comfy 9,000 gold lead, and they're going to cash out the big buku bucks here. And Navori Quickblades for Wind King here values the MS, values the ability to dash around, and especially into things like the Talia, like the Senna, who will slow you, and the amount of stuns on the side of Briarcliff, being able to have that dash up more frequently does result in potential more DPS because you're alive more. And so Wind King, taking the safe, taking the smart route, understands that he's 6-0-1, but the game can turn on its head. If they were watching the Drury game, they understand that nothing is guaranteed in League of Legends. Oh my god, Toponer, you are annoying. He's just annoying.
That felt personal, shit. I feel like that's happened one too many times. One too many level ones. One too many level ones where Toponer's finally payment. It's time to answer for your misdeeds. It's seismic shoved underneath the turret, but he doesn't seem too remorseful. He's got his Hex Flash ready to go, looking for more victims with the pole. Weaver's Wall to try and catch out Doubtful. Just going to block off Raymond and Mike. Mike trying to get it in. The Weaver's Wall goes down. Camera tries to dish out more damage, but Wind King is here with damage in spades. This Zeri 7-0-1. First team all MEC ADC, showing us exactly why he earned that title. Let's see, Rift Herald charge used. They get some Void Mites going, and here he comes, Tokyo drifting into the base. And they might be able to get another one off, maybe? Doubtful, keep it going. Oh, they're just going to charge into the inhibitor. This is 18 minutes in. Go again. Oh, the Rift Herald does get destroyed there by the Nexus turret. Oxy's going to try to look for the engage. Prank using the all-out to displace him. Wind King goes legendary. It is a slaughter in the base, and it is Wind King's welcoming ceremony. A triple kill in game number 1. No super minions needed. They're going to go for the Nexus turrets. Let's see, PNW, are they going to be able to close out the game? Camera tried to get rid of the minions. Successfully defends the base, but Chibi, it is a 13,000 gold lead. PNW in complete control.
Tuesday. Hello there. This Purdue Northwest are able to just back on out 12, almost 13, actually 13,000 gold for Purdue Northwest here. Briarcliff University. A Nexus turret was taken at the 20-minute mark. They've got an inhibitor down. Super Minions pushing in that bot lane. I'm sure Purdue Northwest know how far ahead they are. Mike has just now transformed his jungle pet at 20 minutes. So you know you're down bad as a jungler. And once again, Ole! And that's happened to me so many times. That's why I hate it so much. It's because he'll pull it, and then a jungler will just like smite it, and it's like, well, what am I even supposed to do, man? Toponer, the king of mischief.
Let's see. Baron is on the table as their mission, should they choose to accept it, is to try to end this one off. Purdue Northwest looking to punch their ticket to land to survive MEC Gulag. They got to get through. Mike, he's done it before. It's the human highlight reel with a shield and a steal. Who else but Mike could pull that one off? He may be down, but your Baron is still not safe. That's for the mind games. That's for next game. Keep that one in mind, Doubtful. You still lose, Baron.
Chris Paul hits a 3 to cut the lead down to 42. Briarcliff University. They steal the Baron. They lose Mike. But Mike don't give a damn. He's like, that Baron, you thought that was yours? Nah, it's mine. I own it. It's mine. Baron's mine. He's my son.
It's playoff shitty. Every moment counts, right?
I think he's had the most steals in MEC this season, at least. I'm sure he's at like three or four now. I think I've seen him do it. Literally the contracts of MEC, I guess, is Purdue Northwest. Baron be damned. They just have a wallet. They've got gold. They've got damage, and they don't need Baron empowered minions to force Briarcliff off of their turrets. They could just tank it for actual eternities. I think that turret fired 8 times.
Karma. TM. Shields. Prank. 200 years. That tower hanging on by a little itty bitty thread. One more auto attack from Wind King is going to do it. PNW rotate on down to the dragon. Don't know why. I would just go for the inhibitor, but go for it, I guess.
Don't know why.
I
can't. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, they could just push down, but they're being methodical. They doing it right. They're not.
Go in. I just imagine the coach afterwards, like, you guys see this? Why didn't you just go in and try to fight? They're like, Coach, we were trying to play safe.
Fun.
We're trying to go for the
objectives. How fun.
What? Go in.
No.
Trying to not practice bad habits, I suppose.
Yeah,
I'm not in solo queue like that Mac Dewey account I see every now and again.
Yeah, true. Yeah, don't hit like me. I played a Zyra jungle game. Minus 150 LP. I don't even know how that works.
Minus 150?
I don't know. UGG. I don't remember. I think it was a while ago, but I checked on U.GG and it said I lost 150 LP. I don't even. The math isn't mathing for sure, but maybe Purdue Northwest don't want to be in similar straits and similar fashion as. Just clear the wave, guys. You could just clear the wave.
They're stacking the waves. They're sinking it. It's what you've wanted to see all season long.
True.
Come on, look at it. This is textbook.
Deponer's about to hit another nasty hook. Oh, I lied. Sorry.
Stickers. How dare you?
Mike goes in. Yeah, I mean, it's just Prank's just splitting, right? Like, realistically, Briarcliff are going to try to look for a numbers fight here. Is this the final one, Mac?
Frank's on a rampage. This could spell trouble for the Briarcliff Chargers, as the charge might end with this fight. PNW, they don't got a super wave. Toponer ain't got a hook, but it's only one turret against the world. And PNW are going to start knocking down inhibitors to try to break open this base. They ain't got no minions to try to push down that final turret, but here comes the final wave. Can they protect it, Shibby? Can they end this game? Up 12,000 gold here. Let's see. Doubtful going in for the engage. Prank trying to follow up. Wind King is safe in the back line, firing away. It's a double kill with his ultimate. Is this the Wind King moment in playoffs? He's got 3. He's got 4. Camera's the last one. Knocked in. Pulled out. Doubtful. You're getting reported after this one. That's why your second team all live. That's going to be game number 1 for PNW, taking the victory against Briarcliff. Wind King gonna be having some choice words with his jungler, taking the penta. That's crazy, but B&W a clean game number 1. That's gonna do it. We're going to no, Shimmy, what are your thoughts on game 1?
Complete and utter dismantling from Purdue Northwest, right? They kind of knew everything that Briarcliff were gonna do. The Jax gets flexed. They throw the Cassante in the top lane, said, I'll take either the Gragas or the Jax here. The bottom lane completely countered. Blitzcrank just absolutely destroys whatever Briarcliff wants to do. And you just take the Karma because it's Karma. It's not a counter. It's just Karma's in. It's that easy. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, Karma's in.
And I don't think there is a more class. I said it at the start of draft. That was classic MEC, right? I think we've seen most played champions. Karma and Xin are up there. P&W piloting them to perfection. They're gonna take home the game 1 victory. We're gonna hop into a quick break, but if you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself in person, you should come to watch the MEC Spring Championship LAN at Illinois College. In the Twitch chat, use !Spring Championship and follow the link to get your tickets there to join us on April 6th and 7th. Mark your calendars. We hope to see you there, and we hope to see you after the break, as we'll be right back with game number 2.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name is Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Boostinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral, who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, more League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Can't say
Probably a Nets, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that someone from Quebec is able to be decent at League of Legends,
and it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket,
and that's the funniest part. And he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time."
Yeah.
I think once people realize that we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the MEC stream as we continue our coverage of the 2024 spring playoffs. It's the second series of our Monday night doubleheader, PNW versus Briarcliff. Purdue putting on a dominant showing, our number 1 seed from the regular season, putting in work, using the classic MEC combos. Hey, Shibby, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think most notably, though, where they got a little spicy in the draft, thinking outside the box, the Zeri Blitzcrank Wind King, a massive performance coming out of the bot lane, popping off.
Unfortunately, did not get the Penta. No one else other than the jungler for Purdue Northwest. That's just a jungle thing to do, by the way. I've done it so many times on purpose. I'm like, yeah, I don't care.
That is our dichotomy, right? The guy who really, really wants a pentakill, and you're just the guy who's like, let me
yoink. Yeah, I think it comes from a need of, like, I haven't actually had. I've been playing League for a long time. I actually haven't had too many pentas, just because it's just whatever. It is what it is. So now I have like this urge to just never give them. Like, I just take them away. But Purdue Northwest, just having the ability to kind of predict Briarcliff at every turn, right? Like the Talia into Karma's fine, Karma's okay. The Gragas flex, like you said, they had an inkling because they banned out the Twisted Fate, they banned out the Dares. They were definitely doing some scouting on Mike's end, and they realized, you know what, this is a jungle Gragas.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, and then the Jax gets played out, and they're able to pick that Cassante last pick, and like we mentioned, Jax into Cassante is not Jack's favorite at all. It's actually very Cassante favored. And then you have this skirmish comp. You have no one to really reliably get to Zeri on the side of Briarcliff, so she's just kind of allowed to free hit. And the Blitzcrank, just the cherry on top when it comes to that Senna Tom Kench lane there. Like you said, the delivery system, the extra nuggets in the fries or whatever, right? You just a little extra something. It's when you get an extra McChicken, they just throw another one in there. It's like, all right, sick, dope. I got 2 people. And Purdue Northwest didn't actually reveal a lot, right? Like this is a comp any one of our top 4 teams could play, realistically, right? Like this is GVU could pilot this. I could easily see ONU piloting something like this, even Ottawa to an extent, right? Like any one of those guys. So like it feels bad for Briarcliff because they kind of have shown a little bit of their hand, their flexibility, and I honestly don't know how deep Briarcliff can go when it comes to surprising Purdue Northwest. Because on top of surprising them, you've also got to play good mechanical League of Legends, and Purdue Northwest don't really allow themselves to get out hands too often.
Yeah. tricky situation for game number 2. We'll have to see. Briarcliff do have side selection, so they get to choose their own fate, their own destiny. Their backs up against the wall. The feeling starts to set in. The MEC Gulag. One more game, potentially be your last one this season. Could potentially be our last cast of the season. We'll have to see how much MEC law action we've got left in us. PNW put on a show in game number 1. Briarcliff now tasked with giving us a follow-up to that. And are we going to see, maybe should we like to talk about trauma bans? There's a trauma-inducing game number 1. Are they just going to ban away some of the power picks like the Karma, like the Xin Zhao, try to force them onto something new? It seems like Briarcliff in game number 1 tried to ban away what they thought were like the really strong meta picks, Kog'Maw, Volibear popping up there, but the tried and true prevailed. So do you take a chance maybe on some of those newer picks coming through, or you try to whip up a solution against what PNW have been kind of rolling with for most of the season?
I think for Briarcliff, I think you just take a page out of Drury's book and just be like, you know what? I've got some spicy stuff. I've got some cool stuff. Let's play it, right? Let's run it. Let's see if it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I think for them, they kind of need that reliable engage. It didn't really feel like they had like a consistent non-summoner spell engage almost, right? Like the the games or the fights relied on Mike flash Eing in, right? Like
Yeah.
potentially, Oxy getting like a counter-strike stun, right? Like that can't be your team fight, right? That cannot be the way that you want to dictate how a fight goes and how the game should start and how the fight should start. You need a consistent go button. I know we meme about the Nautilus, but it is one of those picks that's just so easy, so simple, and it just gives you the ability to just kind of engage with impunity. And so maybe Briarcliff can kind of yoink that for themselves, look for a composition that is a lot easier to execute. Because I think Briarcliff went a little too hard and a little too cute on the composition. And I get trying to be individual, I just get trying to be yourself, but there's a reason there's like really fundamentally just strong champions. You can flex your top and mid to get those edges, but trying to run this weird pick composition isn't just going to work here. As Purdue Northwest are privy to your games, they ban out the Lee Sin here.
They've read the tomes of knowledge. They're ready to go here for the games that may end up mattering the most. Mike's going to lose one of his signature picks once again, and BCU are tasked with trying to come up with some sort of response. I do like the red side, maybe a little bit more for them. Opts into potentially giving a counter matchup to either Camera in the mid lane or Oxy in the top lane. They're going to take away the Volley Bear, strong power pick. In Prank is already, I feel like that hits both Doubtful and Prank, because how willing Prank has been to go into the top lane. Overall, PNW, the 1 seed we talked about before, this squad coming in, having put together this roster with a lot of foresight, it's kind of exactly what I hope is sort of the future for collegiate esports, where you do get, because, CeeLo only happens in the spring, right? The fall is kind of a fourth, or like an afterthought, even though it happens before, and PNW came into this season prepared, and it really showed to start the season. Now teams have adjusted. They've been playing together for some time as well, and everyone's kind of coming into their own. PNW, I think, going to be challenged to continue sorting out their identity through the rest of playoffs. I think it'll be interesting to see how that sort of develops.
Yeah, it does seem like you can get a pretty solid read, right? There are definitely cracks in the armor for Purdue Northwest. You saw Ottawa exploit it by drafting like a really dominant bot lane. As long as you can kind of put Doubtful on something not that useful, counter what he wants to do, it really feels hard for Purdue Northwest to get things going. And like you said, figuring yourselves out, but also just trying to give yourself a flexible identity, right? Like, it's okay to have a set way to play the game and a way you want to move around the map, but you've got to be able to kind of flex around champions, flex around the carry load, right? And not just kind of sequestered onto your top side, because that can get figured out and that can get countered, right? There are champions in the game that neutralize those kind of play styles. And so I think for Purdue Northwest, I think if they are trying to flex some different stuff, running that Karma Zinzao, putting Wind King on a late game AD carry, allowing him to kind of cook, it's good practice against BCU, but the true test is whether you can run that against Ohio Northern, which in theory would be their opponent if they win this series. And it's a harder team to do it against, right? You just saw a team like that come back from a 10,000 gold lead. You've got to be able to play in the early game, the mid game, and the late game. And if that's the case, Purdue Northwest, I don't think they're that well practiced.
Yeah. Briarcliff going to have to face one of the signature champions. Again, PNW sticking with what's worked, not
Why not?
reinventing the wheel here. Varus left open. Popular first pick. It is, I believe, what was kind of done against them in the matchup against Ottawa. Levi having a few pop-off performances on the Varus pick. Caitlyn is going to be the response. I think the thought with that, get something with high range, something that can do pretty well against the Varus in the early game, and potentially pair it up with a support that does the same thing. Karma is actually available here. The Gragas again. BCU locking it in. Maybe Shibby. We're entering the mind games, right? We're entering the crystal ball a little bit. We're getting into the I'll say the deep roots of draft. Maybe it's a flex pick, and Oxy could be piloting this in the top lane.
Yeah, I think they like to flex on two. I don't think that's like a bad decision to do. Having a champion that you can flex around, especially on red side, is really nice because realistically, you can lock your support in. You can wait until the next couple of bans come out. You can potentially lock either a top laner, or in this case, I would suspect that BCU on 4 lock a mid laner and allow for the Gragas to be flexed around. Purdue Northwest, just if you give it to them, they will take it. Barris, Zinzao, Karma. Do we get Exodia from Purdue Northwest? What would round this out for top and support here would be Nautilus, right? For like
Nautilus Cassante?
Nautilus Cassante. I don't know if Cassante is like Exodia top.
You want it? Are you ready? Gwen.
Oh, just for prank specifically?
Right? Just
yeah.
for prank, yeah. Give it to him.
Yeah.
Not Aatrox from Killer Guy in the chat.
Yeah, I was thinking Aatrox. I was like, Cassante's pretty good. But like, yeah, Exodia, like the standard, like insane, like why are you giving this over? Nautilus Aatrox would be like the 5 Exodia pieces. They're going to lock in the jungler. Nocturne available, so Purdue Northwest have to ban Nico Oriana. And the thing is, I don't even love
Oriana's already banned.
Yeah, like now Purdue Northwest just banned Nico, and what does this Nocturne do? He hates his life. It literally just hates his life. He needs a dive buddy. He needs somebody to go in with him. I would have much preferred them lock the Nocturne plus something. Nocturne Nico, R1, R2, if you're gonna go Nocturne.
Yeah.
Right? Get the bread and butter combo, the peanut butter jelly. Right? The Nico's taken out, and so like, what does Nocturne do? I can't figure out his function in this composition. I can't think of a comp realistically that gives Nocturne like a really fun time, especially into what I suspect is going to be most likely like an Aatrox Nautilus or something like that. Like, this is rough. He's going to go in. What do you like, layer a Shen for Oxy? Like, I can't think of anything.
Galio, but it doesn't feel great. Galio's not really in the strongest spot in the game. Maybe
Ahri?
Lissandra? Ari's there.
Yeah, it's rough. Udyr being taken away. Briarcliff are going to try to give Oxy a lane that he can actually flex his muscles on. Prank going to be forced off Cassante. He has played a ton of Udyr this season, and obviously has that Gwen, like you said, in that back pocket. But Briarcliff can lock in their mid laner here. And the Lux being taken away. So another long range, right? Like, you can follow up with the lane. They're just like, what? Xerath? Maybe you go, Cameron? Like, if you got a Xerath away. Oh!
Stop.
No,
it's not.
No, it's hyper. It's hyper. I don't even want to. I got excited. Yeah. Yeah. It's rough because Nocturne just goes in alone and he cries. Like, he just cries. Rakan is nice. Okay, the support pick here. So now this Gragas is for sure going top. So they're gonna R5 their mid laner. What mid lane pick realistically could tie this composition together? Lissandra's a good one. Out of the meta ones that are available, so Oriana's out. Obviously, Azir's out because she's disabled. Lux, Nico, TF, Brand, they're all gone. So where are we scraping? Right, potentially the Ahri, potentially the
Exodia.
Talia is coming in. Like, you could just go not for Briarcliff instead of the Rakan, and it makes him, it gives, Nocturne and target to ult a dive buddy. You can layer some of that good old R plus R combo, but Briarcliff University just feels like they're drafting for comfort a little bit, and I don't love it, but I get why. And wow, Killer Guy's he's got a big brain. Okay, you better watch out. He knows. I mean, yeah, it's just, that's what it is. That is Exodia. That is literally the craziest comp. I can't believe BCU gave this away. We might see another like sub 25-minute game.
What do you got, Oxy? The bag's opened. It's the Fiora into the top lane, mid lane, Groggy.
Nocturne
Hammer
mid?
Gragas into the mid lane? No way. Nocturne mid?
Nah, just trolling. Yeah.
You almost got me there for a sec. I was sold. Okay, composition's locked in. PNW cannot get more butter on toast with this combo. It is, I think, the definition of season 14. What we got cooking
It's crazy.
is It's a comp. We've seen this before. We don't need to talk about PNW's
I don't think we've
comp.
seen. I actually don't think we've seen all 5 of these champions play together. We've seen pieces of it traded
We've
back.
heard myths.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, there's no. I don't think I've seen this comp actually given away in the MEC, and
yeah,
I don't need. Like, the Fiora is nice. Like, the idea is that eventually you just win in the side lane and you use the Nocturne Fiora pressure on side to be like, hey, if you're gonna match me, I'm actually just gonna call my buddy and we're gonna jump you 2v1. Like, that's literally what's gonna happen. A solid idea. It's not bad per se, but you've got to survive early phase, right? Like, Aatrox does pretty well into the Fiora, has a lot of opportunities, has a lot of ways to kind of bait out the riposte specifically so you don't get the stun off. Good Fioras will wait, typically, or they'll try to use it on, like, Q3, right? Because they know 100% where the Q3 is going to go or be. In your experience, like, do you like the Aatrox Fiora matchup? Like, do you think Fiora is a counter? Like, it's just good into side later. That's what I've seen, and that's the idea behind it. But, like, in lane, Prank should just eat Oxy up.
In my mind, most top lane matchups are skill based. I don't think this one's as hard as Cassante Jax, as I've learned, is very tough. As always, riposte is a crazy tool, and if you land that stun, if you land that, if you time it well, Oxy also can potentially, like, I think you want to avoid the burst trade from the Aatrox. I think Oxy with his lunges should hopefully be able to do that a little bit. You get move speed slow, but we'll see how the matchup works out. It's BCU with their backs up against the wall. Purdue Northwest are on match point, as I want to take a moment to welcome our summoners onto the Rift for our second match of this best of 3 series. In the MEC losers semifinals, our double elimination bracket, we get lots of League of Legends action. And Chibi, I'm super excited for this one. Oxy, the freshman from Montreal, he's run the program. He's got the algorithm. Can he pull off this matchup, the Fiora into Aatrox? Let's see how it goes. BCU for this squad, it all comes down to this. Their season on the line. Let's see if they can stay alive.
Klexo, with the Arcane Comet and Wind King, I was going to suspect that he was going to do this. So the Caitlyn preemptively dissuades the on-hit Varus, right? And so you got to play the outrange game. And in this case, lethality Varus is actually good here because in theory, obviously, your abilities outrange Caitlyn auto range. But Camer piloting this Gragas, so it's a triflex for Briarcliff, right? The Gragas can go top, jungle, or mid. I said I prefer them in the solo lanes, and the hook comes out, and so we'll see Toponer take a little bit of damage, but Zero on the losing end of that trade. Quick hits with the Halo Blades will allow Wind King and Toponer to wrestle lane control, and that is not what you want to see if you are the Caitlyn lane.
This is just the start. This is just the beginning. That Halo Blades proc doing so much work for Wind King as he... Oh gosh, I was worried for Raymond for a second, but Zero continues to be pummeled. It's a Hail of Blades and a hail of arrows in this bot lane. Wind King showing no signs of slowing down here in game number 2 after his pop-off performance in game number 1. He's picking off right where he left off.
And Oxy put in a little bit of work onto Prank here. I don't know if we've seen a ton of prank Aatrox. Don't think that's the champion he's necessarily known for, right? When you think of prank, you think of like Aatrox. You think, or sorry, what the hell? You think of sorry. You think of Gwen. You think of Udyr. You think of Cassante in recent memory, right? You think of like tanks and that kind of stuff. Aatrox is not the champion I would have suspected for him, but it's not bad. I don't hate it. And like I said, Oxy got the R5 counter pick. He's on this Fiora into the Aatrox, and we'll say he's doing okay right now.
Oh, Purdue Northwest, I feel like they're feeling good. Oxy getting those vital points, though. Mike is counter jungling early on. Doubtful. It's been a trade across the map. Some vertical jungling to start off game number 2. Puts pressure potentially on this already struggling bot lane. I'm a little nervous for Zero and Raymond. Doubtful, though, heading towards the top side of the map. But look at this play. Oh my gosh, Zero. A preemptive slash. Or flash, excuse me. It feels slashing, though, when you consider just how the mind games are. You know, Toponer, I don't think is a psychology major, but he's gotten deep in there. Mike's going to look for a gank in the mid lane. Hammer does get rooted down. Plexo, not a whole lot of mana. This might be a good opportunity for Mike. Flash away. The PNW mid laner survives.
Toponer activating his Bonkai. Spiritual pressure, just too much. Zero, that preemptive flash like you mentioned. As Klexo does get his flash removed, so there does open up a potential window for Mike to come back once he hits level 6. He's been doing a good job, like you said, farming, even in gold. And Mike comes back with the Ionian boots of Lucidity. So he wants to get as fast as he can back onto the map. Also reduces the potential ult cooldown and summoner spell cooldown of both Smite and Flash here. So really valuing his uptime on what he can do here, but that's not going to give him a lot of combat stats. Doubtful came back with the double swords. The dude is akimbo longsword right now, and he can kind of just walk in, although Mike does have the lethal tempo, and it's kind of hard to fight Nocturne because you don't think of him as the strongest early game champion, but as a dueler, he's very, very good.
Interesting development on the top side of the map. Doubtful's focusing on the Void Grubs, while Mike goes back and forth between trying to look for a gank top. He gets spotted by the Trinket Ward, and Doubtful's able to use that information perfectly. Meanwhile, knock up onto Deponer, the Briarcliff bot lane, try to get back into this one, but look at the CS lead. Win King 44, 0-22. It's been the story from the get-go. After that initial hook from Toponer, it's been downhill for BCU's bot lane.
And being down in CS as the Caitlyn lane is really rough because you're such a gold-reliant champion because of how, like, you know, middling or bad your kind of mid to late game is, right? You're a very good one-item champion, right? Like, you're very good at that spike. And then you kind of hit the rapid fire plus another item, and then it's not too bad, but realistically, you really want to leverage that gold lead to get an early item advantage, to get your first legendary built well before the opposing laner. And because it's Varus and because he's going lethality, those items are cheaper. It's even harder to get that edge. And he's got Serrated plus another longsword. He's probably going to be able to, on his next back, build what is going to be probably a Yomu's or the Opportunity. And that's just going to give him so much power and so much gold against Zero, who is not having a good time, right? He's got the Zerker's Greave, and that's it. That's a pea shooter. That's a BB gun on Briarcliff's side.
It's the airsoft that you accidentally shot at the neighbor's kid, and mom has to take it away for a little while.
Jesus.
Not me. I never. Whoa, definitely, it's a friend. Anyway. We'll focus on the match a little bit. Toponer looking again. Zero, no flash this time around. The hook does connect, but no kill comes through. And BCU bot lane has to play extremely careful. And again, we haven't seen it throughout playoffs, but the lethality Varus is coming back into this one. And it's going to spike a lot earlier on, which makes this early game lead just feel so much better for PNW.
Purdue Northwest are just kind of playing it very methodically. Like, they know that they have the advantage, right? As long as they kind of eventually get these dragons, the objectives. They've got the lane priority. They don't have to force fights. They can just wait for Briarcliff to kind of get fight into them and get into position potentially. Realistically, Purdue Northwest are doing a damn good job. Camera stops the back from Glexo with the explosive cast. That's pretty funny. Yeah, realistically, I think this Purdue Northwest composition gonna fight when they want to, not when they have to. I think that's a big thing. Is now mid lane, Hammer blows the flash there, and quite the opposite from our game one, right? A lot of kills early on, a lot of scrapping. Purdue Northwest deciding to take this one slow. And why not? We speed on up to the top lane. Prank having a jolly old time against Oxy.
It's actually similar compared to game 2 between Drury and ONU. We didn't have first blood until about, I want to say 8 minutes in that one. Still deathless in this game, despite the early CS advantage for Wind King in the bot lane. The gold's actually even because this Fiora Aatrox matchup early on been going the way of Oxy, who I wonder if it's going to impact this Aatrox build. Looks like he's still going for the Profane Hydra, is going to be able to get quite a bit of gold off of that wave, so feels like he's in a pretty good spot. Raymond about to roam out onto the map. The Void Grubs are spawning soon into Poner. Is already in the area. He's ready to go, Shibby, for the upcoming objective fight.
You can see Purdue Northwest cresting up upon item leads, and the go button gets triggered, Mike.
There's the depth charge. Here comes Raymond as well, trying to charge everybody up, but Mike goes down for first blood to Poner, burns down the Briarcliff jungler, and that's going to open things up, I think, for Doubtful to go ahead and go on up, claim the Void Grubs. It's grubbing time, Shibby. He's looking to get all 6 stacks completed and start spawning Void Mites. Huge for Purdue Northwest. They were ready for the gank in the mid lane. Mike, unfortunately, picking the wrong lane to get.
If you get the grub, you get the dub. That's what I was used to say when it first came out here. And quick note, the changes to grubs that actually came out this patch, it doesn't get the shield anymore when you take one. The remaining grubs end up recovering 30% of like their missing HP or something like that. So you don't have to worry about shield breaking or anything like that. So it's actually beneficial to just target one grubs, as right now
Flash hook
are in a bit of a scrap.
0. Wind King's going to make quick work of the BCU ADC. Raymond's going to try to bounce away, but the arrow pierces true. And it's a double kill for Wind King. 2-0 on the Varus. Going to continue expanding his lead, Shibby. Here comes a duel in the top lane. This is where the marbles are. One for Oxy, flashing, getting that healing, dancing all around the Aatrox Qs, but Doubtful coming in. Has to ruin the top 1v1, but comes in clutch for Prank when he needed him most. Helps keep the Aatrox alive. Prank lives to fight another day, but Doubtful might live to gank another day. He's looking to play aggressively once more. The lane gonna shove in towards Oxy, and if this freezes, could put Prank in a tricky situation. Doubtful maybe gonna look for a dive. Prank's been getting a lot of stray damage, Shibby.
Mike is working his way up with an ultimate. Doubtful is soul reading this right now. He's just there in case, and Mike's gonna fall for it. Doubtful and Prank might just be able to turn this 2v2 around. It's gonna happen.
Here we go. Gonna try to take down Oxy first, but there is Doubtful. Oxy able to escape. Mike might go down. Trying to dish out the damage. We see the teleport from Camera. The big boy has come up into the top lane. Slows him down with the Q. No explosive cast available. Trying to get the knock up. Trying to get the damage. Oxy able to dash in and finish him off. It's 2 kills for BCU in the top lane. Much needed. to keep them in this one with their season on the line.
I think Doubtful, unfortunately, was just CC'd for a super long time. Oxy got the riposte done. Is now Klexo is going to force these two off the wave. Oh my, Klexo! He was feeling himself. Flashes the Recon W. He was trying to get the guaranteed route so he could get another Q off. But realistically, well played from Briarcliff on that top side. And Doubtful was CC'd for a very long time. Got the riposte done into what I believe was the Nocturne E, and they just whittled Prank down. He was already at like 25% HP, so it wasn't too hard to remove the rest of his HP bar. As what a hook! That should not have hit.
Doubtful, meanwhile, caught out around the dragon, gonna try to secure the objective, but Briarcliff gonna steal that one up from under Purdue's nose. Raymond was just the bait. Don't worry. Drags the attention away. Wind King and Toponer not around for the objective. BCU able to get one sneakily. Down only 2,000 gold. Get an additional kill on Doubtful. I think it's important for BCU here. Hey, Mike's got a pretty significant lead here over Doubtful, and maybe the Nocturne can turn things around. I know for the team fights, Shippy, you were talking before, not the best follow-up, but you do at least have Cammer on a tanky mage who's going to be willing to go in with the Nocturne, try to disrupt the engage or disrupt the initial fight with explosive cask, and maybe BCU can make this one work.
Yeah, there is a way that Purdue kind of lose these team fights. Like you mentioned, Briarcliff have Cammer in that mid lane, can use the cast to isolate members of Briarcliff, right, away from each other. As the Grand Challenge just come out, and Oxy is doing pretty good on it. Prank?
The cavalry has been called in, and Prank has been getting targeted a little bit. It's a lot of ganks in the top lane. This time going very well. Oxy building up a significant lead. The Ravenous Hydra, he's completed the Cole. He's ready to go. Meanwhile, the bot lane continues to struggle. Zero down 60 CS. Wind King popping off. He's going for the tier stacking, actually. Kind of a late tier, but he's going to try to make this one work.
Yeah, is not as much of an early spike as like a double lethality item Varus would go, right? You go the tier, you can have a little bit more punch into the mid game. I don't hate it. I know it's a little late, but it'll eventually hit that point. He's quite far ahead right now, and he has opted in for the Yomus. Flash E, and brother, that's the wrong guy.
Oh, Raymond gets the shutdown, but they'll take the kill, I know. Zero going in for that additional damage. A huge pick. Talking about the follow-up, the ace in the hole. Whoever Mike ults has got multiple targets from long range. Mike got the Rift Herald as well. I missed that one, Shibby. Are they going to use it to charge in? I think Cammer's going to maybe pilot it. Someone do a little bit of piloting? Nope, it's just going to crash in. And Rift Herald trying to knock down that mid lane turret. Gonna stay just a little bit, but Briarcliff actually up in kills and have tied the game in gold. This top side of the map coming in clutch, Shibby.
Yeah, and I was surprised Toponer hooked in. And so I was like, that's the wrong guy. You don't want to hook him. Because he's just gonna take everything. Gragas. Hammer, Flash E with the follow-up like you mentioned. Briarcliff University keeping this game infinitely more competitive than game one here. Have found their groove, have found their ability to go in, and yeah, that follow-up still is doubtful. As the TP comes in, Oxy is going to be here. Can they kill him?
Oh my gosh, so much damage from Prank, but here come the reinforcements. Oxy's trying to burst down Doubtful, but it doesn't go well. Toponer has come flashing away, barely. Oxy dodges the dredge line. It was a close one for the BCU top laner, but he hangs on to try and clear this wave. Plexo and Prank are a lethal duo, though, and when they're sieging 2v1, 1v3, a lot of members of the Lions grouping up here in the top lane. Oxy's got to be careful. Raymond comes to try to support. They are able to clear the wave, but look at the mid lane, Shibby. Toner and Wind King staying flexible. Wind King he's been playing a very clean game on the Varus, being where his team needs him to be, I think, by applying pressure on kind of opposite side.
Oh no, and the ult comes in, and look at that. Doubtful is going to be able to flash out. That's a lot of ultimates used, but ultimately, flash used from Doubtful. You like that? I've had some today. I've had a couple today.
You've had a few good ones. Yeah, not too bad. This whole casting thing. A few good ones up your sleeve. I'll give you that. There isn't anyone I'd rather have at the booth with me, Shibby. As we keep on going through the MEC 2024 playoffs, Purdue Northwest trying to punch their ticket. BCU hanging on, putting up a good showing here in Game 2. Mike's got to be careful, though. Wind King is the same level as you, my guy. Not something you see every day. But Wind King's having a good game on the Varus so far. He's going to go down. Most CS in the game, 163 at the 18-minute mark. They're going to be looking to pick up the Cloud Dragon as BCU position on the top side of the map. Baron not spawning for the next little bit.
You know what I've been happy about, Mac, is that it's been a while since we've casted a Chemtech Drake, a Chemtech Soul game.
Yep, finally.
Been pleasantly surprised. We've had Cloud Soul, we've got Infernal Soul, we've had Ocean Soul. Been a lot of different kind of souls here, and yet to see the Hextech, though. I feel like Hextech has just not been
eluded
our role.
us.
Eluded us for sure. As Purdue Northwest will take the Dragon, and Prank has been having a bit of a rough time, I'm going to say. 2 items on Oxy, a whole item over Prank at the moment. So this is, like I said, you pick this Fiora for the side lane. Early on, it can be a little rough. You saw Prank kind of using that early advantage to his best ability, but eventually Oxy just kind of outvalues you. And also if you get ganked and dove, and it's a little rougher there. So Oxy in the side lane, I really just want him to never group. Quite honestly, he should pull 1 to 2 members into the side lane, and they win 2v2 if Mike ults in, right? They 100% win 2v1, obviously, but 2v2, they probably still win with Mike flying in, and you've also got potentially the Caitlyn ultimate coming over the top.
Yep.
You get a little rough, and so I realistically never want to see Briarcliff group for 5v5s. I think that's really rough if you're the Fiora. If you don't have like a good flank off, or you don't have like a ton of CC on the side of Briarcliff that can be landed easily, because she needs a lot of setup from her team, because she just is like a full like movement damage champion. So in the side lane, yeah, you're just gonna pop this, and look how much damage that's gonna put down. Grand Challenge, that was like a 3-second pop on all the sigils, right? That was like kind of quick. Maybe
Oxy
less
like
than that.
clockwork, but there's so much healing from Prank. No grievous wounds on the Fiora just yet, and Prank's just going to be able to clear the wave. Ultimate for ultimate, they're on pretty similar cooldowns. Prank doing his job, going to hold up teleport and be ready to join the team fights, and hopefully he knows Oxy's there. He's seen this one before. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again. We'll see. Prank. Yeah, he's just going to chill. Not worried about too much. They've got Wind King in the mid lane holding down the fort. Plexo up top. Just going to keep on CS. And next Dragon, 2.5 minutes. Baron, it doesn't seem like anyone's too keen on it. Not a lot of fast Baron teams. I would say, Caitlyn, not at this point in the game. It's lethality Varus, so he's not going to be taking it super, super fast. So we got to buckle up, Shibby. It's game 2. Only 2,000 gold separates these two squads.
Yeah, looking much more even between Briarcliff and Purdue Northwest. ENW. A lot slower. Whoa. Zoxy is determined to get this blue buff for his team. He's like, nope, it's mine. And because of that, we are just going to see them rip the Baron. They saw so many members.
Quick rotations from ENW. They're ready to go at a moment's notice. Plexo on the top side of the map. A lot of damage from the Morgana's. Got that 2-item mark. Gotta worry about the, Mantra Q dishing out and kind of... Baron, I think, affects resistances, and
yeah,
the Mantra Q on top of that's gotta hurt. So, you mentioned it before, Oxy wanting to split push and just set up his team for success, try and draw the attention of a lot of members. A little tough when Frank just keeps kind of catching the wave in the side lanes. I think at this point, I wonder, Mike, do you try to set up a tower dive? Maybe trying to trade for the ultimates once again, but without the grievous wounds, it feels a little awkward trying to take down the Aatrox. He's got so much healing, he could actually match the Fiora in terms of sustain, which you don't find too often.
Briarcliff, looking for something, right? Like they started the Baron, they were like, never mind, we don't want to do it. Oxy's been trying to get a hand in that top side here, and they're just kind of playing around Mike's ult timer, which is the appropriate thing to do. But now with Purdue Northwest grouping up, it's a lot tougher for Mike to go in, right? Mantra E can negate a lot of the damage coming out. If you can get off another Mantra cooldown, which is very possible with the Malignance plus Hyper Shot or Horizon Focus, becomes a lot tougher. Frank in the side lane as well. Understands his job, right? Match Oxy, just make sure he doesn't
Oxy.
really do too much. But Oxy is just going to take this for
That's
himself.
huge.
Tier 2, 700 gold going in his pocket, and big payday. That's going to be working towards that third item already, 24 minutes into the game. Oxy can carry. We've seen him do it before on other champions like the Jax, like the Gwen. He's not really a man to be messed with in the side lane.
Blue Trinket spots out this Baron attempt. And once again, BCU trying to bait Purdue Northwest in, but I don't think they're too afraid. They're going to try to pick out Frank here with the ultimate. Here comes Raymond as well. A whole lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. Mike goes on a killing spree. Are they going to force Baron off of this? It was 4 ultimates used just for the one kill. They were all in. Oxy's going to go try to create value in the side lane, but they got a lot of ultimates for BCU to worry about. Purdue Northwest cash in, and this is going to be their moment to look for Baron. And what does BCU do? Mike with Smite is something you got to worry about. Caponer's going to catch him out here. Doubtful doesn't want to repeat a last game. Raymond's going to try to help out here. Zero as well. It's 3-on-4 around Baron Nashor. Under 50% HP. Meanwhile, Oxy's taking an inner turret and an outer turret. Baron starts replenishing HP. Mike's going to try to heal up, but he can't use Smite. He does have the ultimate coming up again off of cooldown. 4,500, 3.5. Mike, low HP, trying to get red buff, trying to go in. Paranoia steal once again! How does he do it? Add it to the highlight reel. Mike steals Baron once again. Just when we doubt him, just when he think he doesn't have the calculations put together, he's run the algorithm with Oxy, and they get another steal.
You would think it's a 50-50. No, it's 50 Mike, and Mike wins it every single time. He gets the Baron, yoinks it from Purdue Northwest. The hero of Briarcliff, the human highlight reel himself. Just get a montage of this guy stealing Barons. He's got like 5 under his belt right now. Gold lead in their favor. 2,000 gold now separates them in favor of Briarcliff. Let's see what they can do with it. Dragon was taken quite a while ago, so soul point for Purdue Northwest, like you mentioned, and could be Cloud Soul potentially on the menu for PNW. It's not out of the woods. Briarcliff is still down in combat power, at least, right? The Karma, the Xin Zhao, the Vera is still very good at team fighting you, will punish you. And the Muramana will be transforming into Monomune very, very soon. It's at 280 plus stack, so once it hits 360, it's going to start hitting a lot harder. But Mike, that man, I wonder what he's calming, right? I wonder what he's saying. Just being like, hey, I'll steal this Baron, don't worry, guys. And he steals it every time.
No stress, no stress. I'm getting red, I'm getting red, I'm getting red. I'm going to ult in and steal. They'll never see it coming. And he somehow pulls it off once again. Absurd, but the Baron power play that has followed has been somewhat lackluster, but BCU not super far ahead in this game. It's hard to look for more leads. They're going to try to get a pick here onto Klexo, who just gets deleted. And that's what they needed. They've got under a minute left. What can they do? They're going to try to push in the bot wave. Oxy's going to try to keep leveling up. He's level 17 at this point. Super far ahead. Most CS in the game. 3 items. Hullbreaker online. And this is where things get tricky. Yeah, never. PNW forced to try to defend mid, forced to try to defend bot, and it's 1v1 just how Oxy likes it. He's got to keep pushing in, though. He's got to see if he can get the lead. Prank's going to hold him back. Deponer's going to try to join, but Oxy, come on, let's see what you can do. Can he get an inhibitor turret? Can he open up the rest of the map for the rest of the team? Doubtful getting low. Camera dealing out so much damage. They're going to try to threaten this inhibitor turret, and this is all Oxy needs to do. This is the hope from the Fiora. Spread the team out and do some work. Good play, good comms from BCU. Taking advantage of the tail end of the Baron power play, they extend the gold lead to 4,000.
A lot of gold in the favor of Briarcliff, and pretty responsible with these gold leads from my knowledge, and very well played. That's off the back of just Mike stealing the Baron, right? That none of this happens unless he doesn't steal the Baron. Unless Purdue Northwest can kind of stabilize. We talked about the Exodia comp. It's hard to be Exodia when you can't draw all the pieces here, and unfortunately they've been rolling a little low. Like we said, Aatrox for Prank, not really one of those most well-known champions. It feels like the Karma's in not hitting as well as it did in game 1. They just weren't like forcing skirmishes, and they weren't really trying to fight, which is kind of odd, especially because it's harder to do into Gragas, who is such like a lane neutralizer and doesn't really die in the mid lane. I don't know if you int for this Dragon. It's just Cloud Soul. Like, realistically, it doesn't win you the game if you're Purdue Northwest. It's kind of helpful, right? If you're Prank, if you're Toponer, if you're Klexo, who can proc it pretty frequently. Like, Mantra E probably makes you really fast, and Oxy is just going to die here.
No. Oxy has to worry about the whole kitchen sink getting thrown at him. Chain of Corruption connects. Wind King, I believe, got the shutdown. And Purdue Northwest get a little bit of breathing room, although they do not go for... they won't go for the Cloud Soul just yet. Not the right opportunity. They had Oxy split pushing. I was thinking about, does he maybe go for the bot in him, but it's a little rough trying to go for that when Dragon's the objective that's being focused. It's a little bit easier to rotate on down there. Prank? It could be a lot worse in the top lane. Am I right? He is generating a lot of pressure, but no inhibs taken just yet. I think Frank's trying his best to hold down the fort, and he's holding the fort pretty well.
Purdue Northwest are just kind of taking what's given to them, right? They're not really trying to force the issue with this Karma. And I think the Nocturne kind of puts a lot of pressure on these plans, right? Because you want to try to match Oxy in the side lane, but you can't really 1v1 match him. You always have to worry about where this Nocturne is. If you don't see him on vision, if you're not marking him, he's quite literally always in Oxy's back pocket if you don't know where he is. Like, you have to play so defensively. You cannot take these, big aggressive trades, these duels into the side lanes that Prank would probably like to do. And Oxy's level 18 right now, strongest, or at least highest level on the map. Baron is respawned here. Last one stolen by Mike after Purdue Northwest were pitter-pattering and dilly-dallying around it last time. They're going for a classic bush cheese, but I think they're privy to that. Baron is warded, so they know if they're not on it, they're probably in our jungle somewhere. As now it gets started. Guys, we don't have a pink for the Baron. Guys, we need to clear vision. And look at Mike prowling.
He's spotted as well on the ward. There's the paranoia. They're going to look for the engage onto the Baron. Down goes Wind King. Purdue Northwest around the Baron. Are they going to go down? There goes Klexo. There goes Doubtful. It's a double kill for Zero. Look at Oxy in the bot lane. No way, Shibby, we get treated to 2 game 3s tonight in MEC Gulag. Our top teams being pushed to the very brink of CLOL competition. Toponer D-Max Diva once again. Are they going to stagger the kills? The Baron once again secured. Mike gets another one. His second of the game. BCU continue to expand the gold lead. They're up 6,000.
Doesn't matter what champions you give away. Doesn't matter if they're the best in slot here. BIS champions potentially. If Purdue Northwest cannot execute, if they cannot proficiently pilot these champions, then Comfort is king, and Briarcliff on the Nocturne, on the Gragas, on the Fiora are just putting in work right now. 12-17, 61,000 to 54.5. A massive gold lead for Briarcliff University, and we might just get treated to another game, game 3. Both of our lower seeded teams, our 5th and 6th seeds, putting the pressure onto our 1 and 2 seeds. Purdue Northwest is our 1 seed, by the way, guys. Like, this is our 1 seed playing right now. They get knocked down by Ottawa, our 4 seed in the playoffs, and now they got to face Briarcliff. There's no way they underestimate their opponents twice in a row.
Right? ECU looking good here in this one. On the back of, we're thinking about the question, you know, how well does Oxy's Fiora do into pranks Aatrox? Well, here he is, taking over the game, 1 side lane at a time. 2 inhibitors are down, empowering the super minions to push in 2 cannons in the top lane to worry about. BCU, their foot on the gas pedal. Let's see what they can do. The siege begins. 3 cannons hammering into the top lane. The lights are turned off. The fear sets in. P&W, it starts to get a little bit more real. Wind King tries to take down the wave. He finishes off the last cannon. That's going to be Paranoia down. A big cooldown. Dragon spawns in 10 seconds. Raymond tries to go in. Dashes back out. Gotta watch out for Wind King. Chain of Corruption not available. Deponer tries to go in. Raymond responds. A grand entrance indeed. Look at Oxy with the flank in the backline. He's found Wind King. Stun riposte, and there we go. A successful duel as the grand challenge is successful.
Frank?
But the BCU challenge is not. It's a shutdown. On to Mike. 2 members down apiece. The final inhibitor turret falls. Hammer trying to buy time for the rest of the team. Raymond tries to go in to save his mid laner. Hammer avoids getting rooted up. Franks on into the back line, taking over the game, taking over the final fight.
Dalton!
450 shutdown coming in. Hammer tried to do the best he can, but unfortunately not enough. It's a successful defense for Purdue Northwest as the 1 seed hangs on. The veteran top laner, the master's student, coming in clutch when his team needs it most, the Cloud Soul. Now the target, P&W, fighting back here in game 2.
You know Sean's happy right now. Cloud Soul being taken. Their win percentage chances have increased by 0.1% as now Briarcliff are going to look to deny it. Brother, it's a 2v4!
Oxy gets taken down. Cloud Soul is secured in BCU. That was teleport out of Oxy. Big cooldown used. Especially with 2 inhibitors down. Can't pull it off. Purdue Northwest, they secure what they've been after from the get-go. Dragon Soul completed. Huge for the team. We'll need that for the rest of the game going forward, and they're hanging on once again, reminiscing about Game 3.
Yeah.
E&W and ONU. BCU struggling to close here, but big items coming through. They still got some room to work with, I'll say. And arguably, Shibby, who do you think scales better as we get geared up and ready to go for the late game? We're 36 minutes into Game 3.
I mean, realistically, Fiora just wins side, right? Like, you have to send 2 people to her. So I'm just a little confused as to why they kind of forced that play on the top side when, you know, Fiora just kind of will herself to your Nexus eventually. Like, Prank's doing a good job holding her own, but I feel like Oxy's being a little too hesitant on like popping kill windows and really trying to pressure Purdue Northwest. And when you take that long, Prank's allowed to kind of function in these team fights. The team fight composition that Purdue Northwest have with these Mantra E's, with Doubtful and Prank kind of just popping off as these melee carries, it's tougher than Briarcliff probably expect. And also, you look at Zero's build right now, he's just now crested 3 items. Mike hates himself when he goes in. He's got the GA, don't get me wrong, he's got Sundered Sky. And like, he can fight. It feels tough because Briarcliff, their comp is so disjointed. They don't actually want to fight Purdue Northwest head-to-head. It's kind of rough, especially if Wind King's just allowed space and allowed to fight, and these fights go longer and longer and longer. Like, Klexo, Doubtful, and Prank are just going to roll through you, and Purdue Northwest setting up a little bushy.
They've got the zoomies at this point with Karma's Cloud Soul flashing onto Mike. Toponer wants none of it. Raymond a huge engage, but the follow-up isn't there for the rest of the team. A big body slam. Cameron trying to transform the fight. Mike looking for Wind King, finds the ADC, but Cameron still alive, still thriving. Look at Oxy. Not split pushing at all, but it's Zero and Mike against the world. Can they pull this one off? A huge shield from Mantra. More shield. Oh my, what is the cooldown on that? He just keeps going and going.
It's Mantra. I have Mantra. Mantra.
Mantra. That's open inhibitors, and somehow there, Oxy doesn't get anything. Real tough. The flanks don't really come through. Baron is up between Mike, Zero, and Oxy. They've got all the DPS they could want. But this time around, it's going to be Doubtful. It's going to be Pranked, looking for this Baron fight. Zero has to flash over the wall. Not good look. Oxy using the riposte. Mike tried to turn the lights off, but they just keep on chasing. They ain't slowing down in this one at all. Oxy just trying to run for the hills, but you can't escape. Doubtful's dominating in this one.
Guys,
a
I have
Guardian
Mantra.
Angel. Pray to your gods, Mike. It's not going to be enough this time around. Fleeing to Poner. Just walks away. Klexo able to finish off that kill, and Chibi. Pranked is charging into the base. Cameron going to try to defend it. Pranked is going to tank up the ace in the hole as well. This could be it.
You think Klexo has Mantra here? He probably does, right? He always has Mantra available as the cast goes in and... oh, no!
Raymond trying to do his best, trying to find as many members, trying to charge them all up, but it's a double kill for Klexo. It is a win secured for Purdue Northwest. It is a ticket punched to the championship LAN as Purdue moves on to the losers finals to face off against Ohio Northern, taking the series against BCU in 2-0 fashion. They come up clutch. They may be down, but Chibi, they hold the line. They stay strong. They get the Cloud Soul, and they charge in on an Nimbus Cloud, riding off to land.
We just can't end games in the MEC. Why? Why not? Briarcliff University go down swinging, but Prank on the back of Cloud Soul. Purdue Northwest just zoom on to the Nexus. They get there in the nick of time, and they are going to be going to the championship LAN. Congratulations to Purdue Northwest. We will see the Final Four, not next week, the week after, I believe. At the championship LAN, it will be Grandview University, Ottawa University, Purdue Northwest University, and Ohio Northern University, all at the championship LAN. I believe our first match, or one of our matches, will be the winners finals between GVU and Ottawa, and the loser of that will face the winner of ONU versus Purdue Northwest. So everybody, all our best teams into the LAN action. All 4 of these guys beating up on each other in a Royal Rumble. Congratulations to them as Briarcliff University unfortunately fall 2-0, and Ohio Northern earlier today beat out Drury in a heart-wrenching fashion. And so the lower semifinals are set. The upper finals are set. And we have our final 4 teams going to the LAN in 2 weeks. Mac, are you surprised at the results? Or were you surprised at the games? Like, were you expecting such a valiant effort from Drury and Briarcliff?
I thought, I mean, we knew Drury versus ONU. That went to game 3 during the regular season. I had an inclination that we might be in for some interesting matches, but the hype from the MEC always delivers. Super excited. I was, I guess, kind of wrong. I was thinking these felt more like losers semis, but this was really losers quarters. And I guess the next match is losers semis, and then the loser from winners finals gets dropped down into losers finals. And there's a lot of winners and losers, but I think we're all winners here for coming in and joining and watching the MEC action. I really appreciate y'all joining in, tuning into the stream. Travi asked if we want to record the MEC pod after this. Mike convinced me. I have a lot of thoughts on this one. We're going to have to hold them for the time being. We've got a post-game interview coming up. Don't click away from that browser. We're going to be talking with one of the PNW players right after the break. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us on this lovely Monday night. We're finishing off our double header with the All MEC First Team ADC Win King. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview. I want to start off with a little bit of a question before we dive into things. What was the reaction? I took it kind of personally watching Doubtful take your penta at the end of game number 1. Walk me through. I felt like kind of a BM move. I don't know, man. How did you?
Yeah, I felt very, very, very violent in that moment. And like my vision went red. My hand started like violently shaking. But then my coach walked over and said that he's like he's going to be reported. So like at least I know that I'll get my justice.
Okay, huge.
So
of course. Did you carry that into game 2 a little bit with the because the Varus pick looked pretty on point.
Yeah. That probably dedicated a little bit because we really wanted to just slam him in lane. So maybe that was a bit where it came from. I don't know.
You're a better man than me, Lucas. I would have ran it down next game, full mute, watching anime on a second monitor. I would have just been clicking. I'm like, all right, you want the penta? So you wanted to take it, carry me. I don't know. That's just me. I do want to talk about this game, but I do also want to kind of, maybe open up some fresh wounds. Last week, you did go down to Ottawa. What is the feeling being able to go back into that LAN? Is that the team you're looking forward to facing? I know ONU and GVU got a lot of bad blood. We saw it everywhere. Is there similar feelings? Right? I mean, Levi has been doing a lot of Twitter talking lately. I don't know if you've been seeing it. Is there a little extra for you? Like we get to go back and potentially face them again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the LAN. I think once everyone saw the sort of like crack in our armor, they just all started going kind of rabid. And I mean that's good for them if it makes them feel like they could win the LAN. But I mean, realistically, like we're gonna bring it to this land, and like all of these fraud claims, like, so yeah.
Hopefully gonna answer them for sure. We're looking forward to seeing how it goes at the LAN. I believe it was Ottawa who was the one team who missed out on the LAN earlier in the year, so we'll have to see how they kind of adapt to the LAN pressure. Win King, talk to me about what you're looking forward to most about the LAN.
Time.
Yeah.
And I'm also excited to win, so yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't want peace. I only want problems, so I'm trying to stir the pot as much as I can. I'm really excited for the next 2 weeks. It feels like there is some real bad blood. But it feels like there's really so much, like, obviously winning the LAN is fun, right? And like seeing people is fun, and going there and meeting new people. But like after, you know, obviously before the computers and before you get on to the game, you know, you guys can be cordial, but like when it comes into loading into the server, it's a different thing, right? And I think building those rivalries, having them just make you better players. And I know it sounds like I'm trying to instigate and stuff like that, but I genuinely want to see, you know, you guys give it your best. And so you have 2 weeks now to prepare for the LAN, right? A lot of things, it's a lot of time to practice, to scrim. Are you guys trying to like reinvent yourselves a little bit? Because it kind of feels like you've had a very consistent kind of play style for Purdue Northwest, and it's been working very well. But are there, you know, do you feel like you guys should have to kind of like expand your horizons, work on some different play styles, give you the ball in some cases, right? In this Varus lane that you had, putting poor old Klexo on karma duty every now and then. Like, is that part of the transformation that Purdue Northwest is trying to do?
Yeah, I think definitely for a while we had we'd gotten a little lost in like our focus as a team. Like, I won't lie, like that's truthfully why last week like we struggled a bit. But I mean, I'm thankful, like you said, to the sort of drama that happened, because it's definitely giving us a new motivation and like really making us like really put in a lot of time and effort to really making sure that we can get to where we want to be. So yeah, you can call me a fraud, but I mean, we'll see who wins the LAN. So yeah.
Well, Win King, before we let you go, we really appreciate the time taken to talk with us after the game. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give out before we let you go?
Yes, first shout out, our wonderful coach, Marquez Speller. Wonderful man, really transforming our team and myself in amazing ways, and just really helping like be a catalyst for growth for us. And then also, always got to shout out my mom and dad. They're always watching. My parents have become addicted to watching League of Legends.
There you go.
When I came home for spring break, they just were always watching it on like, they love watching Unified. They love watching LCS. Like it's insane.
North America needs it.
Yeah, just to think, like I always got yelled at for playing League when I was younger. Like, look at them now though. You can't stop watching it. So yeah.
Who's addicted now?
Yeah.
We got you.
We got you. All right. Well, Matt, that was my final question. So
yeah. It was so long for Win King. Appreciate the time. Safe travels to LAN. We hope to see you there. Hope to see the competition. Hope to see you give it your all. And hope you enjoy the in-person competition.
Yeah, thank you.
Deep breath. Deep exhale. What a night here in the MEC. The losers gulag. All these teams. The season on the line. Losers go home. Have to watch from the couch. Shout out everyone who participated and competed tonight. It was an absolute joy to watch. Joy to cover. Shout out the MEC community for being so supportive and, you know, just lovely as always. Want to shout out Shippy and Hyper. I didn't ask myself for any shout outs, but I'm kind of shout outs. I think it's my last of the year. I hope I'm not lagging out too bad. I saw my camera kind of stutter a little bit, but it is, I believe, my last cast of the year. So shout out everyone for an awesome season. I hope everyone enjoys the championship LAN. That's going to do it for our MEC 2024 spring playoff coverage. For now, get ready. One more time, type ! Spring Championship in the chat. Get your tickets. Join us at the LAN, Jacksonville, Illinois. Shout out Illinois College for hosting the Unified Gaming Fan Fest. Excited to see the MEC players perform this season. The penultimate of the MEC experience. I feel like this is what it all comes down to. Going to be really fun to watch. But until then, stay safe. I hope everyone has a good night.